Trying to get the skin of your dream for a long time but can't get it in any way? On our website you have a unique opportunity to get your favorite knife. Users on our site can hand out skins themselves, and participants need to fulfill some simple conditions. For example, watch a video or buy a case on our website. After that, you automatically become a member of the distribution. Go to the user giveaways tab and do what you like. Hellcase.
Do you have any unnecessary skins or want to sell them? Try SkinPlace. Visit the website, select the skins you want to use. Easily fill your Steam trade link. Make sure we offer good prices and choose a payment method. Hit the button and boom! Instant cash. Safety. Low commissions. Instant payouts. SkinPlace.
SkinPlace launching an event with a total prize pool of $10,000 in honor of our first anniversary. Just sell skins, claim daily bonuses, complete missions, visit the shop, and participate in the main giveaway with popular skins and a powerful PC. Follow our social media to not miss.
It's that time of the day again. Welcome back to the most anticipated tournament of the year. We are here with Counter-Strike CCT, the champion of champions, and we're all showered, ready to go. Hayes, how you doing today?
I'm good, mate. I'm good. It's a Monday. You know, we're starting off with opening shift of the day. We got some banging Counter-Strike lined up, and I'm alongside my best friend. Don't tell Trav. What more could I ask for, brother?
Mashallah, mashallah, brother. I couldn't agree anymore. Well, let's go pull out the schedule for today to really show this like just absolute class games we have on offer. Because the first one, we actually start off on a high. We actually have a great game for the opening stages. If we were like 6 months ago, now this game is not as fun. But we can pull up the schedule. We can take a look at what's going on today. Because we have Monte versus Metizport. That's kind of what I mean by like 6 months ago, this is a fantastic game. Now, with both rosters, you have question marks.
That's true. I still feel like Monte probably in a better place at the moment than what Metizport are. Obviously, a lot of work to be done to just bring this team together, get everybody on the same page. As for Metizport, it feels like they've been going through an overhaul for the past 6 months. You know, it just feels like there's constantly pieces being chopped and changed, so very difficult for them to actually settle down. And we could even just bring the roster up here for Metizport and we can just jump straight into the conversation and break it all down, because obviously the most recent announcement was that Shine would be joining the team and he would be coming in as the IGL replacing aTTaX. Right now, they've been looking for an IGL for a while. Plopsky kind of was given the mantle, was kind of keen to take it on from what I could tell. Before that was Yakinio, before that was ETR, so they really have just been chopping and changing in that IGL role. The one player who I'm very excited about in this team, I think he's got the secret sauce actually, Freddy, is Lumi on the AWP. Now, he's just an up-and-coming player, 23 years old, hasn't really been in any serious teams before this, but when it comes to his mechanical ability, this guy has got what it takes.
I've seen Metizport once. I watched them against Cybershock, and I'm not gonna lie, he was pretty good. Like, the stats, he was 24 and 19, he was whatever, but I felt like there was a lot of points where I was like, damn, that was actually quite a nice shot, or like, oh, that was a really good rotation. And I feel like these are somewhat equities that were not something that I was talking about Jaquinho as much about. I think Jaquinho, like, I don't know, I feel like it was crazy that he kept on getting onto rosters of like kind of this level regionally, and especially when this team was going higher and higher, I felt like their ceiling was definitely surrounding someone like Jaquinho. And even though that experience, that he does have good experience, but like it wasn't enough, and I think that's when we see maybe like a mix of now like Plopsky and aTTaX coming. Wait, no, aTTaX's not on the team.
aTTaX's Gonzo, brother.
Yeah,
aTTaX is Gonzo. Denzel Washington, it's Shine.
Who's missed?
Shine,
Yeah,
Shine.
Yeah, so Shine replaced aTTaX, former teammates of Eyeballers. Shine picks up the IGL role, and it's interesting to see like how the likes of Adam B and Nilo, for me, are gonna fit into Shine's system, because obviously like it excelled under ZTR, especially Nilo. Like, his stats were through the roof. So it's like, what are we gonna see now with like Shine's system, with a new AWPer and the experienced head of Plopsky?
Has Shine ever been an IGL before?
Yeah, so I also got this wrong. I didn't think he was. Turns out he's been calling for the last 4 years.
I mean, surely Golden was calling when Golden was in the team, though.
Well, I guess there was... Did Shine
Golden
play with Gold?
I feel like they did for a period, but then Shine got replaced
very
before
hard
Golden
to-
got benched as well.
Wait, let me take a
Either
look at-
way, we digress. We can go and
digress.
do some digging. We can go and do some digging and pick. But let's just move things forward, Jeff Edward. We've got 2 minutes before the game
Golden
because we
replace
know the
Shine.
game is gonna. Okay, there we go. We know the game's gonna start on time, Freddie. So we've got to
of
move
course,
things along
of
here
course.
naturally, right? Okay, Monte. Now, Freddie. The thing I'm going to keep saying with this Monte team until I'm proven wrong is that I'm worried about the fact that they are getting Demka to now call in Polish. You know, you've got the core, or the four Poles, Krasnal, Hades, Key, and Diha, and then you've kind of lumped Demka in with them. He's the one who's now learning the language. His numbers actually have looked okay, but, you know, in the anchor role, sometimes you've got to make some quick fire decisions, some quick fire communication, and that can be difficult when you're calling in a language that you're not completely familiar with. Seems like he is doing a pretty good job of it as of late, but it was a big risk moving in that direction.
There's two ways you look at this roster. The first way is the madness has a method to it, and it's like, wow, like this actually works out super well. Demka is able to learn Polish at a, because it can't even be a good rate, like a monumental rate. Like he needs to be getting very comfortable in Polish very quickly, and I feel like there's already like a starting level for him. So he's learning Polish, he's calling. The second point of this though is that this just doesn't work in any way, shape or form, and Demka does not stand the test of time, and they replace him with eventually someone that's Polish, and they do just convert to 5 Polish players. So there's you've kind of got two
Demka
different...
is the best part of this roster, by the way.
Which,
so that
yes,
would be
I
very silly.
agree. I think Krasnal for
Hands
me
down,
is like,
not even close.
I don't know. But speaking about maybe not the best part of the roster, Diha, we need to be seeing more from Diha when he comes into this roster, because he obviously, like, notably had a massive drop off pretty much this like whole year. He hasn't really been the player that we know he has been previously, and luckily for Monte so far, he actually has been playing quite well, and was a big part of why they have booked themselves in to play in ESL Challenger Katowice when they went through the Polish qualifier. So Monte, they've got LAN coming up. They've got a few months, like, you know, it's been a little while. It's been a month or two since they've had the roster together. This is when you're starting to see, like, does this roster have any legs to it? Are we actually going to see any results? And I feel like these are the kind of events where we could see that.
Yeah, I feel like they actually have been in some decent form, and I feel like Diha has had an improvement in his form in particular since he's joined this team as well, which, like you say, we need to see. He needs to be one of the stars here on this roster. Himself and Key, for me, are the two riflers I'm looking at to be putting up those heavy-hitting numbers, but there's no weak links in this team, that's for sure. Either way, let's have a look at the veto. We can see which maps are going to get played. Skinny and I, we're on the same page, brother.
Spies!
We move one in the same, dog. Okay, we can just splash this onto the screen. I like it. That's how Brandon phrases it, and I think that's a good way of putting it. Ooh, be careful. Don't tempt me with a good time, baby. As we get to see the permabans in Inferno and Anubis. No, wait, no, that's not the permaban. Nuke's the permaban of Metizport. Oh, Metizport are trying to bring something new into the veto, and it's risky against Monte because they enjoy a nuke.
I think Metizport maybe have changed their veto.
It looks like it, because Anubis is a very good map for Monte as well, by the way. Like, Hades has that map on a dime as an AWP IGL.
Oh, look, like, I know I know this Monte roster only has 2 players from the period I'm talking about, but Monte were the team that discovered Anubis and, like, cracked the code going into the major cycle in Paris when they got top 8. Like, that whole period when Anubis was still very fresh, Monte were the team that cracked it. And, like, I think, you know, continuing on that theme with, like, D has Grey on it, Hades Grey on it, but this is an interesting one. So it seems like Metizport have changed their veto because they're looking to be a little bit different. They're looking to be quirky. They're not like other teams. They don't share the same insta-bans throughout the whole period of time. So they've banned Anubis, whereas Nuke was their original insta-ban. Monte are very competent on Nuke as it is. So this plays into their hands very nicely. Mirage, it's a very comfortable map pick for Metizport. I think this is what they've been... actually, I think the record with Shine in this roster is really good with how well they've done on Mirage. So kind of ignore the previous maps from the previous team. But it's also a great map for Monte. So this is an interesting one.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I look at this and I think Monte 2-0. I just think that Monte are a lot further ahead in their development with this team. They've had more time. You bring in an IGL, that's going to be a huge shift within the team. Everybody just trying to, the IGL, as much as he wants to bring his own system into the team he's just joined, he also wants to try and figure out how the team themselves want to play, what their strengths, what where their weaknesses are. And you kind of have to come to a middle ground between the two of you, right? And so Shine being a younger IGL as well, I'm sure he's keen to just take some advice on from the people around him, from his coach as well, Abdi. So yeah, I'm keen to see what's going to happen. Freddie, I say 2-0 Monte. Give me your prediction as we jump into this first map.
2-0 Monte. I'm a believer. I'm with you, Hayes.
Alrighty, let's go, baby.
Bro, someone put something in our coffee today.
Why?
Because we're just on form. Or maybe that's just because we're
singing
the best.
Woo! Okay,
Sing.
I agree. The only reasonable explanation.
Yeah,
let's get into the Counter-Strike.
Let's get in. Okay, Monte on their map pick. This is gonna be an interesting one to see how Metizport play. And well, you said he was good. You didn't say he was that good. Lumi plucks 2 out the sky. Bye-bye, Monte. Whoa, Metizport, they are here to play.
Yeah, that's one way to open up the pistol round, mate. 2 kills immediately outside. Plopsky transitions to just pad up the defense towards ramp. On the drive-by with the Julies. At this point, if Monte could get a bomb plant out of the round, that would be fantastic. Surely that is too much to ask for, although Hades, the god of the underworld, condemns 2 players to meet their maker. Bomb plant will actually eventually come through here. This turned into a, hey, let's find a plant. That would be a great return into a, we could actually win a 2 versus 5. Hades with the P250 is doing the damage. Metizport quivering, shaking, eventually find the trade. But Krasnal is left in a winnable 1v2. No kit here, Fredwood.
Ooh, snake in the grass. They don't know about him, but he's made noise. The bomb's not planted for him. Time's ticking down. Shine's messing the bomb. He's fluffing his lines, but luckily, Lumi fluffing no lines. He's missing nothing. He's striking all his foes down. And Hades, unfortunately, those 3-1 taps, just not quite enough.
Yeah, great effort. I mean, like I said, at least they get a bomb plant out of a round that was looking like it was completely done within the first 15 or 20 seconds. Lumi already getting going here, getting underway. I just really hope we can get some stability with this Metizport roster now going into next year, right? Because we're at the end of the season now. Not going to be many tournaments left for them to play in between now and January. Of course, we've got the RMR and the major cycle coming up, and then we've got the player break in December. So this is kind of just about setting the tone for next season. You know that this is the building period if you're Metizport, right? So you don't want to put a huge amount of stock in the results you're going to get over the next couple of weeks. It's all about building for 2025 as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, I mean, Shine's only played a handful of matches, to be fair, with Metizport. Like,
yeah, he joined like a week ago officially.
Yeah, and like, he wouldn't have had that extensive trialing period because this is his 4th game of Counter-Strike with them. They have only played in this tournament, and they've actually won Mirage all 3 times, by the way. That's actually something quite interesting to know.
That's a good return.
Yeah, so that is.
He was good on the Eyeballers roster with on Mirage as well. Makes sense.
I mean, the Eyeballers roster was just pretty awful for me.
I know, but if we're going to take away, like, relatively speaking, Mirage and Inferno were the 2 maps they could play.
Well, they used to be able to play Inferno. They became very sucky at Inferno recently. But
relatively speaking, the rest of their maps.
Okay. Yes, well, I mean, it's not saying much because they really were not very good on the rest.
Okay, Freddy is a professional Eyeballers hater. That's all I'm thinking.
Yeah, I actually am. There's one of the teams I hate the most in this period. Yeah, well, used to. I think they finally made changes that were good. Not that. Let's have Golden become IGL for a little bit. But this Metizport roster, like, this is the roster that now makes sense because like Jackinho IGL for like a month did not make sense. And then Sapek, I think, got put in a very unfortunate position, whereas, like, you had to pick up both AWP IGL. Is there a Swedish AWP IGL that can replace Jackinho? Definitely not. Not that one I know of anyways. So Sapek's there just like, well, see you later, guys. Nice knowing you. So
Yeah,
even
you
though
got
we
the brunt
have,
of this-
even though we
it's
have seen a
unfortunate.
lot of roster changes, I think it makes sense for like where we see this roster now.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I feel like they've got a decent balance. Either way, into the first gun round we go. Monte notably didn't go for the force in the second round after getting the bomb plants and the pistol they lost. Instead, looked forward to this third round, and I'm a big fan of this. They've got AKs across the board and plenty utility to contest the round with.
Got big damage in the last as well, Hayes. We kind of glazed over it a little bit.
Yeah,
but I
good
think
point, mate.
three kills, yeah, that's massive. So Monte, even though they're down 0-2, they're in the better position. And it looks like we're going to try and wrap through main. Nilo,
no.
unfortunately, is there to stop them, but only halts for one. Lumi from the heavens strikes down with ferocity. The Hades sends right back. These trades, one and done. And it feels like it's favoring Metizport. Crust now left by himself, similar to the pistol round.
Yeah.
I don't know. That
Monte,
felt...
What Monte are going to be paying attention to there is the fact that Metizport's heavily committed to the rotations into the A bomb site, and they abandoned ramp altogether. So if Monte can apply similar sort of pressure outside and start to work in towards A, they should realize, okay, we're going to be pulling the outside player and the ramp player up in towards heaven. That's what worked out for Metizport, was just having the numbers to consistently find the trades. Although, great effort from Krasnal. Plopsky was low, so I was backing him, but... yeah, the Swede will come out on top. Metizport continue their flawless run, but these rounds are running close.
There's always then the like really annoying part for Monte where it's like, we could have won any of those rounds. And it gets quite frustrating on the T side to actually make that like breakthrough. You don't expect it to be in this round, but you do want them to continue with the economical disruption because Metizport have kept, what, 1 players alive, and they're changing up their pace. They're just running in towards lobbies. They take all that control immediately. Again, testing towards main. It's okay. Monte, they relinquish substantial control in lobby. They do get all of outside.
Yeah, and I like the way that they're playing these rounds, you know. I like the way that they've spent their money here. They've got a decent amount of firepower, but they still have a full buy in the next round. Still something to work with. I like how they're playing with the weapons and the util they're bringing into the round as well. Diha is in a really good position right now. Seems like Shine kind of considering this. There's so many different ways this round could unfold from here. Does Lumi overstep the mark in hell? Does Shine start to discount heaven now that Lumi is outside? There's so many question marks.
I got another one for you. Does
meantime,
Adam B die
yeah.
down on B? And then
That would
does
be a big
Diha
problem.
and then does Diha just get all the information?
If they kill Adam B, that just activates Diha's position so much more. Shine's still patiently looking in this direction. Eventually does get stepped on. Diha finds the frag. And that could allow for his teammates to come back up towards the top side of the map, and it looks like they will.
This round's pinned on Nilo now. Oh, he smoked off. Great util from
Beautiful
Diha.
smoke. Yeah.
That was the only worry in this portion of the round. Like,
Yes.
are they going to be able to cross through main? And the answer is yes. And Diha, he's still looking for some more kills with this Galil.
He's done so well not to overplay his hand here in towards heaven, not to overface, overpeak, or give his life up. Incendiary's going to force him out, but there's no one on the other side to catch Diha as he pushes back in towards the site, and well, now he could be anywhere, has to deal with Lumi, and he does. He has done his job in the round, and he continues to churn out frags. That's 4 for him. Job done. Monte on the board.
Like, I don't think you can explain in words just how amazing that round was played out from Diha. Like, it looks very simple, and it's like, oh, you know, he just stayed alive in Hell's position, but he just never overextended, and he never faded away. Like, he always maintained his control, and that is the only reason why that round is won from Monte, and it is because of Diha. We were calling upon him at the start of this series, and we were saying, look, he needs to find his form if we want to see Monte contend with the top level. Realistically, he should be playing well at this sort of level of Counter-Strike, and so far he is saying he can.
Yeah, Metizport is going to be condemned to an eco here. They get, what, $1,900 in the next round. Nilo will probably have a little bit of a handicap, but should have an
think double
decent
eco.
investment.
Like, they might have to go for a double eco.
I don't think so. It's gonna come down to sort of how they
you wanna hear me
prioritize their
cook?
investments. All right, go ahead.
Or power if you double eco. Like, you still got a lead. Like, I think you can play 3-3 with your first gun round. Like, that's my, like, it's like,
I'd like to see that as
risky, like, because next round, realistically, it's like Nilo's playing, like, I don't know, playing MP9, like, Plopsky's outside player, what, he gets M4 no util? Like, what's the game plan there then, right? You've got to lead.
No,
like,
I feel you.
Yeah, you could really spiral if you lose that round. Whereas I think, like, just going, okay, let's take an eco. Let's do it.
I think if they do go for the investment in the next and they lose it, then it's 3-all, and then they have to wait until 3-4 before they get the AWP out. So I'm kind of there with you. You want to try and get it out as soon as possible and give yourself the best possible chance. But I must say, despite the fact Monte are down 3-1, about to be 3-2, I think they've actually looked pretty impressive in all of their rounds on the T side. There's been a clear game plan in all of these rounds, clear direction, good transition from the mid round or the early round into the mid round. And the players are warming up as the game goes on. So I'm liking what I'm seeing from Monte. We know Metizport rolled the dice. They decided to gamble by bringing Nuke into their pool. And we're going to find out whether or not that works out for them.
Okay, so Shines dropped Nilo and A1S. Lumi has an AWP out.
Okay.
Glass cannon. Thoughts on a glass cannon?
I think they can make it work. I like the fact that Shine settled for the MP9s and Nilo can get the M4 as well. Plopsy's got decent juice also. I'd say this is like 85 to 90% of the way there, which is probably enough to justify the investment.
Yeah, I think it's turned out a lot better than I would have anticipated.
But lose this, and then like the pressure just ramps up exponentially.
Yeah, awful position. And Monte, like, this is kind of one of those rounds where you keep it simple. You just go for an AXQ. You know they don't have the utility. Shine's overlooked. Shine's on the top of hut. How is he still alive? The players on the bomb side have fallen, but Shine is still alive, and he is still causing terror, dropping down onto them. Smoke's gonna fade, and Hades will just be able to even it back up to a 2 versus 2. Lumi's AWP has been spotted towards heaven, so Monte are gonna make the rash call to head down towards the B bomb sites.
Undetected as well. No utility, barely any help on Diha, but they are going to find themselves in towards a vacant B bomb site here. Should be able to get the plant for free. Waiting for their moment. They open the doors up simultaneously. So I actually wonder if both sets of doors were heard. I don't think so, Freddy, because look at how Lumi was sort of clearing out ramp and now makes his way down secret. Seems like they have now committed. Coming in from opposing angles are Lumi and Adam B, and Lumi, well, up close and personal with the glass cannon AWP makes it very difficult for him. He is relying on ramp being covered, and it will be done so. Great combination between Hades and Diha as they clean up that, what, 2v3 I think it was?
2v3 I think it was when they ultimately won it out, yeah. Not gonna lie, Hayes, that round, that terrified me. That post plant, whew. Ooh, I was scared. There was...
It did have to kind of gamble a little bit though, right?
Yeah, sure, like, to be honest, sometimes fortune favors the bold, and in rounds like that, you kind of gotta go for a gamble. Like, you're stuck in, realistically, quite bad post plants. Like, you've got to play a close ramp where it's like, that's a very awkward position to be playing, and then, like, a player on the back of the bomb site, it's like, how do you actually play together? Okay, be a bit bold, take the fights, and that's exactly what happens. You know, Hades and Diha have played together for a long time, and it started to show there in that 2 versus 3 as they link up perfectly. And now Monte starting to get the ball rolling on their map pick. Pardon?
Sorry,
right.
sir.
Sorry, sir.
Okay,
What's
not
going
sure
on
if that's
here?
allowed. Yeah, alrighty then. That's a 5v3 off the bat, Metizport. And look at how low Diha is right now behind the red container. He's going to walk into the USP here as well. Oh, this is starting to look pretty nervy. Plopsky goes venturing. Shines P250 tucked in the corner, gets in on the act as well, and that makes sure that the recovery is shut down. Looked like Monte get a couple frags, turn it back into a 3v3, but it's a short-lived success. Man advantage persists now for Metizport as they're in pursuit of an eco, and I love the way that Shine is making moves here as well. Very good repositioning.
This is the round-winning play.
He just needs
probably
one as
has
well.
to, no, I think he has to get both here. That's the first. Okay, that's your one. I'm saying he needs to get more than that. Oh, this is perfect. He breaks the glass and fades back in. Krasnow, will he anticipate him to stick around? Yes, good awareness from the pole. Now, the issue is, you have both of the Metizport players on USP still. They've been unable to pick up a rifle. Nilo should be able to collect one off the floor. Krasnow, reposition. No, Nilo still on a USP. And yeah, this is why we had to have that AK get both from...
Okay, Freddy, you're
And yeah,
right.
Krasnow just clutched up the 1 versus 3 because he has 2 USPs to contend with.
You know what sucked there with the kill that came through from Shine? Even though it was the instant headshot, he kills the player who's on like 5 health or something like that.
But it's
so
good
then
because
the
D
full
takes the
health
first
player
contact. That's
yeah,
why
it's
so
all by
good.
design. Yeah, it's by
Yeah.
design from Monte for sure. Very well done. And Krasnell sort of looks so icy in the clutch there as well. Just never looked concerned or shook. So very good recovery from Monte. They take a lot more damage than they would have liked, but there's still money in the bank as they get themselves the lead. And now we see that full buy, right? No handicap weapons, no glass cannon orb, everything the CT side can hope for. What's the defense going to look like? And Demka, he wants to force the issue. Adam P spamming through the smoke, just gets wide swung by Demka. Popsky could be in trouble as well. No, good wits about him. Frag comes through, and he avoids the trade.
It's good that Plopsky has his wits about him in this round, because in the last, he definitely got tunnel visioned with the, with that AK. He picked it up and swung outside, and he probably could have been the, winning factor of the round. There was a small little micro play I kind of left out, so now he has his wits around him. That's really important. But Monte, they changed up the pace massively in this round, and it completely catches Adam B off guard, which is not something I tend to talk about. Nilo tries to disturb the bomb going down, won't actually stop it, but he does get the kill on Hades and puts his team in the advantage. That is a kill that I simply do not understand how he's gotten, and that seems to be the theme about Nilo.
Yeah, he's been touted as the future Swedish star. And he's burning bright. Well, at least in terms of the kill he's gotten here, not in the map at large. And advantage up from Metizport as they look to get the retake underway. Not the cleanest from Demka, but he's got support there from Key. The two long-standing Monte teammates are going to combine there in the post plant, and Monte will continue their run. That's going to be 5 in a row. I lied. Not in a row, but 5 of the last 6.
No, that's 5 in a row.
In a second, that is 5 in a row.
That is 5 in a row.
Alrighty.
Maths is hard for this one.
Evidently, yes.
Yes.
Evidently.
Evidently, indeed. I want to say that I am, just off topic, very much enjoying this game, Hayes.
Yeah, I am too. I'm
very much enjoying your presence, and I'm very much
yeah, I was
enjoying
going to say,
this
it's not just
Counter-Strike.
because you're here. I am enjoying your presence, but we've got a good game of CS on our hands. That's
This
what we
is
want, right? And there's a
very fun game. I think we've
there's
got
a good reward up for grabs. Playoffs, baby.
Yeah, this game actually has storylines, because Monte, you know, they had a great run at Yala, right? Metizport, new IGL. What's it gonna fare against a Monte side that's still in its budding stages? And for now, Monte have overshun Metizport. This calling from Demka has been very legit. That last
You
round.
mean Hades.
Hades, oh, my dumb. What am I saying
That's
about?
okay, we're working a team.
Oh, okay, well, it's a fast play. This one, oh dear. It's all come crashing down.
Round over, chat. I don't really mind it from Monte. You're just talking about the calling. I actually think it's a very good time to bring the change of pace. We haven't seen that super pacey A hit coming through from Monte just yet.
I've seen it once.
Direct, swift. Yeah, but there was a wraparound outside as well with that one, I think. Not just the straight up push through Hunt and Squeaky. Maybe
We've
it
seen
was.
it
I don't know.
We've seen it twice then. Because it was
Okay,
the wraparound
alright.
main that didn't work, and then the 2 versus 3 that ended up being 1.
Either way,
That's
I
the
still
third
think it's a
time,
pretty
yeah.
good option. Think it's a good call. They know that Metizport's on the back foot. They've won 5 in a row. Momentum's behind them. Not a bad option to go for that play. Doesn't work out though. Metizport back to winning ways. They need more though. Of course, 4's not going to be sufficient share on their CT side if they finish the half. They're going to need probably, I'm thinking, 6 at the bare minimum. Can't lose the half here.
I think that's one of those rounds, Hayes, where Hades just got ahead of himself momentarily. He's just got a little bit too ahead of himself. And yeah, okay. Don't let this kind of snowball, right? You've got D-Ho's already fallen this round. So we're in a 4 versus 5, very early off the bat. But Monte do have control down towards Secret. And Demka needs to be
Hades
very...
some time to cook.
Yeah, well, Demka needs to be really careful he doesn't try and force an issue over towards ramp, because he's in lobby and Lumi is on ramp with the AWP. But you were talking about giving Hades a second to cook. He just goes, guys, let me search with the AWP outside, see what I can find, and there it is. Demka is in a very strong position if he doesn't overstep the mark. Metizport are forced to walk into him because they have no outside control, but he falls. That's a really rough loss, Demka. The timing, oh, that's so unfortunate. I was talking and touting about how impressive this position is and how important it is for him to succeed, but he falls on a very awkward timing. And yeah, this round's fallen apart for Monte.
Such a strong angle being held there by Adam B as well. You can see Krasnell's worried about the corner as he starts to step into that position, and Adam B's position works out perfectly for him. Hades has no option but to just settle for the savior. Metizport string consecutive rounds together and show that they have what it takes to be competitive on Nuke. They always knew it was going to be a struggle, an uphill battle. This used to be their permaban. They're slowly starting to integrate it into their map pool. And it's looking good as they've leveled up the scoreline here. Hades, I think he should be able to stay alive. Yeah, he'll carry his gun over. But the money looks bleak. I think they're going to have to save around this AWP.
You have a buy in the next. Hades does not.
You just full save around the AWP, yeah.
What?
They're gonna go, you're gonna blow the door open and Demka's gonna scope mini. That's the play here. He's got the spawn for it.
That would be something new, to be fair. Metizport are very consistently playing someone towards main, so I don't hate it. I think it's actually could work.
Front spawn. Yeah.
Yeah, I think this actually could work.
Could be ramp as well. I mean, he's got the nade. Maybe he blows door open and then posts up ramp, because there's also been quite a few fights being taken ramp here.
They're smoking ramp early.
Yeah, I know, but they still have had a tendency to look for kills. I think if you're going to go for an opening frag at the start of the round, though, door's your best bet.
I think in this game, door. Ramp would be a bit of a confusing one. Like, let's see what they do with the util anyways, or outside of this. Like, wherever they peak, I'm interested to see. I'm pretty sure Adam B's early smoking ramp. Lumi started ramp last round. That was an interesting one. So, you know, you could just be walking as the AWP again. But no, okay. Where's the AWP going? Yep, peeking towards main. Klopski, oh, he was there. Oh, that's so unfortunate. Demka has no armor. He doesn't. Yeah, but so Demka has no armor. He can't stand in that mollo. He can't, like, test his hand.
It's true. I guess Hades, probably with Kevlar, would have been able to take a tick or two to the molly there. Either way, initial plan doesn't work out for them. So now just group up with numbers and go outside. Protect the president. Hades at this point is just hoping that his teammates can try and figure out where some of these players are. He's going to use one of them to get boosted up on the red container. Klopski's been a menace outside as well. He hasn't been a passive player outside. He has been looking for fights and gets himself a kill on Krasnell. Does he extend any further? This round's all good, safe, job basically done, and Klopski is going to lock it in. Very good timing on the swing there to finish off the job.
Okay, that is, this is a very awkward end to the half for Monte, because we have a full purchase, kind of like outside of Hades. What's been working for them? A hits have not been. I think Monte, they kind of got a bit ahead of themselves a few rounds ago, where they just kept on trying to hit pedal to the metal, and because of that one round loss towards the A bomb site, we've seen Metizport actually be able to claw their way back into this map, and it seems like Monte are lining up utility for an A hit. Are they actually going to commit to it? The players are currently positioned to suggest otherwise. Adam B's already used all his utility towards ramp, and okay, yep, here comes the hit towards ramp. Adam B spots the players, falls back, but Monte, good space being taken, and Lumi very lucky to come away alive from that interaction.
I do like that he has the confidence to kind of go searching like that, but like you say, quite fortunate to have his life intact. Krasnal continues to spot players out, so they're piecing the puzzle together right now, figuring out exactly how the CTs are set up, as Plopsky has gone the entire way around outside, all the space in the world afforded to him. Demka again gets rounded on. He's had a tough time in this first half. Hasn't really had any many fair gunfights either way. Such as the nature of Raw. Diha also goes searching. That nade is certainly going to tenderize the player in towards dead vent and gets an important kill. Still numbers towards the lower bomb site though for Metizport. How do Monte navigate this? Plopsky continues to be a thorn in their side. Bomb plant's eventually going to come through, but it's advantage Metizport and now extended even further.
Hades has to go nuclear. He's in a very advanced position. Oh, he jumps. Oh, he jumps. Oh, that's ugly. We don't like that. Okay. 1 versus 3. And he's mollowed. Ooh, ooh. Oh my god, he gets away from it. Wait. Are they going to clear him? Oh my god, they're going to overlook him. Adam B makes me eat my own words. Because even though Lumi has fallen, I think Adam B was already searching for Dark, realizing that the mollow did not spread the whole way. So
Yeah.
I genuinely thought K might have won that, but unfortunately, he only gets 1 in the 1 versus 3. And Metizport, not gonna lie, a half that I did not expect for them to be winning 7-5.
Yeah, a good wrestle back there from Metizport, considering how things were looking at one point. The fact that they end that half with a 2-round lead is actually a great return for them. Plopsky, the Chief Destroyer, and Nilo actually came alive in a big way as well. I think he was like 2 for 7 or something at one point in the half. But Plopsky towards outside was certainly the hero of that half. And into the pistol round we go. Monte will be content, I would say, with that first half return. Probably feel like they left a few rounds on the table, but let's see now if they can begin their defensive half with a pistol round win. Lumi outside with the P250.
We know what he can do.
As well. Demka, though, just shuts them down immediately. Welcome to the big leagues, leagues, buckaroo.
Yeah, Demka's like, you think you're good at pistol rounds? Nah, dude. Monte,
now they've got the numbers ramp.
Yeah, Monte had the setup somewhat for ramp, but it's all falling apart. There's still players here. There's still players here, but it's not going very well for Monte. And Metizport, after losing that very early opening kill towards outside, they just nuke everybody towards ramp.
I love that they've just paused. I love that they've just pumped the brakes and they're waiting for some sort of a response out of Monte. They've spotted out Krasnal in towards Hell as well. So they've got all the info in the world and they'll just shift in towards the lower bomb site. Hades nowhere near. Gonna have to move his way down the vent. Looking good here for Metizport to keep up their momentum from the end of the first half into the start of the second.
Okay, I feel like we've had the narrative this whole map of just being like, oh, well done, Metizport, that was nice, but, you know, Monte. What about Metizport winning out this map?
It's starting to come into the conversation now, isn't it?
Like, they end off that first half really well. Like, Monte, I want to say Monte dropped the ball on that T side. Like, they were in pole position and get halted very, kind of like, drastically. Sure, Plopsky, sorry, yeah, like, Plopsky gets that last kill, doesn't really matter. But, yeah, Metizport they did very well to get 7 on the T side, which, you know, that I guess is like kind of a fickle conversation itself, like, oh, well done, you got 7 rounds on the C side. Not normally great, but in this context it is. And then you get the pistol round. So you're looking at this first gun round for Metizport, and you're like, ooh, first gun round being won by the Swedes? Where does that put us in the conversation of both of us saying Monte should win this out 2-0?
Yeah, and Metizport's decision to actually ban out Anubis and float nuke is proving to be a good one up until now. Should be able to make it 9-5. That would put them just 4 rounds away. And I'd say Metizport's in the driver's seat to finish nuke off at this point. We saw some good glimpses from Monte in that first half, but it kind of went pear-shaped towards the end. And Nilo, well, he could pad some stats here. Doesn't realize how many players continue to creep forward, and Demka with the swing will actually finish off that frag. I mean, I think Monte needs some damage here.
I mean, so what Monte did great in the first half was doing damage in these sort of rounds, and that's why we did see that, like, early breakthrough from Monte, was because they were able to keep the economy just basically very tight. And I'm just circling back to that one round where I think it was like 5-3 and they rushed A, and it just, you know, that wasn't the right call at that time. You're playing against SMGs and you throw some pace, which hadn't really, like, which you've done before a lot. And it was Shine, I think, with the MP9. Like, he succeeds, and then also so does Nilo, which hadn't happened previously in those rounds. Any more damage for Monte? Seems like no. Okay, Metizport 9. 9-5. This gun round could say a lot.
Oh, yeah. I mean, they sail off into the sunset if they win this gun round. Monty have to win this gun round here just to put a stop to the momentum that Metizport have got. Remember, wasn't it 5-all at one point, I think? So
it was 5-3 to Monte.
5-3. There we go. Freddy is dialed in. So that's 6 rounds in a row now.
Oh, yeah, Jesus.
6 in a row, and if they win one more here, then, I mean, like I said, the job's as good as done on you. I am interested in watching the T-side closely from here, though, because this is Shine calling for his new team on a map that they just don't have the reps on. It's okay, Lumi, don't worry, it's all good. We know you're known for your AWPing prowess. No, we saw it, but we just don't mind. It happens.
You got the Molotov off eventually. That's all that matters.
Exactly.
Krasnow's
So
still
the
top
universe
part.
looking out for him. That was the timing that actually mattered the most.
Oh no, Krasnow's still top part.
That's true.
But look at his control from Metizport. They control this round.
Oh, hello, footsie.
So Diha's dead. Or if he's not
Well,
dead,
even
like...
if he isn't, they've got such a false sense of security right now. It's gonna be made even worse now with Diha getting that kill. They're never gonna anticipate Plopsky in heaven. Oh, he could destroy this defense on the A bomb site from the inside out. Crosshair locked in. Trigger just
so
he wants
smart.
more than just the one. And there we go. Plopsky's not clean enough on the first though. Will still find the frag, pulls the attention away from his teammates, and Plopsky single-handedly wins the round for his team.
It's far from clean, but it gets the job done. That is all that matters. No one dies in that 4 versus 5, and you shaped up that round perfectly, Hayes. It's the fact that Diha has a false sense of security, and Plopsky really impressive. He doesn't pull the trigger straight away. Metizport were not in a position to react off the A bomb site in time though. Luckily, Shine's Mac 10 gets a double from the bomb site. That actually could have got really scary because yeah, Metizport were not ready to react off the fact that they already had the A bomb site. The bomb was down in T-spawn. No one was ready to like accelerate with the bomb off Plopsky's position. Sure, they accelerate with like, you know, getting the kills, you know, players run through main, vent, so you have the team ready to react, but not in a position to win the round off it. They get really lucky that Shine gets peeked 1 by 1 from heaven, and the Mac 10, I'm pretty sure, was facing off against players with no head armor, because that seemed like he just churned them away. But regardless of all of that, Metizport, from start to finish, had control in that gun round, and now they are sitting 10-5, and they are primed to be taking their opponent's map pick away from them.
Yeah, Monte have just completely fallen off the face of the earth here on you. That next gun round is going to carry so much weight, but it's not like Monte are in that position where if they win the gun round, they'll feel like they're back into the game. This is the first step of many required. Metizport dumping quite a lot of utility in towards the A bomb site early on. They don't commit off the back of it though, but they could actually be a second wave coming through soon enough. They're going to know that they're playing against a weaker buy here as well, so that's why they're just posting up on angles, waiting to see if there's going to be any commitment coming through from these CTs.
I'm comparing this round to the round where Monte rushed A. Look at the difference between Metizport and Monte. It's like Metizport realize they're playing as a low buy, and look at the structure of this round, which playing it a lot slower, playing it a lot smoother. You need to be careful of outside though, Plopsky. Needs to be very careful because K has taken the attention away from. What a shot! Sure, he does fall, but that's the A1S eliminated, and that's information and space now taken towards ramp. Oh my god, Plopsky, I did not know you had that in your locker. He's 20-10 for God's sake. He has been winning these rounds out and being the conductor of them. Adam B, not caught off guard. Almost by Demka, but we're all good. Shine has just run through his own Molotov. will get put down by Diha, but the bomb's going to get planted. Utility is going to be hounding Diha. And this should be 11 for Metizport. That's one round away from hitting map point and changing the whole narrative of this series.
Yeah, and the craziest part is just how all of these rounds have come in a row. From being down 5-3 at one point, now going up 11-5. Quite remarkable. Very impressed by what I've seen so far here from Metizport, as they will finish off the job. I mean, maybe taking a little bit more damage than would have been ideal here in the anti-eco, but that's going to be the last thing on their mind. 2 rounds away from finishing off the job, and you know what? It's basically 1 round if they can win this one.
This is for all the cookies, for all the marbles. Metizport have come out to play.
You remember the names of marbles? I mean, are you too young for that to actually know the different names of the marbles? Like a Milky Galaxy, Junkie, Inese. There was a couple, man. Speckled Egg.
Speckled this egg because we're running down Ben. Is that the bomb?
Yeah, it's a good change of pace. The bomb has not made its way down.
No.
I don't know if this is part of the plan to just force the rotations, or if the bomber just didn't get down. I'm pretty sure this is the plan, because the bomb was hut. So I think the plan is to fake as though they've gone for the fast vent drop. Hades is not seeing anybody, but he will peer back in the direction of Plopsky, finds a frag, and realizes it's all a ruse.
This is a really poor, that's really poor from Plopsky and, was it Shine that went down B? Because they should be seeing that the glass is broken in control and expecting someone to be down towards Secret. This is kind of the one round where I feel like if someone's going to be down, they will be for Monte. So I think that's really poor awareness from Plopsky and Shine. But regardless, how do they reset now in this 4 versus 5? That was quite a nice gimmick to start off the round, but what was the game plan surrounding that? Are we just going to be committing towards B later on? And it seems like that's going to be the case. The issue is, though, Monte are regathering information around the map because they are pushing towards lobby. So very soon, Monte are going to realize that the B bomb site or outside is still the main point of attack, and Hades is still around and prowling on this B bomb site.
Here we go. They have actually padded up the defense as Keys made his way down as well. Hades going to tuck himself into dark. Door opened up kindly for him. Just posted on the angle. Would have been spotted up by Adam B there. And Key out in the open. Not in a great position either. He's trying to get himself back or into a stronger position here. Adam B will activate. He doubles down. Fantastic kills coming through from him. They don't expect Krasnov to be in towards Decon as well. Diha makes his move from ramp at the same time. And finally, Monte will get themselves back to winning ways.
Yeah, that was really smart rotations from K, because Hades gets spotted first, so they just don't anticipate 2 players to be down B. I don't think Metizport anticipate Monte to have the information that they do at that period of the round. Even though Adam B decided he wanted to win that round and get this illustrious double entry, unfortunately it wasn't enough. So Monte, they actually get the first round on the board since it was 5-3 in favor of them. That's Metizport winning 8 rounds on the trot and Monte finally breaking through. The question is this just going to be a one-off, or are we actually going to see a potential comeback on the CT side? Because this is their map pick after all, and we have not seen anything to suggest that it is.
I mean, as of now, it's a one-off. I feel like Metizport could have done a whole lot more than they actually ever did with the positions they had in that previous round there. Not only, like you mentioned, the fact that they shouldn't have been caught off guard by Hades, but even when they do push the 2 players into the lower bomb side, it's not like they're really trying to force rotations. They just kind of go radio silent. The guys' huts aren't doing anything either. I thought there was a window of opportunity where either they have to really commit hard in towards B to try and sell the fake, or the guys the guys lobby should have made a move into A, but everyone kind of just sits around waiting for something to happen. Nothing does. Once you rack up the kills, and they finally answer back and break the streak. But that's the first of many steps required to get back into this map. Their map pick.
Okay, that's a lot slower from Metizport. No gimmicks being pulled out just yet. Outside control is slowly being garnered. Hades is just holding the cross. Still holding the cross. And now Monte looking to re-aggro into lobby like the previous. Nilo and Shine simultaneously caught off guard. Adam B goes for the trade, is successful, but this is when we have our second prong of the attack from ramp. Monte really good at reclaiming map control when they lose outside, which is something you don't always see being the case, and because of that, Metizport are completely caught off guard after they thought they were in a really good position.
Yeah, good to see Monte are still keen to make these moves on the CT side, despite the fact that they're chasing the game. Plopsky and Lumi to try and combine, and Plopsky's going to find Demka out in the open, looking to try and transition himself back behind the bomb site, but that'll cost him his life. This round's over, though. They've accepted their fate. They're just carrying their guns over. Plopsky, this is risky, and it will cost him his life. That's going to be one less gun going into the next. Lumi's going to have to accept his fate, and Monte are alive and well on the CT side.
Counter-terrorists win.
Okay, got a game on our hands. Both teams have 1 pause left. Feel like that's gonna become a lot more valuable to Monte, that Metizport only have 1 opportunity to kind of take a timeout. I feel like, so we got 7-11 eco here, 8-11. That's the gun round. If Metizport lose that, take the tactical pint, like take the tack, just take another 30 seconds, because that's when it starts getting really worrying. If it's like 9-11, it gets a low by 10-11, it's a 1-round game, so you need to be taking 30 seconds going into that round. And Metizport needs to realize, like, what do they do, because it feels like Monte are changing things, like they're being very reactive in the early stages of the round, in the mid stage of the round, and also just changing up their early play. Like here we see Hades take more of an aggressive line outside, and that's all in the effort to bait Deha in, who's coming up from secret. Demka's holding the line as well for Deha. So yeah, so many things is happening that is just Metizport not really able to react off it. Adam B, he's been very crispy this game, and I'm not gonna lie, they almost give him those kills there for more than the 2. But that's Monte. At least they keep 3 alive, and they're looking to extend this even further, because look, Lumi's got no money coming into this round.
Yeah, because he saved the AWP in the round before the round we just watched, right? So becomes disconnected from his team economically. 11-8. This is the round. Sure, Metizport's still comfortable. They're still in the driver's seat, Freddy. But if they lose this round here, then I start to get very concerned. So, let's see what's going to happen.
Same
Also,
default.
all
Same
eyes on
default
Shine.
for Metizport. Sorry, this is the exact
All
same
eyes-
default.
Yeah.
Ooh, difference though is the outside smokes. 2 players, so it's like 3 players lobby, 2 outside. No AWP, and that's probably why we do see... Oh, what a shot from Plopsky. Yeah, no AWP is why we see these smokes very early down to try and get some early presence, because we don't have the AWP being able to go pick around outside. But Plopsky doesn't need no AWP, because he snipes with his AK.
I love the way that he's playing around the smoke there as well towards outside, and Adam B just patiently posted on the angles, Ontic style, looking for the body shots, but Krasnal, despite the fact there was a shadow advantage there for Adam B, Krasnal still comes out on top, and that turns it into a fairly one-dimensional round now for Metizport. Still grouped up in lobby, Plopsky still finds himself outside, and it looks like the A-bomb site's going to be the port of call here.
We're pushing towards lobby again. Metizport, I feel like you're going to have to start anticipating this to be the case. How are we getting caught off guard? This has happened.
I love it.
This has happened
I love this.
every single gun round. Why are we still being caught off guard, Metizport? Finally, there's a response. And Demka dying
Someone's
there's
on
actually...
A right now, by the way. Yeah.
Demka dying there's a big issue. A's opened up. K's mollowed off from heaven. Metizport have found the A bomb site because of that 1 kill. They know Krasnal's down towards B. Hades revealed himself with the AWP, with a kill. Hey, ahead of the Molotov. Oh, he isolates himself.
Wait.
Ooh, there's so many issues from both sides right now in this round. But it feels like Metizport are actually going to be coming out on top. Hades just trying to create space for his rifle to come up the vent, and he will do so successfully. Plopsky, he's been crispy this game. The experienced head on Metizport looking to show it. There's the first, second, labored, but Krasnal runs out of bullets, and the 1 versus 2 for map point is achieved by Plopsky.
Oh man, he must be the most intelligent player on the server right now, just in terms of his game IQ. The way he goes about his gunfights in that round, you know, he finds the opening frag by playing around the smokes outside, then he recognizes that he has to just pause and wait and allow for his teammates to make moves, and then when the time is right, he shifts back into the round, he activates once again, and he's able to find another frag on the A-bomb side, then he clutches it up as well. Like, Plopsky just does it all in that team, in that round for his team, as Metizport get themselves up to map point. Very well done coming through from them. So much depth on display in that round from Plopsky. That's why you don't want him to be the IGL of the team as well, by the way. You want him to be focused on making those sorts of plays.
What? Okay, back into potentially the final round of the map. Monte is there, and they want to extend play even further. Oh, that's a big issue. Hades shooting at nothing. Luckily, though, the riflers are very crisp in this round, and Krasnow's even got down towards B early on. Okay. This is actually really heads-up play from Monte. Outside of, like, even though Hades misses that shot, we still have a perfect setup for Monte. And sure, Hades does lose there. Look at the rotations for Monte. All 4 players were there on the B bomb site, but they only need Krasnow.
Okay, well, looking at the money now for the T side, I think that they're going to have to eco here, so 12-9 should become 12-10. Monte fighting tooth and nail right now. They've been chasing the map pretty much throughout the entirety of it. There was a period in the first half where they were able to get ahead. Good moves being made here by Monte, just completely catching Metizport off guard. Thought Nilo maybe got a little bit ahead of himself with him fighting ramp as early as he did in the round. Probably wanted his teammates to pull a little bit more of the attention down and towards the lower bomb site before he committed to ramp. But either way, 12-9 it is, and an anti-eco for Monte.
This is getting exciting. I feel like Monte are playing better Counter-Strike right now, personally. Metizport have only been saved by individuals. Only been saved by Plopsky in these last few rounds.
I think that's a fair take. I was thinking about it. I wanted to try and clap back, but I can't. You're just too you're too cute and you're too right, Freddy.
Oh. Oh, I'm blushing.
Not the first and certainly not the last, mate. Either way, here we go. Pistols, activate, isolate, overwhelm. That is the game plan right now. Doesn't look like it's going to get out of control. Okay, there we go. It does regain control of the round. As Monte win the round they were always supposed to.
I mean, some dastardly shots from Lumi there. Fair play to the boy. He's older than me. I'm calling him a boy. He's older than me. Still
okay, you
nice
got the
shots,
microphone.
though.
You can say whatever you want.
Yeah. Hayes, you're cute. Sorry, I just had to say it. Outside of our tongue-in-cheek, this is a very important round. Because Metizport is their final buy of the half. It's overtime's looming. And I'm not talking about the upper. Huh?
Sorry. What?
What? Wait, I didn't hear what you said. Tongue-in-cheek.
Cheeks, mate.
Wait, do you see
Wait, what?
that?
Hold on, D. Okay, hold on. Focus up, Freddy. Really important round here. You can't be making jokes of that nature. As we do see D continues to find these frags outside through the smoke, but Plopsky again is the one who's looking to make moves. And thankfully for D, keys in position, coming through from the heavens. Will drop Plopsky into the underworld, and the man advantage persists here for Monte.
Do you know what tongue-in-cheek means?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, okay.
I was making a joke about eating ass.
Ooh. Well, Demka. I'm not gonna say that.
Sorry, if you didn't get it the first or the second time, I had to just spell it out for you, mate. So.
Yeah, well, no, but that's what I thought you meant. I was.
Okay. Oh, shine. Unfortunately, the smoke's not deep enough.
Yeah,
okay.
Demka gobbling them up. Ooh. Ah, that's a good nade.
Yeah.
Boom. That lands right on his booty.
This is going to be 12-11, and Metizport are not going to have any money in the bank here, Freddy. This is a big problem for them. And if this goes to OT, I'm backing Monte to finish off the job.
I think my proverbial money is on Monte right now.
I mean, yeah, you look at the money in the server, it doesn't look great for Metizport. Do they have any pauses left? Wouldn't be a bad idea to use one here, going into the last round, just discuss some sort of a plan. And again, all eyes on Shine, like I said earlier, as the newly blooded IGL of this team, had a significant lead on the T side of this map, and they haven't been able to close it out, and chances have dwindled, and now, overtime is the likely outcome.
They're gonna need something crazy. There's not a single primary rifle on the server. And Demka spams Nilo through the smoke to add insult to injury. Plotki's heroics will be no more in this round. Everything's going wrong. Good mollo to force Demka in the open, but Diha, great trade from the heavens of very heads-up gameplay. Issue is now for Monte is that you're all kind of around the same position. You've got 3 players around heaven and hell. So Shine and Lumi are going to be able to get this bomb down, but Monte just going straight in. They're charging as soon as they hear that bomb being tapped. Lumi overrun, and Monte send us to overtime. They were down 11-5. They claw their way back in on the CT side, showing us why they've picked into nuke.
Yeah, that made the most sense in terms of how Monte went about the retake. Like you said, having all 3 players in heaven wasn't ideal at all, but they just combine, right? They work together. Down, one player swings left, one player swings right. Metizport were always going to get overwhelmed, and we run it into overtime. Both teams will probably feel a little bit aggrieved that they haven't won this in regulation, considering that Monte were, well, they were up, what, 5-3 at one point. I guess that's probably not really a position to think about winning the map from, but still, they were looking very good at that point. Metizport, they absolutely are going to be kicking themselves that they haven't gotten the job done. They were up 12-8 at one point, and 11-5 at another. All the momentum in the world now behind Monte. Can they keep it up coming into overtime?
Honestly, I'm saying yes. Like, Monte are playing way better Counter-Strike. Diha's being just so gruesome with these spams through the smoke, and I thought he was about to get another one there. He lined up his crosshair. Demka, though, oh, he's been read like a textbook. Metizport unable to expand off that opening kill, though. It was a very gruesome kill, but now Adam B is stuck outside in garage, and K just goes and hunts him down. Monte have turned into the Predators as they take their first lead since it was 5-4.
Yeah, fantastic work. They're just not going, they're not taking a step backwards, right? They're happy to go toe-to-toe and blow for blow here with Metizport, making a statement as they've regained the lead here when it matters the most. Metizport have found these T rounds so difficult to come by. We haven't seen a huge amount of depth from them. Generally just a pretty standard default, numbers outside, poking and prodding. Not really a huge amount of innovation. No pocket rocket strats coming through from them, not much focus ramp. What's the change up going to be? Because there has to be one here.
We're seeing basically the same thing of like 3 players lobby, 2 players in outside, and then they change up the smokes. But apart from that, like, there is no real change up in this default. And I think you've hit the nail on the head. Like, there was no, we haven't seen many change of paces early on. I think Monte were doing that super well on the T side. Ended up being their downfall, but they still were just keeping Metizport really on their toes. And it feels like Monte have also had this sublime outside control, which has been really difficult for the Swedes to contend with. Diha, the main man, has just been pestering them time and time again. Ramp is the right play here, though, because Demka's caught out with utility. Plopsky outside taking advantage of that opening kill. Diha's forced to make some tracks, but he will be moving towards his grave. Hades already down towards B, rotates towards the bomb site in the nick of time. This AWP looking to hold the cross, but Adam B's already sidled past him. There is a smoke for control room. It's not going to get put down just yet. But Metizport with the bomb down now in a 4 versus 3 post plant. I don't know how Monte get their way back into this round. That
That's
could
a
be
big
it.
start. Yeah, it's a good kill to start things off. The
Grenades.
nade is going to get the frag on Lumi as well. You were wondering how Monte get themselves into this retake, and well, they found 2 frags off the bat. Adam B committed behind the silo and shines in dark right now, mollied out into the open. Monte now going to start to commit to the final phase of this retake as they make their way forward, and they get both of those remaining kills from 3v4. They don't even lose another player.
That is somewhat inexcusable for Metizport. Like, Lumi, I kind of understand, like, it's a bit unlucky that he dies towards ramp there, but it's like, why is he ramp? Why do we have a player coming down vent as, like, the first point of contact? Why do we have so much utility on Metizport but still not use it? Really poor post-plant from Metizport, and that separates good and great, and it feels like Monte, they're the great team on the server right now, as they are looking near flawless in this later stage of Nuke, looking to pull that across the line as they want to get all 3 on the CT side.
Oh man, I mean, if it wasn't rough enough for Metizport, having that advantage, finally an advantage in a round here for them on the T side. Kay's going to go hunting. He just catches Nilo looking in this direction. Again, it's more lobby crunches coming through. I hope you haven't eaten your breakfast yet, guys, because there's lobby crunches out of the wazoo here on Nuke.
What's rough is that's the first round. Sorry, hey, that's the first round in ages Metizport have not played 3 lobby. This is like one of the first rounds where they play 3 outside, and sure, they do get outside control off the back of it because they do have the information that, look, a lot of players are towards lobby. But that's really unfortunate for Metizport. They change up their default once, and it goes awry. Players down B, players outside. Where do we take this for Metizport? He's got a man advantage, and Deher plays around this smoke perfectly. Does he expect one more? No, but Shine does not take capitalization of maybe going for that trade, so we still remain in a big deficit for the Swedes.
Yeah, and you really did make the point, and you made it at an apt moment, Freddy, where you said that Metizport feels like most of the rounds they've been winning have been predicated off of their individuals. I thought Lumi might be having a pop-off moment there, but Kay will take his head off. And some calm is restored for now. And we have seen the team success for Monte actually come to fruition here, as you were mentioning. A far more sustainable approach to winning rounds. If it's not the Plopsky show, then Metizports are no shows.
Even in that round, like, what's Lumi doing solo B when his 2 players are outside? And yeah, the rotations are being super clean. You've got Monte just always covering ground. Monte omnipresent around this map. They are the watchful eye on Nuke. All 3 in a row in the first round of overtime. Monte, 15-12. They have 3 opportunities now to take their map pick and send us to Mirage. Metizport have been sent sprawling across the ground.
Three opportunities here for Monte to get the job done on their T side. How do they go about their business? Is it pacey? Is it punchy? Is it reserved? Is it calculated? Is it all of the above? Can you have all of the above? I don't know. What I do know is Chase is making moves. Plopsky's heard this right now. Problem is he's going to have to compromise his position by killing D. And there we go. How do you get more? Normally the problem from this position is it's impossible to multi, but not if you're Plopsky.
Damn, that's mega impressive from Plopsky. He was 20 and 10, so sure, he has cooled off his 2 KD. But if there's ever a round to come alive for a double, that brace is so important. And now Metizport, where was this on the T side? Where was this? Just utter domination. Monte have no idea what's hit them. They were unable to even start off their defaults because of Plopsky.
Okay, well, Metizport finally showing some signs of life on the server here once again. It's taken them a hell of a lot longer than they would have liked, but they're up to 13, Freddy. They're on 13 now, just not when it matters, unfortunately. Need to win another 2 in the row here from here to force OT. Freddy, I feel like we've had a lot of overtimes together lately, mate, with the cast we've been doing.
Yeah, I've only been getting overtimes. All the maps, all the rounds. Everything for young Fredwood.
Alright, well, let's see if the end is going to come through here or not.
I want to say the end is nigh, but that was a great round from Metizport. However,
Yeah.
I don't know how, like, replicable it will be. there is great reactions to kind of like aggress lobby for Nilo there, but like realistically that round is orchestrated because we get Plopsky double, Lumi picks off a straggler outside. Like, I don't know if that's a round that Monte gonna let subside again. And that's a perfect start. Plopsky does it
No
again.
ways. There's no
way.
world in which he does it again and gets away with it.
He's gonna get
He
another.
moves outside.
No.
No. Thank God. I felt it in my bones as well, Freddy. I thought Plopsky was on course for the double.
Hey,
Good timing
what's
from
Krasnal
Krasnal.
doing?
Swings on Shine. Great trade from Demka. It's okay because Demka combines with Krasnal. Man advantage now for Monte as they look to finish off the job and get themselves a 1-0 lead in the series. Diha dishing out haircuts. You spoke about how you wanted to see more out of him here on an individual level. He's gotten 29 kills in 29 rounds. And Lumi, well, with an impossible job on his hands here to just try and keep Metizport alive on the map.
Not to be, the Orps come head to head, but Hades reigns supreme. Monty, what a phenomenal comeback that was. 5-11 down to win it out in overtime, 16-13, where that wasn't them scraping through, that was them scraping by. They force it into overtime looking like the better team. They go into overtime and they show exactly why they are that better team. Monty, they take their map pick. And sure, the scoreline depicts it was close, but that doesn't feel close after we hit like round, I don't know, basically as soon as they started winning, they looked lights out. So we go on to Mirage, we go on to Metizport's map pick, and I have a lot of question marks about how the Swedes are gonna play, because it feels like without Plopsky, there was no real like, without Plopsky, I don't really know where they would have got.
Neither do I, but you know what? We will find out soon enough. Mirage is going to be the next map up. It's the pick of Metizport. There were certainly moments we got excited about them on New. Can they bring that same sort of form into the second map as well? We'll find out after a short break.
Are you sick of just opening cases? Join the events. At each event, you can find special cases from which tokens fall. Tokens are your ticket into a world of unique awards. For tokens, you can buy a skin, premium, or special balance. Try your luck in the skin generator. Also, you can leave your tokens at the token vault. And the more tokens you keep, the better skin you'll get. Add variety to opening cases with Hellcase.
Do you have any unnecessary skins or want to sell them? Try Skin Place. Visit the website, select the skins you want to use. Easily fill your Steam trade link. Make sure we offer good prices and choose a payment method. Hit the button and boom! Instant cash. Safety. Low commissions. Instant payouts. Skin Place.
Skin Place launching an event with a total prize pool of $10,000 in honor of our first anniversary. Just sell skins, claim daily bonuses, complete missions, visit the shop, and participate in the main giveaway with popular skins and a powerful PC. Follow our social media to not miss.
If you're just coming into this game and you see that first map and you see the scoreline, you're probably thinking there was actually a really close game. And sure, there definitely is the argument to say, of course, an overtime was a close game, but realistically, Monte, after losing, it was 5-11 down, they stepped up massively and just dominated. It wasn't close from that stage onwards. So sure, it was an overtime, but Monte definitely excelled and were the better team. So I'm excited to see what we're going to be having on Mirage now.
I mean, I feel like Mirage, in terms of the strengths we saw from Metizport of the individuals having big moments, kind of lends itself to their strengths a little bit more as a map than it would Nuke would. But I'm still just very impressed by how Monte never gave up. They maintained the belief, even from 11-5, fought the entire way back, 12-8, forced it into overtime, and then just kept plugging away, right? Just kept up the same form we saw throughout that got them to the points, and they finished off the job. So I am actually kind of backing Monte to finish it off in 2 here. They are Mirage enjoyers as well, right? So it's not like they're going to be playing in unfamiliar or uncomfortable territory coming into the next map. They beat Game Legion 13-7. That was a month ago, to be fair. Beat Rebels as well, which is, I mean, a result you would expect, but it is doable for Metizport to force us to a third. Of course, like you said, Shine's won every single time he's played with this team on the map so far, but I still think Monte can win this in 2.
Yeah, I think Metizport have definitely looked very good on this map, I will say that for sure. But over on map number 1, and you were talking about individuals, it's like, okay, sure, we had Plopsky. Undeniable, he was insane. Like, he was just a fantastic player. But when it comes to individuals as well, like, Diho also was having a great game. Kind of everyone was having a pretty decent affair on Monte. So when you talk about individuals, well, you're actually saying, well, sure, you had Plopsky in Metizport, but Monte had like everybody, and Diho was contending at the same level, if not better than Plopsky, especially on that CT presence outside. Like, he was playing fantastic, and it feels like that T side for Metizport felt superbly flat, and they're going to be starting on their T side of Mirage. So I wonder if it's anything like, is it a systemic issue with T side, or is it just that their nuke is still not polished up, which is probably more the I'd say that's more the probability. Like, they haven't played nuke much. It used to be their insta-ban. I'm assuming that I'm just assuming that we just see in a very unpolished nuke so far with a very new team.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say it was impressive from Metizport, considering it's a map they've just strayed away from in general. But yeah, Monte certainly looking like the more complete outfit. Hopefully not going to be too long before we get into Mirage, and you know what? The voice in my head says the match is live, so let's get into that second map.
Let's get it, baby. Map 2. We're in Series 14. We've got qualification games to playoffs today. First up is Metizport versus Monte. Monte 1 map away from sending Metizport to 2-2 bracket, but also sending themselves to playoffs, which for them is the expectation.
Well, Monte get to choose the side they start on here, by the way, and they volunteered to start on the T. Oh, nope, the HUD got me. Haha, tricked ya. Got you there, didn't
Haha!
I?
Noob!
Yeah. Just keeping everybody on their toes. It's going to be a fake in towards the A bomb side. 2 players commit while the bomb moves itself in towards B. Diha has not caught wind of this. He's still spamming through the smoke. Shine's going deep into CT. They've really sold the fake, and now the penny will drop. Bomb plants come through, boys. It's over towards B.
Ooh, and look at Nilo already in market, showing some presence. Adam B is also playing at Crossfire. Who takes the first contact? Nilo, but no Crossfire needed because Monte just stormed their way in. Damn! How about that?
I don't really mind the post plant setup there from Metizport. You can't fault them. They're trying to fight forward because they're trying to stop Monte from being able to come through from market. I think Nilo maybe just overplays his hand a little bit by swinging market and fighting CT because Monte have then got the ironclad info that the T's are in full market control at that point when they're looking to fight back, right? Maybe, you know, could have tucked one in behind the freezer or the fridge there, back left corner, one door, little bait and switch setup, but either way, Monte make that retake look easy.
I mean, there definitely is, like, a method to why Nilo posted, like, peaked market, and also, like, in the end, it was a cool post plant, it's a pistol round. Monte hit their shots. Great rotation, though, because it was a great sell from Metizport. Like, that was a really impressive pistol round.
That's as good as it gets from the fake, really.
Yeah, unfortunately, they lost Shine very early on. He was one of the fakers. Now it's a force buy for Metizport. Unfortunately, though, Resistance met in middle.
Oh, Shine.
Shine only gets one. He was, they were all back turned. Only good for one. And now Metizport, I don't even know. They've just kind of been a bit pulverized early on in middle. And so we're seeing like, oh, I guess we go towards B. Oh, Krasnow's got a sick off angle.
Krasnell and Demka have been 2 of the founding pillars, 2 of the pillars with which Monte have rested on and the success they've had over the past, what, like 18 months or whatever it might be. That you got small side and big side anchor in Krasnell and Demka, and they're just both so incredibly reliable. Know their positions, know their angles. Very good understanding of when to fight, when to buy time. Always good for at least a kill before they go down, if they go down. And they do well against the force fight.
Krasnow's also changed roles like numerous times on this Monte roster. He's a very flexible player and has slotted in. He's basically said that, like, I am not just an FPL demon who can plus W everywhere. I think that was definitely somewhat of a theme of not only the Los Kagutos roster he was a part of, but just him as a player. And he's changed roles multiple times. He's just really fit into this system and has shown that he's got some serious depth around his character, which is something that I'm a big fan of. And I've always been personally a massive fan of Krasnow, ever since, like, even before he joined Monte. Like, I think that call up was, especially from that Los Kagutos roster, like, he was the player to be called up, and he's shown why.
Okay. Well, this is an eco round coming through from Metizport, and they've been able to find a couple frags for the price of 1. Get some good positional control, and the 3 remaining Monte players are all isolated right now. 1 apps, 1 middle, 1 CT. Big frag back from Diha. That certainly does make this round a whole lot more challenging for Metizport. Krasnell's in really good spots as well. Shine's going to step with the Desert Eagle. Lumi looks to trade, but suffers the same fate.
Huge.
Yeah, great multi. Good position being taken up with the MP9. Plopsky will hear the jump back across, so he knows he's got Krasnell locked in here, but Krasnell's already done his job. Plopsky gets his frag. There's actually a bomb plant up for grabs, you know. He should beat Diha to the punch, and he will.
Very confused at the lack of reactions from the Monte players, though, in that 3 versus 1. Plopsky would have beaten
hasn't just pushed through, yeah.
Yeah, Plopsky, like, would have... I guess it's hard to, like... I would expect if I'm Plopsky that they're already there. It's you know the remark I made was I'm surprised that there was no reaction in that 3 versus 1. It's because like the bomb was down for a good couple seconds, and Monte hadn't really reacted in the way that I would have anticipated. They weren't as quick to rotate. So if I'm Plopsky, I'm anticipating someone to be there a lot quicker than they were. So I don't blame Plopsky in that situation. But for Monte,
Yeah,
it's a big sigh of relief to go, okay. We won the round, we kept 2 alive. Krasnov got some nice kills with the MP9, so he's going to have full money. Metizport, it's your first gun round. And you knew this is when they started to really turn up the heat.
Well, they have to. They have to win this gun round here. It's not like if they lose it, then the map is in a rough position, but it's just the fact that it's their map pick and they're down 0-1 in the series. Kia is going to go hunting. Really good timing as he clears out the corner of ramp and then shifts back his focus. Catches Adam B aggressing. However, Nilo and Palace will get one back. Demka maybe just overplaying his hand a little bit. Look at the rotations from Monte, just heavily padding up the defense over towards the A bomb site right now.
Okay, we've had that franticness in the early stages. Now we go into somewhat of a default, but still leaning towards A. Plopsky, I am surprised being able to catch off that first one for free. And he's also just keeping 2 players in middle. Sure, he finally does fall, but he has created so much space for his teammates to rocket their way out onto this A-bomb site. They'd heard Hades' AWP in window. They know at least one more is towards connector. Monte have to potentially be thinking about a save because of how poor their economy is.
Surely, yeah, surely, right? Just head for the hills. He's got money, so does Demka, so they can afford a couple of guns going into the next round. But I think it was really well done there from Metizport. Like you say, Plopsky just buying time and space in middle, allows for his teammates to activate. You know, Lumi all the way up deep in the corner. Connector catches the jungle player off. He'll turn, will go down, but job done in the round. Metizport's on the board.
And a pretty well orchestrated round that it literally is just that presence in middle, right? Again, Mr. Plopsky, the man of the hour. We're just gonna see a repeat of Nuke, just like Metizport win the first few stages of the round, of the half after losing the pistol.
I don't know. Let me just whip the crystal ball out quickly. Go full Sauron on this game. Nothing clean about this air. Utility raining on in right now. Smokes, mollies, nades as well. Plopsky, yeah, good to get a kill. Was always going to go down there. So the fact that he finds a frag before he does is a good return. So I'm doing some insane work outside on Nuke when he was by himself, and he's finding a lot of space and impact by himself here on that sort of lurk roll on the T side of Mirage as well.
Argument to be made though of one and done is actually not enough because it's allowed for the rotations now to come through. They've cleared out middle, but they're not able to withstand the A offensive at first. Now Metizport back in the driver's seat, back in the advantage. Deherd, the main adversary to Plopsky, he's yet to die yet in this game. But that nade could be sending him to the grave. Yeah, Nilo will just finish what he already started. So even though Deherd potentially gave them away in, it was very short-lived. And Metizport currently playing... Wait. Yeah, no kit. Oh, that's really unfortunate that Hades falls there. Krasnow, I think... Did the AWP drop out of window? No, it doesn't seem that it did. So Krasnow, his mission is to try save the AWP. I think he should be able to. You a fan of Lord of the Rings? You made a big time. Have you finished Rings of Power, the season 2?
Oh no, couldn't get through the first episode of Rings of Power, honestly.
Yeah, I'm one of the. I've just been puffing the copium, being like, it will get better, it will get better, it will get better, it will get better, and
it hasn't gotten better.
It's gotten better, but it's not hard.
I mean, I think the cinematics are incredible. You know, the sets, the editing, the the vibe in that regard, phenomenal, but it just doesn't hit the same. I guess I'm stuck in the past, nostalgia, sue me, but yeah, Lord of the Rings should have ended
doesn't
with
hit
the
the same.
trilogy.
Oh no, I definitely love, because like the thing is, like, they're not making anything up. Like, this is all like Tolkien's works. It's just they've butchered it completely. Like, I think Hobbit is like, okay, why did you make 3 and not 2 movies?
Yeah, I enjoyed The Hobbit though. It was more of an adventure, you know.
Yeah, I think, like, again, should have been 2 movies, shouldn't have been 3. Didn't, like, should have, yeah, 100%. And then it's like, I feel like for Rings of Power, they've paid an insane amount of money for the rights of so many of these, like storylines from Tolkien, that they're just like, we gotta add everything in. Like, there's just so many random moments where you're like, okay, what's going on? And like, I don't know, it's very jumping around, like, there's so many different things going on at once, but nothing ever meets a resolve. It's very confusing, and also like the cinematics, it's cool and all, but it's not 1 billion worth cool. Like, it's like right, I guess. I don't know. And the only good parts so far are the action scenes, but that's obviously quite easy to do. Like, that's not a hard thing to make well.
I guess I could
does
give it
get
another
better.
try one day. I think there's
It does. Oh, you'd have to force yourself through it. The first, both seasons, the first like 6 episodes, awful. Like, you have to get yourself, you have to really force yourself through it. But the story is like, for season 3, it should be much better, just on the basis that like, it's in a position now where, like, yeah, the story's really got going.
okay. Alright, well, this map's getting going here. Shine in a good position with the MAC-10, catches a few players with their backs turned, will be able to rack up the money. Teammates finish off the job, and Metizport are in the ascendancy here now on Mirage. Level up the scoreline, a little bit of a disconnect here from Hades. And these rounds have been convincing from Metizport as well. It's not like it's just been one individual popping off and winning them the round. They've had some good plans, some good protocols, taking control, you know, contesting middle, and then it's not like there's a lot of time between what happens on middle and when they activate on a bomb site, so just keeping Monte guessing the entire time.
A technical pause. What's the topic of conversation today? Have you ever tried bouldering or climbing, Hayes?
Yeah, big fan of bouldering. Enjoy it a lot,
Yeah.
actually. I think it's a good way to stay fit and healthy and get strong as well, because it's like
Great for
real
the
life
mental.
strength kind of thing. Compared to going to a gym where you do like resistance training using weights or whatever. And it's a good social activity as well, which I think is cool.
Yeah. It's very. I've been going a bit. I think I'm like up to 10 visits now. Oh, I had a great session yesterday. Oh, I was beaming. I was through. So I'm not a physically strong person. So I thought, like, I'm quite actively a weak person. So I thought my strength would hold me back. But anyone listening, you don't have to be strong, because I feel like I hold my own pretty well. It's very good fun.
It's different kind of strength to like traditional strength. It's finger strength, a lot of finger strength in bouldering. Got to be quite agile as well. You know, the swings from one part of the wall to the other. I'd actually love to try and do it in nature. You know, you get quite a few places around South
Outdoor
Africa
climbing, yeah.
Yeah, you can go and do some bouldering kind of thing.
I want to do that, but I want to get to like a stage where it's like I'm not a bot anymore at it. I want to do out. Yo, when we're at LAN, we'll go outdoor climbing. That'll be fun.
Climb the building of the LAN.
Yes, scale the building.
What's going on here? Do we have any info? Do we have
that's
any
boring.
idea of what's
Oh.
going on right now?
He's restarting his PC. Well,
All right,
Hayes,
Freddy. Yes.
I think we're going to be going to a break.
Let's do
So,
the
with that in
thing.
mind,
Yes,
see you guys
sir.
soon.
Okay, we're back. It was indeed an incredibly short intermission. Probably still too much for Freddy and I to try and fill with conversation, but either way...
Oh, mate, I was on it. I was ready to talk about rock climbing the whole time.
Alright, well... Sort of a climb back into this one here for Metizport. Down 0-1 in the series right now. Leveled up the scoreline T-side Mirage, and it looks like they're going to try and bring a bit of a change of pace and direction here. Dumping the same set of util in towards mid. Molly and connector, sniper smoke, and then everybody grouping up in apartments.
Ooh, here we go. Ooh, guns blazing, but Krasnell holds like a rock. And there's been great utility and rotations to not allow them out of apartments. But now, finally, they do come through. And the trades favoring Metizport. They're in a 2 versus 2, but they've got the bomb site. Lumi on the smoke. K lackadaisically walks through it. And now Hades up for the clutch. Made noise coming out. The AWP at close range is pretty ineffective. And they're just going to run him down.
Yeah, he didn't actually clock where the bomb was being planted there. I guess just too much to actually pick up the audio cue in the moment. He's trying to clear out default. And there's a lot going on there for Monte. Metizport do really well of actually just holding their nerve. And making sure that they lock it down. Krasnell, despite the fact he gets 2, his efforts go in vain. And Metizports have gotten the lead on their T side now. Hey, 4 in a row here for Metizport. Getting things
And
going
that
on
last
their map
round,
pick.
that was kind of the biggie of a round, right? Because you've got 3-3, and it's like, okay, how legit is these last few rounds for Metizport? Well, very, because that was not an easy round. And Krasnell had done really well to survive. You know, Util was down in apartments, rotations were there, but they just take their time with it. They were in a deficit, and then they finally, when the time's right, come out of apartments and trade out effectively. And also play out 2 versus 2 really well, but they do get a little bit lucky that K does overstep. I think K somewhat gives away that round by walking through the smoke without Hades' support, and maybe try to take advantage of the bomb being planted, but Lumi is just more the wiser. So now, Metizport, this should be the easy rounds. This should be them going up to 5, and we're actually just seeing a repeat of we're somewhat seeing a repeat of Nuke.
A little bit of the roles reversed though, wasn't it? Because I'm pretty sure it was, yeah, it was 5-3 in Monte's favor. Metizport won the festival, then Monte won 5 in a row.
Oh,
then...
yeah, so kind of the other way around, right?
It's okay though, inverse, brah.
Inverse in it. Oh no, this should be the easy round. This should be the easy round. Oh, shine!
Right, like a diamond, and Demka will be lured into the gunfight there with Shine, offers himself up to Lumi. And Metizport do recover, got a little bit nervy there, but only for a moment. 5-3. Monte gonna have a full buy at their disposal, but it's not like these rounds they've been losing have been incredibly close. I mean, even rounds that have come close, it feels like Metizport have always had the upper hand. So, let's see if that tide will now turn. I'm gonna be Metizport. Haven't had a huge amount of focus in towards mid at all from Metizport. I don't think there's been a round where they've sent more than a single player middle.
We've seen a big absence of mid from both sides. I guess Monte just haven't needed to fight towards it. And Hades, that is really cool. Look at this round from the CT side. They send Hades solo B. He gets that opening kill on the IGL. And you can see that's just allowed Monte to keep 3 players over towards his A bomb site. And Dia's just like, guys, I haven't had an ounce of pressure towards middle. So you do not have to move whatsoever. Plopsky doesn't have the utility to really actually throw any resistance either. He's just going to throw like, what, window, top, mid. That's going to be it. Yeah, he throws window smoke, and Metizport, they don't actually have... Sorry, Monte don't have anyone in middle to show that it is empty, but they're still keeping 3 players A. This is a perfect round for Monte, and Metizport, they're walking into the belly of the beast.
Like it's impossible for them to still wrestle this round in their favor. We've seen them look good on an individual level. Krasnell being forced up the ladder. Nilo not expecting that response out of the player underneath the balcony. Demka and Key looking to lock it down there. Lots of util damage being done right now, but the numbers prove to be too much to overcome. Monte, as you mentioned, stacking up the defense on this A bomb site, and it's going to be the perfect read coming through from them as they're going to get themselves back to winning ways. It's just about making sure they don't lose too many players in the process. Ideal for them to keep
Like
numbers
that.
alive here, just like that indeed.
This round was a masterclass, and it will end up being a perfect masterpiece. Monte, keep 3 alive. Really, so like even though we have the main contingent of players towards the A-bomb site, it's still a really impressive hold from the individuals. Like, you know, Krasnov playing around that Molotov to perfection. Like, it is really nice. And also, what an awesome A1S from Demka. Kind of slotted in, masterpiece right into the POP. But it's also the last CSGO dance from the it's from the Paris Major, where obviously they made top 8. So that's a pretty cool homage to one of their probably best achievements.
Oh, check 1, 2, little hitch my
Check
side.
1, 2,
Check
boom,
1,
boom,
2,
boom.
okay.
You're here,
good.
don't worry,
I had
buddy.
a little disconnect, but I'm
It
back.
happens. Oh,
Time
baby.
for the action of the round as well. There's no money in the bank for either of these teams, Freddy. Whoever loses this is going to have to eco in the next. And Monte can't really afford for that to happen to them.
Metizport have just not been contesting mid that much, and that's why we see
know.
Monte getting away with this setup.
Gonna be a
Now
late
this setup's
contest,
gonna
though.
But this setup's gonna be tested now. How well does it hold up? That's a lot of utility. Demka fully blinded, but Dia takes the first contact. Demka regains vision, but only for the first kill. Hades holding towards underpass, not really throwing any resistance to help his riflers, and no one ever comes from underpass. So Hades never gets his chance at taking contact, and now we turn our attention towards the B bomb site. Metizport, a fast reaction, a fast reset to join up with Adam B on the extremity, where Krasnov is going to be tested. A big absence of rotations. It all comes down to this one man.
Does it? Or does it? Hades has arrived on the scene just in time. Very tight angle being held. Lumi will find the trade. He knows exactly where
Oh,
Krasnov
you have to
is.
swing.
Well, he wanted to be proactive. He didn't want to get dropped in on. However, does offer his life up on a silver platter down to key in the 1v1. Lumi is looking locked in, man. He's had some really important kills so far here on the map. Down into the 1v1. He's going to double scope there at the last moment. Lumi will clutch it out for his team. I was super hyped with this guy joining the team, and he continues to impress.
He definitely cooled down a lot on Nuke, and I think he was maybe one of the reasons why it went so wrong for Metizport. But here on Mirage, he just makes sure he can get that second kill, and that's a really nice 1 versus 2. But I'm gonna say Krasnov gave it away there. Like, I understand the proactivity of trying to take like an aggressive stance and swing the AWP, don't be swung right. But the issue is he dies so quickly and so early that K is just not in a position to, like, he's nowhere nearby. So Krasnov did great to get the first, and, you know, him and Hades working perfectly off each other, but ultimately I think Krasnov's in the hot seat for being the issue of that round.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I think that Krasnov does his own player's hand a little bit. I think he could have just gone for a bit more of a conservative approach to try to buy a little bit more time. I tell you now, Lumi was very happy he swung. That's for sure. Lumi was hoping there was going to be a swing to come through from the player. Either way, it's not like this round was free for Metizport, but it's down to a 4v4. Some upgraded weaponry to work with. The rifle in play. Brilliant flashbang, but the Desert Eagle doesn't connect, so that now restores the man advantage for the T side. Den's great timing on his swing, and Diha will get in on the act as well. Keeps his teammate alive. He wants more, though. Again, Lumi gets offered up a wide swing. And boy, does he seize that opportunity. Does Demka again find good timing on the swing? Surely not. He catches the head of Lumi. Down to a 1v1. Krasnov against Shine, and the MP9 will come out on top.
Well, he definitely makes up for some of those mistakes in the previous, if there ever were mistakes. Of all rounds to be winning, of all rounds, you're on the low purchase, it's all looking a bit dull. I didn't think that would be where they break through. Metizport, they were looking to run away with that first half, looking to go 8 or 4 potentially, but now they're going to have to suffice with 7 at a maximum and 6 as a most likely outcome. Monte have the full purchase. Hades' AWP is going to show that you shouldn't be giving them these rounds, you shouldn't be giving them the opportunity to full purchase in. And the AWP strikes down too.
I feel like that's the most casual. We've seen Metizport actually try and fight for control, just dry swinging and expecting to win gunfights. They've been a lot more methodical in their approach so far on this T side, getting a little bit lackadaisical. And Monte, I think they're going to be relieved to make this 6-all going into the second half, considering the scoreline that they were facing at one point, right? It was 6-4 in that previous round with an eco. So 6-all, probably a pretty good return for them. Both teams very comfortable on the T side and the CT side of this map. I think that Metizport probably prefer the T side. I don't know. I think it's also quite equal. IGL has less of a job to do on the CT side, of course. Mission impossible now for Adam B. Try and get back in towards mid. The bomb in full control of the CT side. Demka, well, he's the one who's posted in a perfect position. Adam B out. Oh, he opened for a moment. Timing will eventually come back and work out for Demka. 6-all.
That's a great end to the half for Monte. 6-6, and the individuals are on fire right now. It's Metizport's map pick. They had the opportunity on Nuke to potentially give themselves the advantage. They were 11-5 up, and it feels like they had to take that advantage, because now we go on to Mirage, 6-6, and I think Monte, if they win this pistol round, they are firmly in the driver's seat.
If they can maintain their position in the driver's seat, pistol round underway, second half. Monte lead the series 1-0 at the moment after a good fight back on Nuke. They were down 11-5 and they were down 12-8. And they forced it into overtime. They got the job done there. And it's going to be a waterfall into the A-bomb site here. Krasnal with the utility, going to be a smoke stairs, a smoke jungle. He's got a couple flashes. First will be to get them out of Palace, and second will be to take CT control.
Okay, that's them out of Palace. Now, CT control. Adam B does not want to relinquish this control, but he's going to have to. Krasnal saving that flashbang for deep CT control. Unfortunately, though, it's ineffective.
Cancel.
Yeah, Monte, this is so awkward. They're still committing to the play, and they should have just cancelled, as you said, because now they're in a disadvantageous position. Plopsy's got a kid in smoke. Metizport all grouping up, playing the ultimate buddy system, playing as a 4-man contingent, and they keep on just pushing the advantage. K now left alone, and he's swarmed, overwhelmed.
Great retake coming through from Metizport. They realized exactly what the plan was from Monte. You can see they even had double nades in the CT side pistol round to just tenderize any Ts that look to take CT control. And yeah, Monte just never really able to get back to decent post-plant positions. The plan was always predicated off of them getting deep CT control. Bomb even planted default. I just thought there was a moment where you don't get that deep CT control as the T side. You got to pull the plug on that plan. Maybe fight for connector and jungle and try and plant reverse triple. But at least they do get a bomb plant out of the round.
Okay,
well,
force buy for Monte. They got the bomb down, and we're just running to our grave. Ah, Plopsky. Okay, he's been a bit quiet on this map, all things considered. He has a few really good early rounds on the T side, so it's really nice if you're a Metizport fan to see him stepping back up into the limelight here on this map, because he was phenomenal on Nuke.
Looking good right now for Metizport. They were in control of Nuke, lost the map there. Can't afford for that to happen here on Mirage as well. Should be able to go up 9-6. It's actually been a while since I've cast Metizport. I don't think I got to cast a team with Sapik and Lumi together. But I must say, I think this is the most impressed I've been by a Metizport roster since all the crazy shuffle started, you know. When Susp left the team, ZTR left the team, Jakino took over as AWP IGL, he got benched. Just about all the turmoil. I think this is the best I've actually seen them looking, to be honest.
Yeah, I was like, when I saw Metizport make the roster changes, it was just really upsetting. Because I really loved the kind of OG sus ZTR lineup, right? And I guess like the ZTR was not really.
You got it, mate.
You got it, Krasno. I guess like the ZTR trade wasn't really their fault. Like they kind of got him snatched away, right? So they've been forced to rebuild. They've been forced. Oh,
Voluntarily. Okay, good job, Shine. No, there was an intentional. They chose to bench DTR, as far as I can tell, mate. It's not like he got poached.
Okay. Okay.
And then you got picked up by Gamer Legion, and I think that should tell you all that you need to know. That
like
if a team like Metizport benches DTR and an org like Gamer Legion picks them up, and they make 4 consecutive CCT finals and finally win one, might have made
They finally won one. They finally won one. Let's go. Let's go. It took a while.
Gamer Legion never loses 4 finals in a row, Freddy.
Yeah, who do you think? Who do you think they are? 4 in a row? Nah. 4th time lucky, of course, of course. Okay, big round though. This is a very important gun round because we've got Metizport looking to secure their dominance on this map after throwing away maybe a substantial lead they could have garnered over on map number 1. Sorry, in the first half, rather. Monte, though, been given a lot of liberties towards middle, and it's because the B extremity has been overwhelmed. Shine and Plopsky are going to be initiating themselves on a very fast flank, but we got to focus our attentions on Adam B, because he's tucked still on this bomb site. Ooh, Demka's aware he could be here, and he'll be smited. So, sure, we've got this great flank, but the players on the bomb site are all falling one by one. Nilo steps up when most needed. He takes 2 down. Monte, after having a 5 versus 4, are sitting now a 2 versus 2. Great pickup from Key. They still don't know about Plopsky. He's coming very late from Palace. He should be able to catch one off guard. Surely spotted. Yeah, there it is. Demka, they know exactly where he is. There's a kit for the bomb. There's a smoke. The Molotov had missed. Nilo's defusing. Nilo comes off there. Demka. Oh, the heroics. 3 kills in the round, a 1 versus 2. Everyone comes down with the ship, but Monte win their first round in the second half.
That's one of those moments from Nilo where it's never worth actually getting off the defuse, because even if you do get off the defuse and frag Demka, there's no time to defuse the bomb afterwards. You've just got to stick and pray to the gods, pray to the divine intervention to actually help you out there. Either way, it was always supposed to be Monte's round. I mean, what, 5 versus 3, I think, on the A bomb site? Gets a hell of a lot closer than they would have liked. Demka has to clutch it up to win it for his team. Does well. Notice how he swings out wide when he steps out of the smoke. Makes it very difficult for Plopsky. And then locks in the headshot to finish off the job. Monte showing signs of life. Has to be more where that came from. Because remember, that was basically a bonus round from Metizport. There was a scout on Lumi and MP9 in play. Now they've got all the weapons they could hope for. So still plenty work to be done here for Monte if they're going to fight for that 2-0.
Also, man, that was a smoke. That was a smoke. That's all I'm going to say. Plopsky had a smoke for Nilo. Dropping that smoke would have been probably the round-winning play. But no, they chose to go and isolate the kill, thinking they had enough time to do so. Great, though, from Demka. Like, that is just exactly what you need. You needed a hero. Because of that. Got Metizport in a pretty difficult situation. I feel like they haven't been contesting middle. Mid just hasn't been a very contestable place for Metizport in this whole map. Seems like Monte have been capitalizing upon that. And now late take potentially is 2 in window, 1 short, maybe 2. There's 1 in connector. Metizport have no one on the extremities, fully focused on middle. It's going to maybe come out in their favor. Plopsky opens the proceedings with 1 kill. Nilo lurking around the smoke. Needs to make sure to get caught off guard. And, well, there's no catching Nilo off guard. He is just 1 step ahead of the Monte players in Metizport. Sure, they trip up in the previous round, but they're looking to put themselves on double digits here. Very cleanly as well.
Exactly. Not only is it clean, but they know that Monte have got no money because it came down to just empty in the previous round that Monte won. He'll be the last player here left alone once again. This time he's going to go down. All 5 players stay alive. That's 10-7 with no money in the bank for Monte. Oh, Ancient looking increasingly likely at this point.
Seems like we could be going to a third map, Hayes. But Monte have come back from greater depths before. But those full eco should be Metizport keeping again alive the majority of their players, and that's going to give them a backbone to their economy.
I don't think there's any way back into this game for Monte. I think that this one's as good as done. I know they had a very good comeback on Nuke, but I just feel like the individuals across the board are looking so much better for Metizport. It's not like it's just a philosophy show that's winning them rounds in and rounds out. It's a well-rounded performance. They're looking good as a unit on the CT side right now, working in conjunction with each other. Could have back-to-back flawless rounds here even. Only Dio with 250 going to step into the full health shine. Loses his head.
Really important.
And Metasport's now 2 rounds away from getting the job done.
Yeah, if you're a Metizport fan, you're definitely happy about those last 2 rounds. Even though it's an eco, just keeping 5 players alive, as I mentioned, like, you have that economy now. And it's very obvious the way this game's gone that Monte have used all 3 of their pauses and Metizport haven't used any of theirs. This has been Metizport, even though it did get a little bit close, maybe going second half, they always had, from their perspective, this game under wraps, and they had Monte by the scruff of their collar. 11-7. This is, in a sense, though, what we saw in Nuke, right? Like, this kind of somewhat same position. But Monte definitely had the favorable, like, CT side, where they were able to kind of snowball off that. Whereas now you're going to have to win 3 gun rounds in a row. And then it's like Metizport, they lose 3 in a row, they have the loss bonus for a 4th. So it's like Metizport in a really good position here. This is nightmare fuel if you're Monte. Oh, look at underpass. Pops can get kid. No,
Yeah,
that flash. Oh, it's so good.
Beautiful. I love that little bit of innovation. A change up in the setup. And in a round like this, where they know it's a must-win round for Monte, bringing that change to the table is so well timed. Lumi not going to get caught off guard. And is this going to be 3 rounds in a row in which Metizport haven't lost a single player?
2 of them being gun rounds as well, which is even more worrying. Even if they don't lose anyone here, like, this round should be under wraps and quite clean. Adam B, though, he says, yeah, why not another flawless round? Let's go for it.
3 in a row.
That's it. 3 in a row. I'm not gonna lie, that was, like, that's just a perfect round from Metizport. They identify that Monte are playing towards middle, maybe a little bit slower in that round, going towards underpass, getting the flash play, and then it's like, it probably works out even better than they probably could have ever imagined. That's Monte just unable to even start their default as well. Like, Metizport don't even allow Monte to get into that round. A complete non-starter. Money is flowing. Momentum is flowing. Metizport sky high right now. And again, it's another change up with their default. They're sending 3 players aggressively towards middle, putting utility down towards A early on to stop anyone coming through if they do want to go fast. And, well, they are going to come out, and they're actually just going to abuse the utility. But because mid's been completely cleared, you have these very fast rotations that are going to be directed themselves towards A, and Lumi, that is simply just illegal.
Oh man, what a sick shot coming through from him. He's going to go hunting in towards T's forward. Nilo never expecting him here. Finally, we're seeing some signs of life from Monte. It's going to come a hell of a lot later than what we needed, but does look like they're going to keep themselves in contention here. Mirage, both Shine and Lumi incredibly low, so retake should be Basically impossible. I'm surprised they've even committed to this. I know that they've got the money, but it's not like you should just be going for these rounds because you've got the cash in the bank. Plopsky
This is winnable.
going searching though.
This is winnable.
He'll find Key. Both remaining players in towards CT. Lumi has to apply the pressure. He smoked himself off though, Freddy.
Oh, dude. That's really unfortunate, because I think Plopsky had a Molo, and I don't think he wanted to throw it because of the smoke, maybe, but that Molo could have been a round-winning play. Feels like Plopsky fluffs his line a little bit there, maybe under the pressure. But even though you said you didn't really like Metizport going for that round, even though they lose it, Monte keep one player alive. So their economy is definitely worse for wears, as we see two Galils come out with, even then, scarce utility. Demka only has a flash and a smoke, so Metizport, they're still, you know, great with the economy. They've got another purchase left after this round regardless. But that last round was unfortunate, because I feel like they did everything right, apart from win the round.
You be like that sometimes. I like the change up from Monte though, because nothing from the standard playbook has been working out for them, so decides to just go with something completely out of the ordinary. Palace burst into the A-bomb site. Have they got 4 more in a row in them? It's a tall order for a team who've only won, what, 2 rounds on this T side so far? They're heading in towards Lumi. Lumi has been fantastic on the map so far, posted on the angle with the AWP. He's got Shine on support from Catwalk. This is a shot though.
Monte have to cancel here. They cannot continue.
They go out on B. Look at what they've got left.
Yeah, so firstly they had barely any util going into the round, and they use all of it as an attempt to get onto the B bomb site. That's unsuccessful, but a quick pivot over towards A could be what the doctor ordered, because there's only one player here currently. Oh, Plopsky's dead on short, and if Hades is going to put some pressure on towards A, this might force rotations to get a little bit scared, but no, 3 players still on the B bomb site. Lumi opens the proceedings, baits in the rifles perfectly, but Lumi, he's looking to do it all. Lumi submitting everybody down to bow to him, and Hades left alone. 8 seconds left. There's no time left. What a phenomenal performance, not only in this map, but in the rounds as well for Lumi. 19-9. He sends Metizport over to map 3.
Oh man, great result there for Metizport. It's a very good showing on their CT side, their T side as well. Mirage continues to be a trump card of theirs since they brought Shine into the team. That's 4 for 4 on the map with him at the helm. And they've leveled the series up 1 apiece. We're going to go to Ancient Shit to decide the series and see which of these 2 teams will get themselves through to the playoffs and who will have to come back and fight again on another day. Gonna have a short break, and when we come back, it's time for that 3rd map.
Tired of boring case openings? Do you always get only cheap skins? The Hellcase website has tons of options to upgrade your inventory. It's up to you to participate in giveaways, events, or compete with other players in opening cases. Hellcase, your world of expensive skins.
Do you have any unnecessary skins or want to sell them? Try SkinPlace. Visit the website, select the skins you want to use. Easily fill your Steam trade link. Make sure we offer good prices and choose a payment method. Hit the button and boom! Instant cash. Safety. Low commissions. Instant payouts. SkinPlace.
SkinPlace launching an event with a total prize pool of $10,000 in honor of our first anniversary. Just sell skins, claim daily bonuses, complete missions, visit the shop, and participate in the main giveaway with popular skins and a powerful PC. Follow our social media to not miss.
Hello.
Hello.
Welcome back to some more. Hello. Welcome back to some more CCT. It's been a very exciting game, and we are all in top spirits here. Metizport versus Monte. We're going in for map 3. We're going in for Ancient. Whoever wins this map goes through to playoffs. Chug, chug, chug. Hayes, get that juice inside of you.
Now you see it. Now you don't.
guys.
Freddy, hold on. I'm gonna blow Freddy's mind, guys.
Ooh.
Ooh. Where's it gone, Freddy? No, yours doesn't do it the same. Oh, man. Small things. You know what's a big thing, Freddy, is the winner of the series. I say small things and Freddy immediately looks down. I don't know what to make of that.
I'm just like, yep, I know all about this.
Either way, Freddy, winner of this next map, gets himself into the playoffs. The loser has to come back again and fight tomorrow. We both kind of thought Monte have this one in the bag. Looked very good on Nuke. Mirage fell short, and now we go to Ancient.
Yes. Okay. Let's give you the chicka breakdown on Ancient. So Monte, they've got some pretty good results on it recently. However, I think it's a little bit misconstrued because I've been playing against some regional brothers who aren't great. We've got 4 WB. Yes, I am definitely knowing who's on that roster. You've got Apogee and Rebels, who both, I guess, have had decent results, but Monte should be getting past them. They do. Big... Sorry. Big Power Vision, those are pretty nice results, but before that, they were definitely struggling. Metizport have played this map once with the new roster, and they beat G2 Ares. However, Monte is a much stronger foe. Where do we see ourselves landing on Ancient?
I feel like, yeah, we've seen some good work from Metizport on the map in general, but like you say, it's a huge run of form from Monte. I'm going to back Monte here. Keep the belief that they should be winning the series. Yeah, I think that Ancient could actually mirror what we saw on Nuke. We should have a very tightly contested map. On Nuke, of course, there was a big lead for Metizport, which just got slowly chipped away at by Monte. I think that Ancient is going to be back-to-back throughout the entirety of the map.
Okay. I agree. But do you remember the old 9 days where Ancient was their, like, kryptonite? And they were, like, you know, they'd pick Vertigo, they'd win Vertigo, but then they'd lose Ancient. Do you remember when that was a thing?
Yeah, they were, like, 1 out of 12 maps they had won or something like that. It was just
yeah,
a good
so,
punish
like,
pick against them.
And, like, it felt like, I remember when this Monte roster started, like, they lost loads on this map, and I was like, oh, that's gonna still be a thing. But apparently, they've got a lot better.
Okay, well, we're going to get into Ancient here and we can see exactly what it has in store for us. Will it be Metizport? Will it be Monte, who are seeded into the playoffs with a favorable seed as well, remember? Important to keep. Oh, I thought that we had a game. That's a lie.
No,
in fact,
you
we don't
silly
have a
Billy.
game just yet. I'm just keeping everyone on their toes, you know? You can never trust what we have to say, Freddy. We're a bunch of liars, the two of us. So, with that in mind, let's start the game. Haha, JK, it's a break.
Yes, we have a game. Who's excited for some Counter-Strike? I know I am.
I am very excited for the Counter-Strike. Yes, I am. I can't wait.
Heinrich, are you happy?
Oh, yes, I am. Jawohl. Oh, I'm doing my happy dance.
Oh,
Guten
Monte.
Tag, Frauleins and Frau. Men.
Guten Tag.
I know Fraulein's woman, but I've only
Fraulein.
been able to go that far.
Fra is like
Frau.
Mrs. Miss. So my girlfriend's Frog Walker. She gets
that her
really
name?
annoyed when I call. Yeah, well, no, she's a teacher, so I go, hey, Frog Walker, and she gets really annoyed.
Frog walker, frog war, eating frogs. Die heart leaps into the
not
round.
what frog war
I don't
is.
know what the transition is. Either way, here we go. Pistol round ball underway. 4 versus 4, 3 versus 3, 2 versus 2. Numbers continue to dwindle. Trade train in full effect, and Adam B seals the deal.
How'd you like them apples? We've seen some very exciting pistol rounds. Pistol rounds have been very good fun. I think this has been... It's gonna be a great game. I'm saying it now. This is gonna be one of the maps of Counter-Strike of all time. Metizport start. This is going to it's going for double overtime. And it's gonna be raucous. I've got the script in front of me.
Alrighty. Alright, well, I guess we better lock in then. Saddle yourselves
for a
in,
long
Bronco.
one. Yeah! By the way, this is third map, Metizport 1, map 2. The HUD...
That means Monte won map 1.
What? Really?
Yeah, this is what I'm here for, providing. It's what maybe the big bucks
dude.
for, man, is
Get him on
dropping
the
these knowledge
major.
bombs.
Yeah. Hey, Zazel, I got one for you. Whoever
Okay, yeah,
wins the most rounds wins the game.
I mean, actually, it's not entirely true, because you could win less rounds throughout the match and still win the series 2-1.
No. Shut up.
Oh, you meant the map. Oh,
Yeah,
okay, fair
obviously.
Alright, no. You're not wrong there then, Freddy. Okay. We gotta start just settling down, alright? This is an important game. There's lots on the line. There's people watching this, and they want it to be broken down, Freddy.
We're gonna break it down just like I
not
broke down
mentally.
last night.
Yeah, not like our mental breakdown. I mean, Counter-Strike breakdown. Top make moves right now. MP9 forward position taken up, one frag found. It's going to allow for Shine to get in on the act as well. The T's are very happy to play this trade game, but Adam B, again, is the difference maker. I love the moves being made by Metizport right now, just smothering Monte.
Yeah, bro's got that dance hip-hop activated. He's dancing around, prancing in the back lines, causing chaos. Monte, though, bomb planted. Post plants? Ooh, that would have been a big kill to be picking up, but Lumi survives. That's information that there are players towards Temple. Adam B has Krasnell's number. He's ringing it up and he goes, hey, is Diha there with you? Yeah. Phone down, round 1.
I like the way that Metizport have started off here. A statement in terms of the way that they're going about their business. Fighting forward here on the defense right now, getting in the faces of Monte. And you know what? If we do actually look at it through the lens that Metizport were leading 11-5 and 12, or 11-5 and 12-8 on Nuke. They should have won the map. They won a Mirage comprehensively. So there was a world in which Metizport won this 2-0, and they're looking very good from the get-go here on Ancient as well. I'm starting to get a little bit concerned for Monte, honestly. Outside of that comeback on Nuke, what have you really seen from them? Not much.
You're like a really toxic ex that keeps on bringing up the past. Like, you know, we're forgetting about Nuke. Like, we don't need to remember what happened. You know, that's in the past.
Freddy,
We're
how
in the
can we
present.
learn? How can we learn if we don't talk about what went wrong in the past? You see, there's value. You're like that
now-
toxic ex that never wants to focus up on the problems at hand and just move forward without actually dealing with the issues.
Wait, am I the issue? No.
Well, could never be. Key looks to unlock the round, fighting through the smoke. He's
another
gonna
smoke.
have more where that came from. Oh, but Adam B caught him, right? He saw him.
Yeah.
Okay, all left on Hades. Not much health. A little bit of room to play around the smoke, I believe. Yes, sir.
Oh, he found a little gimmicky gap through that. But unfortunately, the Lord of the Underworld gets sent to the Underworld. How do we riddle me that?
Gone home.
Yeah. He's just been sent back home, sent to bed.
Precisely.
Metizport though, 4-0. However, that round, significantly harder than it should have been. Adam B gets really lucky that Demka doesn't push the smoke, because if Demka had caught the timing and actually been a little bit more assertive, then sure, that's round 1. But unfortunately for Monte, Demka doesn't have those kahunas to make that brazen play, and so because of that, Metizport still carry their unbeaten streak going on to the second gun round here on Ancients.
What I'm seeing, Monte looking to have a little bit of a fight back here, a soiree into the night. Need to make some moves, but moves continue to be made by Metizport. Fighting forward in middle, fighting forward in A main in every gun round we've had so far, constantly depriving Monte of space. Diha looks to take up space into middle, but he shift walks into Lumi's scope. And things are going from bad to worse right now for Monte. They have been able to find some space over towards the say bomb site. Nilo and Shine kind of peering in this direction. Head spotted by Krasnell and space taken.
We're actually on the B bomb site.
I say A? Okay.
Yeah.
Alright,
Gambo. Well, Demka, what a double opener. He says, don't worry guys, I'm going to win this round. He double opens. So, Metizport all of a sudden, very disadvantageous position. Adam B, though, looking to fight their way out. K does trade on to Lumi. Plopsky coming late towards ramp, and he's going to be spotted. Good heads-up awareness. Metizport, a 5 versus 3 that's come tumbling down. No time left, and K... Damn, that's a very assertive round. Starting and picking up from what Demka had laid down. The foundations were set, and Monte take their first round.
Welcome to the scoreboard. I will say, Metizport probably a little bit slow to react and respond to what was going on there. After Plopsky gets the opening frag A main, Lumi gets the kill in middle. It's not like they immediately start to pad up the defense on the B bomb side. I think they give too much space and respect to Monte in that 5 versus 3. That gives Monte a way back into the B bomb site, and from there they lock it down in the post plant. I love Key's awareness as well. Very good crosshair placement as that smoke started to fade to kill Plopsky on the flank.
Yeah. That's the type of individual play Monte needs to get themselves going here on the third map. They're on the board, and it looks like they want to try and fight towards middle. Need to be very careful here of when Nilo and Diha opens up. Now, Diha takes space, and even though he doesn't get any more kills, he just opens the floodgates for the rest of his players who were there to support him. Diha was perfectly there just to create the space, and that's when K and Demka just put the icing on the cake. Shine now left by himself in a 1 versus 3, and you can see here that Demka is starting to make the moves by himself, and the reason why the bomb hasn't really shifted is because they're waiting to see if Demka can find Shine, and that's when the bomb will be able to respond accordingly.
I mean, just no reason to force the issue right now if you're Monte. Touches on the round, Shine spots it out, Krasnal will best him in the duel. That's his first kill of the map. And Monte look to get a move on now. A couple of consecutive rounds, break that CT side economy. We have a game on our hands.
Ooh, baby. Me and Hayes taking you through a third map.
That's just the first game of the day.
What is actually our
and
second
we're already
game?
descending into chaos.
We got Zero Tenacity as ECSTATIC next.
Oh, yes.
And then GUN5 alternate
That's going to be a banger.
That will be... Yeah, because Nut is my go. Bro, ECSTATIC are playing some really legit CS recently.
Yeah, no, I agree. I thought they were in trouble when Torsen actually left, but it seems like they've transitioned pretty smoothly from Torsen into TMB.
I think it's
as well, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I think it seems like we've had an issue with ECSTATIC trying to find that fifth. But it's
gonna happen though when you just have your players being poached.
Yeah.
It comes with the territory of being a slightly lower end of all this.
It's happy to see from Copenhagen Flames. Remember there was 3 IGLs on one team? We've got all of those IGLs.
TMB, Nodios, and Bird from Sky, I think.
No, it was Rouse, Bird from Sky, and then TMB.
Oh, and TMB.
Yeah,
there we go.
so you've got finally all 3 of those I think are IGLing their own respective rosters. Well, Bird from Sky he was in a team. I thought there was an announcement, but he hasn't played an official in a while. Anyways, enough pedantics.
He spoke about coming back.
Yeah, I think he announced something, but anyways.
Anywho.
Skadoodle, Skababble, Monte, 3 in a row, mid again, caved under the pressure. Nilo, he's made me eat my words. That double has made this somewhat plausible now for Metizport.
Yeah. I mean, he was always going to go down there, so the fact that he finds 2 kills before
Yeah.
he does is actually a very good return. So
When his teammate
let's see
dies
if
instantly as
Metizport
well.
can build on that. Yeah. Or Krasnal, he's cooped up in the corner, they know exactly where he is. Do they pursue him? Do they go for the wall bang? It looks like it's going to be... neither. Oh, he returns with a bit of damage through the wall, actually. I'm surprised they haven't just tried to wall bang him out of the round here. They're just going to reposition, though, and try and take some space in towards Jaguar.
Double setup.
Back from Diha. At least he gets the info on the second as well. Krasnal desperately looking to force this trade, flying forward. I love that from Krasnal. Absolutely fearless, man.
Hades is like, no, you will no longer go forward. I'm stopping you so you don't overpush. Don't think Monte know where Lumi is. Doesn't matter though, because he's going to be slinking off into the darkness. Honestly, that play from Krasnal it's bold. Fundamentally, maybe not sound. However, those are the type of plays that win you out like a 2 versus 2 on a third map when the scores are neck and neck, right? Like, those are the type of heroics that you need to pull through, and Krasnow's got that experience. He's got that, like, awareness to be able to go, like, yeah, this is the play I need to make. And he gets a little bit lucky that the smoke that dropped was very deep, so if it was more shallow, it would have kind of screwed him. But that's the type of, like, brazen play that wins you games that are these close. So for Krasnow, I commend him.
Yeah, it's where you kind of just throw the textbook out the window. You throw the playbook out the window, and you play the situation.
On how you think is right.
He was really hoping and praying that that play wasn't going to be made, right? He just wanted some room to breathe. Was not offered such a luxury. Monte have clawed their way back, leveled up the scoreline. They had to kind of weather the storm. I did like the style of Counter-Strike Metizport brought to the table to kick off this third map. Just playing pacey, in-your-face kind of CS. I think it's a good approach. Try bully your opponents on the third map, but Monte have now forced Metizport to respect them. So we got to see some depth coming through from the CT side here now. Plan A worked out well. It's now been dealt with. What do they have to fall back on and revert back to?
Well, mid's been a big issue. I think the last 2 gun rounds, the crux of the matter has been their mid presence. Unfortunately, we're not really going to see, like, you know, we're not going to see the outcome of that, of like a pause and a conversation in this round, because we've just got the saved AWP. Lumi has upgraded to having armor instead of just the glass cannon. Got a few upgraded pistols, everyone's got armor, but there's only one piece of utility, a flashbang or Plopsky. The only way this round's winnable is if Monte give Lumi the pick. So Monte needs to have heads-up play to basically either figure out where the AWP is, draw the AWP away from where they want to go, and just go exactly where the AWP isn't.
Although, that's become like the very standard way of approaching rounds. And there's been an evolution where if an AWPer is spotted out on one side of the map, he just immediately goes to the opposite side of the map. And I think there'll be an evolution in the meta where if you find the AWPer is on the B-bomb side, for example, he misses a shot, you wait 20 or 30 seconds and you go back to B because you preempt that rotation away from that side of the map.
Yeah, I don't hate it. I mean, that works. It just depends where you're set up and where you can respond. Maybe the AWP isn't the worry. Maybe Adam B is the worry. He's picked up one with the Deagle. The AK he's collected has already got one. Guys! Adam B!
Stop feeding him one by one, please.
He's
please,
found 4
can
kills!
They stop?
He's on
one
for the
by
ace!
one by one.
They've heard Hades. Hades is over in Donuts. And this is where the AWP can come into fruition as well. Adam B has been given 4 kills in succession, each one isolated, and he is looking for more. There is the ace, and damn, his dominance is shining on the server.
My goodness. Adam B is the G. What a great round coming through from him on the eco. We thought Lumi was the threat, but evidently that was not well founded. An ace. What a way to get Metizport up to their 5th round. That's going to give them a huge let-off. Lots of individual fights being taken by Monte in that previous round, and they get punished for their transgressions.
Flip it and ship it. Oh, Shine's got a double AWP. Okay. The IGL goes, guys, hear me out. Double AWP, question mark? And yeah, I mean, he picked it off. He picked it off Hades' dead body in the last. And he's used it perfectly. That's the opening kill. And now, because of that, Monte are forced to reposition and reset on their default. I'm not sure if this was supposedly what the plan B for Metizport was, but goddammit, Hayes, it's working. Are we triple boosting? We're triple boosting. Is there a player long? No, not really. So this spot's like the mouth of long. So yeah, so Shine, if he moves forward, he's dead. But Shine is luckily not in a position to fall. Oh, I didn't know you could see short from here. But unfortunately, I think Plopsky's already moved away. So Hades, it's a nice gimmicky... It's a nice gimmick. How long do you stay here for? Because you are being given nothing. And in the meantime, Metizport are retaking map control.
soon as he gives the audio cue away after dropping off of the scaffolding, he's going to start to protrude and push in towards this B bomb site. They should know by deduction where these players could be, right? That's why they're just dumping the utility deep in towards long. Shine with his AWP is going to lose his head to Demka. Some nice taps as he moves his way forward. Hades can now post on the angle. He's missed a couple of shots though. That costs Demka his life, but it's okay. Because there's still more where that came from Monte. Topsky and Lumi to try and recover the round here, but surely it's too much of an order. Lumi will get one back. They know where both these remaining CT players are right now. Hades at range, Krasnal can focus short, and they work perfectly in tandem.
Very poor rotations from Metizport. Just a very poor, like, retake, I guess, or like holding up the bomb sites. I feel like Monte are sitting there going, damn, we won that round? I don't know how. Metizport, you had the opening kill, you were retaking control towards middle, and then you decide to rotate all 5 players over towards CT. Not gonna lie, I feel like Monte potentially have gotten away with murder. Adam B sitting there being like, guys, I got an ace on a low buy round, and we can't even win with the full rifles. What more do you want from me?
Alright, well, that's a good way for Hades to open up. Looking to get the lead here on Monte. First time on the map they would have that luxury afforded to them, and it's looking good. If they can get the lead here, they should be able to carry a lead into the second half as well, considering a 7-5 halftime scoreline would be up for grabs.
Hey, is what's the saying? Whatever hurts you makes you stronger?
We can go with that.
I feel
That's
like...
not the full saying though.
What is the saying?
What doesn't kill you makes you stronger.
Yeah, that's the one. Because Monte, they got tested at the beginning. They lost against a low buy. They've been tested. They didn't kill them off. And now they come out the other side stronger. And they look to, in this final round and a half, go to 7. Take a lead going into the second half. Because Metizport are on 5 SMGs.
Yeah, it's been a very back and forth half as we anticipated coming into it. Metizport started off strong, came out the block swinging 4-0. Monte were able to get into their groove. An eco round was won by Metizport based off the ace from Adam B. Can he emulate that here once again? A little silent drop-off, although he does still make an audio cue. There's 2 though, and the second will make a difference. Denton's trying to force the issue through Donut to get the trade, and he will. Not the cleanest, but the kill's still found. It's now on Nilo. He's in a power position. Is he able to make good of it? Unfortunately not.
Is this round winnable? Wait, the Molotov's not spread. Popke's in a 1 versus 2, and Demka's really low HP. On's only just gonna get planted. Popsky, oh, he's just going for it. Oh, no respect given. Spam almost connects. Spam does connect. Plopsky, he has been the man of the hour for Metizport in this whole series, and he continues to drive that narrative here on Ancient.
Oh my goodness, that is massive coming through from Plopsky. He was phenomenal on Nuke in a lot of the rounds. Unfortunately, his efforts went in vain on the map at large, but he has been a huge force to be reckoned with for Metizport throughout this series so far. And that round right there shows exactly why. 6-all, Freddy, as close as it could possibly be coming into the second half.
This shouldn't be 6-all. Like, this is Monte losing to 2 low buy grounds. One with a 5-7 and a subsequent ace from Adam B. And then Plopsky with an SMG isolating 3 kills that he never should have been allowed to do. So it feels like Metizport have gotten away with utter murder. And Monte, what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. I don't know how strong you're gonna be able to get because you've been taken down every single notch, and you need to find a way to bounce back. This pause, it's a technical pause, but nonetheless, it's still a good time to reset yourself mentally because that is a very tough pill to swallow that last round. Oh, we've got an emergency toilet.
Oh, think someone couldn't make it?
We don't get emergency toilets.
Well, it's okay, because we work in duos. We can kind of lean on each other, right? Just take a quick 30-second sabbatical. People always think that the one co-cast is just completely outspeaking the other, but normally it's just that the other guy's going to the bathroom quickly.
Don't let away our secrets. One guy actually just goes and makes a cup of coffee mid-map.
We just take turns. Share the load. Yeah, exactly. Don't tempt me. Alright, massive pistol round to kick off the second half. Light's being taken in towards middle. Diha drops the hammer. That is fantastic coming through from him. 4 versus 1, and Lumi, well, hasn't seen anybody, hasn't fired off a bullet, but he has a huge job to do to try and recover.
Boom, says Diha. He's been quite absent in this map. I haven't, because he was great on map 1. I feel like we didn't really see much from the Monte individuals in general on Mirage. But Diha's definitely an individual we're calling upon to be better than he was at the start of the year on Ents. And at this level of Counter-Strike, he certainly should be. And it looks like he's doing pretty well so far in this half. No random heroics on Metizport in this round. Surely not.
No, absolutely not. I will not allow it. No more shenanigans. Swing comes through, Looney misses his shots. Diha will conclude proceedings with a triple. And Monte tastes that sweet nectar of the lead once again. No bomb plant for the T side means surely an eco. And, well, this is where, again, I'm going to put the spotlight on Shine. Will he be bright as the IGL here? There's a lot of pressure on him to try and get the job done here, right? Get his team across the line. T-side, Ancient, the decider. See if he can make it work.
Full blocky wocky eco. We got nothing but the Glocks. Default weapons. Default outcome. Does Monte get the bomb down? Oh my god, that was scarily close.
But no cigar.
Nah-uh-uh.
And a good fight back from Monte after going down 0-4 at the start of the map. I mean, they then lost a 1v3 clutch and they lost to an anti-eco. Those are the only 2 rounds they lost after they started off 0-4. And, I mean, sure, that's, you know, not great dropping the ball in those sorts of rounds, but they've been very sustainable in the way they've been winning the rounds.
It does beg the question of if Metizport didn't have those slight kind of like moments of Monte's lapse in judgment of like what would this game be, right? It would be looking maybe like a 10-4, maybe 10-3, 11-3 or whatever. But this is a big first gun round. Adam B is faking presence and pressure towards A. Lot of utility, and Shine's actually the one to get the brunt of the grenades. But with Monte and Demka especially coming over, like, guys, there's actually no one else coming from the A-bomb site. We see this side resetting, looking to take control towards middle, trades back and forth. That was a really clean shot from Lumi, but unfortunately, Metizport actually relinquished control in middle, and now Monte and the 4 versus 4 have a lot of information apart from where the bomb might go.
Oh, does Diha go searching is the question. How deep does he venture in towards A main? Adam B here right now playing the lurk role. Just trying to keep some focus over towards the side of the map. MP9s are plenty for Monte. If you're Metizport and you're not winning rounds like this, then how are you going to be winning rounds? Great passing from Adam B. No! Demka actually catches a glimpse of him. I was going to say perfect from Adam B. And that's going to prompt the rest of the T's to make sure that they get in towards this B bomb site. Not much time left, but no resistance.
Look at Krasnell though. Okay, we're going to have to see resistance come out from like Hades because Krasnell now has baited him perfectly. The MP9, it's taken the grass, but Lumi... Oh, not another miraculous round for a Metizport player. This would be a 1 versus 4 ace. He's on low HP. Post plant towards ramp. Has to hit this headshot, but no. The headshot will be inflicted upon him. And Monte, a really good round that only gets close because of heroics.
Okay, well, 9-6. At least there's a bomb plant at the bare minimum, but like I said, like I just posed, how are Metizport going to be winning gun rounds on this T side if they can't beat 4 MP9s and an M4? That is not a great look for them here. 3 counts of round loss bonus coming into the round, and the bomb plot means there isn't enough money for them to invest here. Going to be a half buy. And this game is slipping away from them very quickly.
Okay, mid-pop. Great counter resistance, though. Great flashbangs, great utility. Oh, it's perfect. Diho's been set up for success. And his individualism will take him over the line. 3 kills for him, and Monte clean up the rest.
Are you nervous yet for Metizport, Freddy? I think I am.
Lad, I was nervous when I was talking about the whole, like, imagine if we didn't have those 2 rounds of Brawn for Metizport. Like, we didn't have those 2 rounds, where would we be? And it's kind of like, as soon as I started writing that narrative to myself, I was like, oh yeah, like, Monte probably should be winning this game out, because they've just looked like the better team, like they did on Nuke.
Certainly is concerning here for Metizport. It is now do or die. We've reached that point. It's the 11th hour. They've got to win this gun round. Krasnell is a madman going straight to that smoke. Flash doesn't blind up Popsky at all. Pops behind him. So at least blood is drawn for Metizport, and there hasn't been a response from the CT side. They continue to just try and wage war in middle, and Demka will hold down the line, but at least there's moves being made elsewhere here by Metizport.
Ooh, I'm really critical of Nilo in this round. And Adam B, a nade strike onto his position. Hellfire rains down upon him. Metizport have to hold on with 2. Shine is trying to take the aggressive duel alongside Lumi, and they both succeed. Diha now in the hot seat, spotted coming out from cave, knows where the Yorper is, should have a pretty good idea that Shine's over towards CT. Lumi gives up his life. Diha has a kit, he's just sticking the bomb. Oh, Shine doesn't call the bluff. Shine doesn't peek, he thinks it's a tap, and Monte, it's their time for a clutch.
That is so sick coming through from Diha, despite the fact he goes down, he doesn't give a damn, holds his nerve, sticks the defuse, wins the round for his team. And Monte are now just 2 rounds away from finishing off the job. They've been flawless up until now on their CT side. That was supposed to be Metizport's round. They had the advantage. They had the space over towards the B-bomb site. They looked to force the fights. Don't work out for them. Where is Nilo? He's 6-14 right now. Their star rifler just not able to come to the party when it matters the most. Okay, well, it's a 5 versus 3 off the bat here in this all-important gun round for Metizport as they try and change up the direction. They kind of pressure B early on, they pressure mid early on. Both players have fallen flat in their pursuit of control. And then B eventually gets the kill on Demka. Takes him a hell of a lot longer than what he would have liked, but there's a way back into this round now for Metizport. Damage being done through the smoke. Shine is not being pulled away from his task at hand, though. Dealing with Diha. Adam B is going searching, though, and maybe a little bit too much.
Yeah, this is such an awkward round. I feel like those awkward sprays are just exactly what this game's been like. It just depicts it perfectly. The final frontier, they had to go towards the A-bomb site. They were trying to fall back on any sort of success, but unfortunately they don't get anything. Monte excelled to a 12. They have 6 opportunities to not only close out the map, close out the series, but put themselves in playoffs, going 3-1, where Metizport will be forced to go once more into the fray in the 2-2 bracket if they want to succeed in making playoffs in their debut tournament with Shine.
Yeah, it's just for me, it's been a very rough map, obviously, at large, but they won the first 4 rounds by playing aggressive Counter-Strike on the CT side. That stopped working. They didn't have an adaptation. They won an eco round through the way of an ace from Adam B. Cool. Great, you win a round, but it's not like you can just replicate that in a gun round. They then win a 1 versus 3 from Plopsky. That makes it 6-all. The scoreline looks competitive at that point, but if you scratch beneath the surface and kind of see how they've been winning those rounds, it doesn't look very convincing from Metizport. And we've really seen that come to fruition here on the second half. Yet to win a round. 6 opportunities now for Monte to finish off the job. Can Diha kickstart their campaign here? Absolutely. 1 frag found. At least Nilo gets a trade on another player to keep the numbers level.
Haven't been a huge fan of how Nilo plays towards middle. Feel like he's been a little bit like he's he's playing a lurk role, and he's not exactly staying alive long enough to initiate his actual presence and capabilities. Monte needs to hold down towards doors, but K subsides. Wait, what? Yeah, Krastal and Plopsky were next to each other. Okay, like ships in the night, they pass by each other, and I don't know how we got into that situation, but Metizport seemingly are coming out on top, 12-6. This maybe is going to be a lifeline for them, unless Hades, the captain, wielding his signature weapon, has something to say about it. Spots out the first. Molotov is going to force Plopsky forward, but it keeps Shine in place. Oh, it's perfect. He works off the Molotov, and it allows him to get that kill to put it back into a 2 versus 2.
Surely no way, right? Surely there's no way back into this here for Monte. They're gonna do a good chunk of damage. Hades doing the best and the most he can right now to try pull the attention away from Diha, who's looking to emerge out of cave. Hades will continue to venture forward. Lumi's scope posted on the angle. Position now made known for both these remaining players, right? But Shine will time his peak to perfection, and surely that will count Diha out of the round. Metizport live to fight for another day.
Ooh, I thought Hades had that one. He plays around that Molotov perfectly. Lumi doesn't capitalize upon Hades being out in the open. But it looks like we're gonna be living to die another day. It's only a matter of time for Metizport. I don't see just yet a way back into this game for them. Gonna have to do a whole lot more to impress me.
Alright, well, here we go. 5 more in a row is what's required from Metizport if they are going to be able to fight back. Again, they've actually got their numbers leaning over towards the correct side of the map. It's only Hades who's on the A-bomb site right now, and he's got a rifle behind default. And the boost up from Adam B is going to get spotted, but AK trumps the M4. That completely opens up this entire side of the map. More damage done at range though from Demka, so a couple players have been dinked up here on Metizport. Does make it a bit more difficult, and it's actually kind of slowed them down as well. Rotations coming through here from the CTs.
I was gonna say, I don't mind it slowing down. Taking their time with things, forcing out an issue from Monte, but Krasnal, there's no issues with him. They line up. Oh, he almost gets a hat trick, but he's gonna have to suffice with 2. Luckily, he tagged Nilo down perfectly for Demka's spam. Demka spotted in temple, gets away by the skin of his teeth. And yeah, he knows about both.
Wait, why is he not reacting?
Diha's still there though. Oh no, Diha. That was the opportunity to end off this game. Finally, Key reacts in time and is going to come over and join up with Demka. Flash ineffective, a little bit too deep. Popsky now, he's done it before, but he will not do it again. Demka sends Monte to the playoffs in Series 14.
The team we expected to win the series eventually does. Takes them longer than what they would have liked, but they get there at the end of the day, and ultimately that is all that matters. Monte prevail over Metizport, who will have to come back and fight again tomorrow in that 2-2 stage of the Swiss stage. Great work out of Monte on Ancient. There really wasn't even much of a contest, mate. I mean, after that 4-0 start from Metizport, Monte lock in, and they win 13 out of 16 rounds.
Yeah, that was a really impressive second map for Monte, but definitely going to have to look over their Mirage because that was not very desirable. However, Hayes, we are a little bit behind schedule. We were talking previously about the other games. Zero Tenacity vs ECSTATIC is up next, and that's going to be coming onto the screens very soon. But in the meantime, when I say very soon, I mean in about 10 minutes. So, me and Hazy Wazy, we're going to go refill our water bottles. We're going to go take a suckle of juice. And we'll be back very soon with the next game when we'll be sending another team to playoffs.
You look into your inventory and there's only... It's time to forget about this garbage. Here you will find everything to play with really cool skins. Open top cases. Upgrade dropped skins and turn your junk into a cool gun using the contract system. Every day, thousands of people upgrade their inventory with us. Hellcase.com. Look at yourself in a new way.
Do you have any unnecessary skins or want to sell them? Try SkinPlace. Visit the website, select the skins you want to use. Easily fill your Steam trade link. Make sure we offer good prices and choose a payment method. Hit the button and boom, instant cash. Safety. Low commissions. Instant payouts. SkinPlace.
SkinPlace launching an event with a total prize pool of $10,000 in honor of our first anniversary. Just sell skins, claim daily bonuses, complete missions, visit the shop, and participate in the main giveaway with popular skins and a powerful PC. Follow our social media to not miss.
Trying to get the skin of your dream for a long time but can't get it in any way? On our website you have a unique opportunity to get your favorite knife. Users on our site can hand out skins themselves, and participants need to fulfill some simple conditions. For example, watch a video or buy a case on our website. After that, you automatically become a member of the distribution. Go to the user giveaways tab and do what you like. Hellcase.
Do you have any unnecessary skins or want to sell them? Try SkinPlace. Visit the website, select the skins you want to use. Easily fill your Steam trade link. Make sure we offer good prices and choose a payment method. Hit the button and boom! Instant cash. Safety. Low commissions. Instant payouts. SkinPlace.
SkinPlace launching an event with a total prize pool of $10,000 in honor of our first anniversary. Just sell skins, claim daily bonuses, complete missions, visit the shop, and participate in the main giveaway with popular skins and a powerful PC. Follow our social media to not miss.
The second game of the day, the penultimate 2-1 matchup in the Swiss stage. We've got 4 teams left for Edward, and only 2 spots in the 2-2 and 2 spots in the playoffs. Oh my god! Who would have thought everything on the line? I know. Okay. Saddle in Bronco. Zero Tenacity against ECSTATIC. Winner into the playoffs. Loser into the 2-2.
Winners into playoffs!
Woo, 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 woo.
No way! You kidding me?
Oh, sir.
Let's pull up the schedule.
Do it.
Do it, boss. Oh.
Oh, okay. All right. I can cook with this.
I can work with that. I can work with that. I'm not gonna lie. You know, we're changing it up. We're cooking a little bit here on CCT because that's what we do. We're chefing it up. We're mixing up the mixture. And guess what? We've got Zero Tenacity versus ECSTATIC.
I'm ecstatic.
That was a good play on words.
Not really. It was level 1, but thank you.
It was set up for you. Okay.
Okay.
We've got a tale of 2 teams here. We've got Zero Tenacity, who I'm gonna say it. I'm not excited about anymore. They're boring me. Didn't make RMRs. Didn't make RMRs. Sure, they've had some pretty good results recently since failing to qualify for the RMRs, but I'm bored of them. You know, there's all the hype around them. They haven't got to that hype. I don't think so. Hot take.
I mean,
I'm bored of them. ECSTATIC. Now this is interesting because with TMB coming into the roster, new IGL, everything changed up. Damn, son, they are looking good.
Yeah, they're cooking. They did lose against a couple Russian teams. They dropped the ball against 9 Pandas
It
and
happens.
GUN5. It does. The Russians are just cracked out of the wazoo at the moment. Either way, yeah, of course there was a forced upon roster change for the ECSTATIC team. Torsen was picked up by Gamer Legion, and it meant that TMB fills the void. He's kind of been floating around for a while. We know that he's regarded as one of the up-and-coming IGLs. He's still young, like 22 or 23 years old, and I think he's going to fit this team very nicely. I think he can just slot straight in here. He's going to have a bunch of players who are will believe in his system, will believe in their IGL, will follow his lead. You know, there's already something good going with this ECSTATIC team, so I feel like TMB doesn't have to come into this project and find a way to make it work. It's more just finding a way to continue to make you know, things work as they have. Keep things moving forward.
I think that's bang on pretty much. That's sometimes the hardest thing to do though, is like continue your success. TMB though is an interesting one. He's been regarded as an up and comer for quite a while now. When does he actually cement himself as one of the best? He did on the old Copenhagen Flames roster. Like, you know, they were winning tournaments left, right, and center like it was Christmas Day. Like it was taking child from a candy from a child, not child from a candy. That wouldn't make any sense. But I think this ECSTATIC roster, I'm not gonna lie, every time I've seen them, even when they've lost, i.e. against Cybershock, to put them into basically the 2-1, I've been very impressed with them. And I think their system's really clean. However, Zero Tenacity, they have always bested ECSTATIC the last 2 times they've played, but that was with Towson, that wasn't with TMB. So, break it down for me, Hayes.
Yeah, the Zero Tenacity team were in flux at one point. I know that their contracts came to an end about a month and a half ago, and there were a lot of conversations about whether they would actually make roster changes, try to take things to the next level, or continue to believe in this team, because it felt like they were certainly on a massive upward trajectory throughout, like, the second half of this year, I would say, but it has tapered off a little bit. I was happy to see that they kept this roster and didn't make any changes when the contracts were up. I feel like, you know, they've been together for what, like 2 years now kind of thing, and we really started to see the project get going towards the end of those 2 years. So if you made changes then, we kind of feel like maybe you pulled the plug right as things were getting going. So I think it was the right call to keep faith in this roster, but we have to see them transcend this level and start qualifying for some lands.
Yes, 100%. I think that's been the main issue and the talking point around Zero Tenacity, is that we haven't seen them qualify for anything substantial. They have been very close in many times and have been showing some decent form kind of recently, but I don't know. I think I think the hype's over for them. But the veto. Last time these guys played, it was Inferno, Vertigo, and Anubis, Vertigo, and Inferno. This was still when Zero Tenacity were picking into Anubis. They've changed it up slightly and have started picking into Inferno a lot more recently. And that, as a decider in the previous map, I would assume that comes out as maybe the first pick here. No. Okay, that's actually the first time in a while I've seen Zero Tenacity pick into Anubis. Their CT sides were really stagnating. It was actually getting like really worrying how like poor they were getting on that map, and it like so poor that they were choosing to pick like 2 different maps over Anubis, Inferno being the main one. But they keep it simple. They've bested eXtatic on Anubis before. eXtatic, same veto, go into Vertigo. Will Inferno be the decider?
I mean,
seems like and so we've got the exact same veto as previously played in 2 series ago, but again, that was when it was with Towson, not TMB.
Yeah, I mean, Zero Tenacity have certainly fallen out of favor on Anubis. It used to be their happy hunting ground, their trump card, right? Everybody knows. Casters always harp on the number of times they've played the map. It is just ridiculous at this point how many times they've played Anubis this year alone. I think it's like around 130 or 40 times.
No, I
think
it's
this year.
180.
No, it's not that many, Freddy. Come on, do your research,
mate.
I think it
is around
buddy.
that much. I mean, you also...
2024, 129. I said 130.
Oh,
Get your
I thought it was
straight.
higher. I thought it was higher. Well, you get your facts straight, because 130 is still misleading.
Wow.
129
51 compared to 1 being off the mark.
You
I don't know, Freddy.
No. I think
you can be wrong and you can be very wrong. I was a little bit wrong.
But either way, you're wrong.
Yeah, but you're more wrong. So,
you're beating around the bush. You're trying to make
moron.
up for...
More wrong and moron. That's Freddy. Either way, Anubis has been lost 8 out of the past 10 times that Zero Tenacity have played it. So, there's been a lot of one-sided losses. 13-4, 13-3, 13-8, 13-6, 13-3, 13-3. So, something's gone wrong on the map.
CT side.
There's been a lot of content for teams to go off of to study Zero Tenacity on the map as well, so I feel like they just finally got found out. Have they been able to reinvent themselves? I guess we'll find out soon enough.
I mean, the CT side is something like that's very apparent, and you know, there's like I did one of those like post-game interviews with AVN on Yala, and I was like, yeah, your CT sides ain't good recently. He was like, yeah, they're really bad. And it's like kind of one of those things where if you pick into it, so eXtatic's on the T side, look, if they get 9-3, 10-2, which has been a real theme for Zero Tenacity recently, like there's only so much you can do when you go onto the T side as a 10. And yeah, I'm definitely worried. I feel like they're trying to fall back and be like, well, we've beaten them already on Anubis. Why don't we do it again? I'm doing a quick check. Do we know when the game's going live? 1 or 2 minutes. Perfect, Hayes. Do you have any predictions? Do you have any? You gonna lay down the law for me?
I've gone against eXtatic a couple times and I've been burnt. So you know what? I'm actually going to back the eXtatic boys here to get the job done. I think Vertigo is a phenomenal map for them. It's okay for Zero Tenacity. They generally ban it out in the second phase of the veto if it goes that far. It's been picked into them. Anubis is a fine map for eXtatic, and I like them on Inferno. So I'm going to back the Danes here. Where are you going?
I'm back in the Danes. We were kind of right
look at us,
last
bro.
game. We were kind of right last game with Monte. We said 2-0. It was 2-1.
Yeah,
but I think eXtatic, I think, if eXtatic win Anubis, they've won the series. And by Zero Tenacity's recent form, I'm not too hopeful. So I think for Zero Tenacity, I'm going to have to see an early beginning here. We need to win Pistol. We need to win the first gun round. If not, then I think it could get a little precarious. And I think eXtatic could be running away. I'm a big fan of TMB and the new edition. Let's have it, baby.
Let's go. eXtatic with a very clear plan in the pistol round here. You've got 2 flashes and a smoke on Christo. There's even a smoke and a molly on Nuts as well. So there's going to be a big exec into this A-bomb site. AVN continues to just peek down E-box, wants to get some info, and spots a bomb carrier out as well. That's some valuable info. Hasn't been any response in terms of the setup though, and that means Yoffel has a huge job to do on this A-bomb site.
He's been having a great tournament. The one outliner for Zero Tenacity, but unfortunately in this round you're only going to be able to claim 1 scalp.
That's the retake.
Four players retaking from CT, and eXtatic take the fight to them. Zero Tenacity though claw their way in. They lose the opening kill in that interaction, then end up getting the next 3 flawlessly. TMB, it's his time to shine. The cursed view model. And a 1 versus 3, spotted out because he misses shots. Nemanja has got the kit for the defuse, and if he just hit those if he hit the headshots when they're falling out of heaven, you know, the round's definitely winnable. But as soon as they spot him and the bomb's not planted for him, then it's just an easy defuse.
Not entirely sure about the plan there from ecstatic. I mean, I get that they're fighting for very deep post-plant positions, and if they win those gunfights out, then they almost certainly win the round. But the bomb was planted openly for A main. They had full side control. They really did roll the dice by aggressing as much as they do. We've spoken about how Zero Tenacity's CT side on this map has struggled in the past, so to win the pistol round is a great way for them to kick things off.
Okay.
Fine response though. And they've got decent firepower, good balance with the utility, and Lele and Nut settled for the upgraded pistols so they can get the util, and they're going to try and go back in towards the bomb site once again.
I wonder if they actually commit off this. I think so they've got A main control. What it looks like they want to do is potentially take some presence elsewhere and then commit A as Nut with a bomb. It's got it over towards A. Even though the A main's just been smoked, Crystal's still laying down the utility. This is all the util for ecstatic. I'm not sure the game plan, especially with that A main smoke, like they can't get through it. They have held 3 players on A though, and they've potentially given some space over towards middle for Nixon and TMB, but Brute Monster, head on a swivel, is aware of this. Great trade from Nixon, a mandatory one, and now A main needs to activate because Nixon is being pincered. Yep, he's dealt with. Now they can focus their attention on those players coming out from main, and I mean, without some maybe banger shots, wow, those are some banger shots. Oof. This round is actually quite poor from ecstatic.
I mean, it gets a hell of a lot closer than it should have. When Nut fades back around the corner, if he gets the instant headshot on ABN, your fall was low, and that 1v4 is actually incredibly doable, but doesn't connect on the necessary shot. Spy falls flat on its face. Zero Tenacity will start off comfortably here on their map pick. Should be 3-0. I like ecstatic as an org. I feel like they've done really well in the min-maxing department. Of course, they had a great run at the major. That team ended up being picked up by Game and Gladiators, a bigger org with more resources. It made sense, right? Once they'd hit that level, probably would have wanted, I don't know, a decent salary or more resources for boot camps or whatever it might have been that ecstatic couldn't really provide. So they end up selling those players to Gaming Gladiators, and they get a new group of players that have done incredibly well under this banner and kind of slot into the same place that the previous team left. You know, the Kragan, Queenix, Salazar team did so well under this banner, and ecstatic seems to have hit the nail here once again with these new players.
Yeah, I mean, ecstatic were the least funded team at the most recent major by like a lot. So it makes sense. Like, this is the level of Counter-Strike they play at, and they build up, like, it's a feeder team, right? And unless they get bigger, it's going to stay like that, which is just how the world works. But you know for a fact that they're very good at building these squads, as exhibited, you know, same year, a couple months later, they've already got a very contendable young Danish team, and they're competing against some of the best in Europe. And in this round, Nut has got the opening kill. We've got a little bit more diversity around this map. We've actually just got players holding different parts of like B and middle instead of just everyone towards A. But A is the ultimate goal, but it's made possible because of Nut.
I don't even know if Zero Tenacity should attempt the retake here, especially now with Nut just continuing to control the opposite side of the map. Yeah, that is going to be the end of the round. Sure, they get that kill, but that's just going to be an AK up for grabs, and ecstatic are on the board. Very well done from Nut to get the frag and pull all the attention away from A. ecstatic, hammering home on that A bomb site. Perhaps a little bit of conditioning.
Very simple round where sometimes simple things are the best. Nut just takes all of that commotion towards B, takes all the attention away from A. Zero Tenacity, like, no way ecstatic go A again. So we've gone A every round for ecstatic. I want to see them pull out like a default, you know, pressure towards cave, and maybe because they've gone A so many times, Zero Tenacity, surely they start being like, okay, we need to anchor down A, or does ecstatic call the like quadruple, quintuple bluff and go, no, we're gonna go A again.
Yeah, it's where the conditioning starts to come into effect. You want to force your Tenacity to pad up the defense on that side of the map, and that's when you want to try and change it up, right? All about trying to stay one step ahead of your opponents.
They try to flash through B main, but not. I don't know how he's not blinded. Where did that flashbang go? He was just out in the open, but he's able to get two. And because of that now, we have a reaction from the players in Cave. Zero Tenacity, these last two players are sidelined, and there's nothing they can do about this one.
Yeah, gonna have to just watch the playoff, like you say, the round play out from that A bomb site, accept their fate. ECSTATIC making some good clean moves, moving with conviction around the map right now. I'm pretty sure they're on boot camp. They were last week, so I'd imagine they still are. And that's always a buff, being on boot camp, of course. It makes sense that you get a boot camp going now just after they've recently added TMB, just to try and allow for the team to galvanize, get all on the same page. Get some team building going. I'm pretty sure Christo was calling for the ECSTATIC team that had Torsen and not TMB. Do you have any knowledge on that one?
I don't know. I don't want to spread misinformation. I actually don't know.
Pretty sure it was Christo.
Anyone in chat? I didn't know Christo was an IGL, to be fair. But yeah, Torsen's obviously not IGLing on Gamer Legion, so... don't know.
It would make sense that it was Christo. When I checked on Liquipedia, that's what it had. It was Christo who was listed as the IGL, so that's what I went off of. Either way, because Zero Tenacity continue to keep players alive in these rounds that they're losing, they can continue to invest. So, piece together a full set of weapons once again, but ECSTATIC now looking to level up the scoreline. Wolf now on the angle, and Lele with his usual runs right out, and puts them on. Britmonster's trying to take the bait and the attention away from Yoffo, who's behind the pillar. Usual forces him forward though. Do ECSTATIC continue to commit here? They really want to. Yoffo just avoids the bullets through the smoke and then answers back after he catches a glimpse of TMB.
Yeah, okay, maybe this is when it's coming kind of crashing down. Not enough defaulting for me in this early round to warrant maybe just go into A again.
Yeah, direct, right? But too direct.
Also, like, AVN's taken a lot of liberties over towards B, where it's normally a signal of, like, if Nut's there, then, you know, you can't just send players A, but with no space whatsoever for ECSTATIC and control towards B main, Zero Tenacity are just able to stay rooted in their position. And it looks like ECSTATIC, they want to hit towards A, but a different avenue, and they have been read into Christo looking to take an opening duel with Bjorn. There's two players here, they bait in for each other, and Nemanja cleans house.
Nemanja the Mania. Great multi-kill coming through from him. He has been incredible this year. The best numbers we've ever seen out of him as an individual. Zero Tenacity finally win another round back. I say finally, they lost 2 in a row. And they make sure that ECSTATIC can't level up the scoreline again. We're going to continue to make the point about how Zero Tenacity have been lacking on their CT side in general, especially on Anubis. But 4 rounds out of the first 6 means that they're sitting pretty.
Yeah, I am really trying to figure out who the IGL is, because obviously he is the new in-game leader. Towson goes to Gamer Legion. Yeah, genuinely no idea. But either way, this is a much better early round for ECSTATIC. You can see pressure being applied in different parts of the map, but Nemanja relinquishes a lot of pressure with that spam onto Analele in middle, who's yet to get a kill, may I add. He has been silenced time and time again. So for ECSTATIC, he did so much opening work with damage and pressure towards B, but because it's all silenced up, Brute Monster's rotated in towards middle at the perfect time. Brute Monster, he's quick with it. No trade coming through for the Danish squad. And now, Looks like Zero Tenacity are exiling their opponents on middle. Brute Monster, that is dastardly. What a reactionary shot coming out from him. Very individual in towards middle, but god damn it, does it work. Zero Tenacity looking like a breath of fresh air on Anubis, and that's very different comparatively to what they've been producing in their form recently on this CT side of Anubis. Even though it is their map, in this half, it looked pretty rough, but not today against ECSTATIC. So I need to get the ball rolling very soon. They're just on pistols. One hero AK on TMB. Zero Tenacity could really be running away with their map pick. And we were definitely having the narrative of, look, the Balkans haven't been too great on this map. Like, it's a very good in for ECSTATIC. It seems like they are not taking advantage of that. However, the A bomb site, man, they are moving like rooks towards this part of the map. They have only gone here, and once again, they open it up in a 5 versus 5. They get the bomb down, but the rotations are sharp and fierce.
Oh man, all out war breaking out on the same bomb side. It is just an eco from ECSTATIC, so the fact that they've gotten a bomb plant and a couple kills is a pretty good return for them. But Zero Tenacity will lock in a leveled up scoreline at the bare minimum going into the second half. And generally, you'd say, job done, right? Like, you'll be happy with that return. 6 at the bare minimum. And they do lock it down against the pistols. And now the pressure shifts onto this T side.
Yeah, like the whole narrative is just ECSTATIC. They could have, like, I thought they had a good opportunity on Anubis, but they've not taken it whatsoever. Zero Tenacity 6 in itself is already excellent. It's a lot better than what they've been showing in previous games. So I think if this round's lost, that could also just already be the game in itself. And it feels like Zero Tenacity just had no real pressure applied to them on this map. I feel like ECSTATIC's mid-rounding and early rounding, the pressure they've been applying has been superbly ineffective, and it's allowing for Zero Tenacity to have the confidence to go for aggressive plays towards Canal and B main, just strangle and give no space to the Danes.
Well, let's see what the change-up's going to be from ECSTATIC. We need a bit more of a push and pull. I mean, sure, the rounds they won were decent, but they were fairly direct, where, you know, Nut was able to create space, and they just get into a pretty free bomb site from there. That's not like a very sustainable / reliable approach to win rounds. And Zero Tenacity are not offering up anything right now. They're just prioritizing the bomb site, saying, you're going to have to come and get us, fellas. We're not going to give you these fights that you so desperately desire. Now moves will start to be made. It is a bit more of a default coming through from ECSTATIC, but it's not like they've forced any major rotations. In fact, Z10 still evidently have a pretty good idea of what's going on here. They've shifted Nemanja, that mid player, in towards the B-bomb site to pad up the defense. Util raining on in, they get really tough for these CTs to actually have any positional control. AVN looks to try and play around the fringe of the smoke. Nade clears out the smoke. Kills going back and forth right now. Simcare will fall to a nade himself, and that's a man advantage for ECSTATIC. No, you don't need to fight that, TMB, and he's very lucky to still have his life intact after the AWP legs him. I'm nervous. I'm a little bit nervous right now.
Yeah.
No smoke for the CT side, but they seem to have figured out that both these remaining players are towards B main.
This is an awkward 2 versus 2. Christu, yeah, this favors the T side. Even though Brute Monster and Chofo were able to isolate TMB, without the utility necessary, Zero Tenacity cannot break through the deadlock there in that 2 versus 2. Really nice round from ECSTATIC. It got a little bit close, but I guess the fact that TMB does just survive puts extra pressure onto the Balkan side. 6-3. ECSTATIC are holding true on their T side, but still, I'm not looking too convinced from the showing from ECSTATIC just yet in this series. It feels like ECSTATIC are being walked over somewhat.
Yeah, it still certainly has to be more work coming through from this T side, and I like the change up from Zero Tenacity. Simke fighting forward. Cristo not expecting the rifle in such an advanced position, and Lele tries to fight back, but he suffers the same fate. Now Simke will pivot back in towards the B bomb site just in time. His internal clock is perfect, man. Monster will get in on the action as well, and Zero Tenacity gets straight back to winning ways.
I said I wasn't convinced, and, well, this is exactly why. You get an ounce of success, and it all comes tumbling down. Nixon's now left into a 1 versus 5. It's all about damage. How many kills can he potentially get? Add some more pressure to the economy. But if he doesn't clear Joffo acutely enough, he's going to be a dead man walking. And, oh, it's slow reactions from Joffo, but still a kill nonetheless. And it's Zero Tenacity driving this narrative even further. The stake into ECSTATIC's heart. 7-3. As a CT side, with a team that's struggling on this part of the map in recent form, this is dire straits for the Danes.
Freddy, I know that you're an avid meat enjoyer. Freddy loves eating meat.
What does that mean?
How do you like your steak being cooked?
Medium rare?
Not a bad return. Not a bad answer. Yes,
What does that even mean?
I don't know, you said the word steak and I thought about steak and I wanted to know how you like your steak
I meant
cooked.
the like
I
steak.
know how you meant, I know. But it just got me thinking about food. I'm hungry and I'd like to know more about you, Freddy.
I got you.
Get to know you on a deeper level.
Okay, I'm gonna hit you with one. As a South Gun, what's your ideal go-to at a braai? If you go to a braai and it's like, what are you looking for to be like, this is a good one?
Okay, so obviously there has to be Boerewors. Like, that just goes without saying. It's stock standard on every single braai. There has to be Boerewors. Now, that's just basically mincemeat and a sausage, for anyone who doesn't know, with some spices and herbs. Then you got to get the lamb chops. As a South African, we have the best lamb in the world. It is very cheap because we farm it right here at home. You got to have some lamb, you got to have some boerie, and then everybody loves a little bit of chicken on the braai. That's the combo right there. Boerewors, lamb, and chicken, mate. Lock it in.
Any potatoes?
Yeah, you do some potatoes on the side. Probably a potato bake, so you get some cheese on there, a bit of a bechamel sauce, if you will. Again, you want the chives there too. Either way, liking this round.
I'm liking the meat that and the flesh ECSTATIC is showing on this round. Any shrimp on the barbie for Zero Tenacity?
Okay.
Zero Tenacity? Nah. They ain't got no tenacity. Brute Monster, he's had some banger rounds in this game, especially towards middle where he just decided he wanted to kill them all. Simka had a good spray down in the previous, but it's a bit too tall of an order. And ECSTATIC, they get 4 on the T side on the Anubis, which is far from ideal, I'm gonna say, Hayes. Far from ideal.
Oh, absolutely. Not even close to what they would have wanted. It was 3-2 at one point. Zero Tenacity were then able to really get into their groove on the defensive half. Simke looked fantastic playing around E-Box, I must say. Some really important kills coming through from him. 4-8. And now Zero Tenacity shift to the favorite side of their map pick. Let's see. Can they win the pistol round here and keep up the pressure? I think ECSTATIC have to win the pistol round here. I don't really know if any alternative would work for them.
This dude is so cursed. Does it work? Okay, there's a method to the madness with TMB. And ooh, this round should be over for the T side, and yeah, really nice re-aggression towards A main. Push towards B, wait a bit, push towards A, and Zero Tenacity caught with their pants down.
Exactly what ECSTATIC needed here to start off the second half. Solid pistol round on the verge of being locked in. Brute Monster with some consolation kills. I mean, the Julie's carry is low right now. It's a double flank, but it's not going to matter. And Lele will step out on the timing. And that is going to be job done for the Danes. 8-5. course, we're going to be taking a little bit of a break with CCT soon, Freddy, as we head into the major cycle and the player break afterwards. Whatever shall we do?
What are you gonna do with your time?
Well, I've got quite a lot of other freelance work lined up for October, and then hopefully some more for November. There's, I think, Yellow runs alongside the RMR, so
got a bit of Yellow.
Should be able to do some stuff there. LK's Cup.
Got a bit of
coming up at the end of the month.
I think
you and I are doing most of the same events.
Yeah, we've got pretty much. I've got a bit of. Yeah, waiting for Yala, I guess, but we got a Hell Cup. Early November it ends, I think. I think my last day is the 3rd for that.
Got my birthday on the 18th of November, Freddy. I'd like a gift, please. Thank you very much. Christo playing around the pillar, doubles down, and avoids the might of the trade through the smoke, running out of ammo, but still finds a third frag before. I was going to say he inevitably goes down, but apparently not.
I'm gonna give you a call on the 18th. Oh, this round's still live. No, it's done. Okay. That was a 4 spy for Zero Tenacity.
Yeah, and it didn't really ever gain any traction. I think ECSTATIC are going to be breathing a whole lot easier than they were 5 or 7 minutes ago, kind of thing.
No.
Not yet.
Because you're still on CT side, Anubis. Like, this is just the step-by-step to get yourselves back in. But no, certainly you're not, like, maybe you're like, yeah, at least we got pistol and we dealt with the 4 spy, but realistically, the main worry is going to be that first gun round. Like, how are we going to resist that? How are we going to fare? I think this is the step in the right direction, but we're far from breathing easy yet.
They're breathing easier, is what I said, Freddy. Easier than what they were.
Easier.
Okay, yes.
Okay. You got any plans, by the way, for your birthday? You probably have it free, right?
I'm thinking of renting out there's like a really cool club in the area that's got 2 dance floors, and one is normally for like a private occasion. I'm thinking of renting that out for the night and then just throwing a party for everyone I know, and they can invite everyone they know. Just like a Great Gatsby kind of vibe.
Oh, yeah. Would you do a theme for it?
Probably not. Probably not. I've never been much of a themer when it comes to enjoying a party. Just dress up with what you're most comfortable in. Go and have a time. It can put pressure on the night if there's a theme, right? And, oh, what am I gonna wear? Gotta go shopping. Gotta, do some prep.
See, I'm the opposite. I love a good theme. Love a good theme party. It's a big favorite of mine. I think if people commit to a theme, it transcends.
If everyone commits, it is a lot of fun. It's true. I got a Halloween party coming up, which should be good fun.
Oh,
I haven't decided what I'm going as yet. Maybe I'll
Freddy's
go Freddy.
Halloween. Freddy's
Put
Halloween
my hair
parties.
down the middle.
Yeah.
Ride a horse into the venue.
Ride a horse into the venue. Freddy's Halloween parties are one for the ages. I've got some notable stories over the last couple of years. We're going for the 4th year now. We've got some good outfits planned as a house.
You're going as a house?
Yes, we are going as a house. We're gonna go. No, but we'll be hosting the 4th.
Freddy, because I can see straight through you.
I don't know if that's a good or bad thing.
It doesn't really mean much. You know what does mean something is this round. It's a really important round, in fact. I am not entirely sure. Okay, well, your 4 just swings around the corner and sees those 2 having a little frolic into the canals and says, well, don't mind if I interrupt you guys with some lead.
That's like, ooh, splish splash in the water. Ooh, let's get my feet wet.
And I'm dead.
Oh no! I wanted to go for a swim. Let's go to the beach. Everyone go to the beach. Okay, so Zero Tenacity just decided they just want to kill everyone in this round. Kristu's in a whole world of trouble. I don't know how he gets out of this one. I don't think he does. Surprise!
Okay, well, Zero Tenacity have now opened up their accounts in the second half, and that's why you mentioned you weren't entirely convinced just yet about the ecstatic comeback. You wanted to see the first gun round, and with good reason. Zero Tenacity looked polished with it, and the buy does not look polished here for ecstatic. 3 MP9s to plug the gaps. If they lose the 710 becomes 711, and at that point they're on the brink.
This is what I mean, Hayes. You don't doubt me. I got it, baby. I'm all about...
TMB does not.
Yeah. This is what I mean, though. Like, ecstatic, sure, you win the first pistol round. Or so the pistol round, you win the anti-force buy. It's like, okay, you might have a way back in, but these gun rounds can be a real tough cookie. Crystal, though, surprised they have the econ for an AWP. I think Nut had a lot of money, so he may have dropped that over. But the AWP out does signify maybe a silver lining for ecstatic. Issue is, Zero Tenacity are going, well, I know where the AWP is. I'm going to head towards B. We've already put significant pressure towards connector, and that's forced out as smoke, where Zero Tenacity are more than happy to wait it out because they're not even in position yet. I feel like we're going to be heading towards B, and that's the perfect avenue because there's the A1S and AWP on A, the 2 MP9s on B. So for ecstatic, it could be in a whole world of trouble.
Yeah, perfect read, perfect call coming through from Zero Tenacity. Nixon just doing his damage right now to try and keep these players at bay while the two of his teammates aggress through A main, and Lele also cooped up in the corner. Zero Tenacity are taking quite long to actually get this going though, which is giving more time to Cristo and Nutnut to progress forward. AVN straight through the smoke though, finds a great kill to just completely unlock the bomb site. They have to clear Lele out, so just good awareness there from Yofo. Not going to be caught off by that position. Nutnut committed, has his head ripped off. Cristo gets a frag back, but that's just on the low HP player. Absolutely no way back into the round from here. 10-7. Zero Tenacity take a commanding lead here on their map pick.
Yeah, Cristo gets hunted as well, so we've got nothing being saved over into the next round for ecstatic. It's going to be a forced eco against their will. Yofo gets, honestly, great success on like 2 HP. You got to commend him there with the 2 kills at the end. Anale's had a pretty rough game, and it continues here on the C side, so Zero Tenacity, it should just be a kick-in from this stage. Hayes, I'd be so down to come to South Africa.
December?
Let's see, how do I even get, where?
Johannesburg. Flights are like, you can avoid winter for a couple months there. I say a couple months, a couple weeks probably more likely. Listen mate, you got a spot on my couch and I will show you everything you need to see if you come here. In fact, they might even have to put like a, I don't know, some sort of a national warning out there that Freddy and Hayes are going to be hitting the streets of Joburg. That's a dangerous duo, brother.
I've actually, you know, my parents used to live in Joburg.
Yeah, I remember you saying something along those lines.
Yeah, they met in Joburg.
Well, that is quite the love story.
It is. Dude, flights are actually not bad, South Africa, if I book in advance. We should definitely plan something for one day.
Get the whole CCT gang here. Get Cole and Brandon over as well. The 4 of us just go wild.
Go crazy.
It'd be very cool if we actually had a local event happening when you came here, so we could get you to cast some South African CS.
Imagine we come over. It's like, why are they all here? What's the local talent like for like casters and stuff? And because I know you had some, because you were on the desk, right, for the most recent
Yeah, I
event,
was on the
weren't
desk,
you?
but I was also casting. I was hosting and casting the event.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, I do it all, brother. If not me, then there is nobody.
You had
scene is pretty dry at the moment.
You had that pro player.
There's Elusive, who played with Bravado in 2017. Then Kani was a bit more of a local player, never really went
so
overseas,
I know. Yeah, I'd know Kani. I've pugged with him a few
guy.
times.
Yeah, good fella. Freddy,
How
let's
was
just shift
it?
our focus back to the game here.
Okay,
just for this round
boring.
alone. So I know, we can get into that conversation soon enough. It was a lot of fun, good, successful, you know, this and that, party-da. Words were said, times were had. However, this is a really important round for ecstatic. If they lose this gun round, then the map is absolutely over. Jova. Oh, and Nemanja tracking and tracing Nixon
He
through the
just knows.
smoke. 3 health for Nixon. He's going to get out of dodge. Listen, Nemanja plays mid on the CT side as well, so he knows all the tricks of the trade.
Yeah, you can't get away from him. He's played this map 130 times now. Nothing creeps past him. Also, what a great read from Zero Tenacity. It looks like they just want to go B here. And there's only 2 defenders here. They've got barely any utility to resist as well. 1 smoke, 1 mollo. And the smoke acts as a defensive layer. You've got a rotation in Nixon. Great. He's on 3 HP. However, Analele, through the smoke, traces 2. Now here comes the rotation of Nixon. He may not have HP, but he has utility to disrupt the movement of Zero Tenacity. And if this feels like such a bizarre execute, very half-assed, and if they had committed with a little bit more vigor, they potentially would have had the jump on ECSTATIC, but because they go a little bit slower paced, it gives Analele that ability just to trace everyone through the smokes. And now Nemanja with 20 seconds, sure, he gets 1 kill on Analele and gets some revenge for his teammates, but ultimately and realistically, it's gonna him force into a save.
Okay, well, ECSTATIC do get the job done, as you say, mounting the defense on the B bomb side, exactly as was necessary from them. Zero Tenacity just kind of caught in limbo, get picked apart before they're able to gain any real traction in the round. 11-8. And he's still looking good here for Zero Tenacity, so they'll have all the weapons that they need coming into this next round. ECSTATIC still have a long way back here. You see a lot of focus from Zero Tenacity and towards middle on their team side. We haven't seen much just yet, but I do expect them to fall back on that, revert back to mid if these defaults don't work out.
If the going gets tough, they can start putting more pressure there. But in this round, like, you know, they're putting pressure everywhere. They're bullying towards A main, they're bullying towards connector, they're putting pressure middle. So even though we don't have direct contact in middle, we still have ECSTATIC just losing all the information. And because that utility that the Nemanja threw, it forces Nixon to rotate over and abandon this B bomb site, which seems like Zero Tenacity want to be taking. A minute left on the clock. Here now comes the execute. It's got a little bit more pace to it than that previous. That's what I was criticizing them for. However, a big absence of utility for the right side of that bomb side, and it does allow for Analele to pick up a brace, but unfortunately, because neither TMB nor Nixon get a kill themselves, it puts Zero Tenacity in the driver's seat, and they're looking to park their car in victory. They're looking to park their car on Vertigo with a map advantage.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking pretty damn good for them to make that happen. On the brink of getting themselves to map point. That was a really well-worked exec coming through from Zero Tenacity. The flashes were chef's kiss. Perfect, pristine. And Yofo, I mean, you could see it was pretty difficult for him to try and come through E-Box. He had just lost his teammates. I think it was Simke had gone down. And then Yofo just pauses, waits for the flash to actually come through that second wave of utility. That then allows for him to open up the bomb site and pretty much get the job done. 4 chances now for Z10 to finish off this map. Oh, 8. What's the buy gonna look like for ECSTATIC? Not great. There'll have to be a few SMGs brought into the mix here.
This ain't good. I feel like it's only a matter of time.
Check the money out.
Vertigo. Well, you were calling for mid pressure from Nemanja. He does answer your calls in this round. Unfortunately, though, Hayes, it's actually the opening death as Nixon just about scrapes away a kill. And look at this reaction from Christu. The Yorp is over in a main, and he's holding for this. Oh, he's so aware. He knows exactly what Chofo's doing. He was primed, pinned, ready, and he does not miss.
I mean, it's not like ECSTATIC have had to do much in this round. They just shut down the aggressing Nemanja in middle, and then Christo posted on a good angle. Knows how popular that option is for a T player to try and peer above the smoke. TMB gets a really important trade back there. Forced into it, but no! TMB, he stepped into the flames. The pressure was too much for him. Fires himself out of the round, and the B bomb site's now completely open. It's Nixon and Nutnut who have to try and come through A main. Brick wants to what the timing like, catches a glimpse of one instant snapshot to dispatch of Nixon. They don't know that Nutnut has taken up the space though, or do they? Actually, looks like they have got the info. AVN is going to be the one to spot him out, and now Nutnut's life becomes so much more challenging.
I do not know what you do. This is probably one of the harder clutches, and it's for salvation on Anubis. He's upgraded to an AK. He's got a full belt of utility. He's got a kit. He's got all the pieces to the puzzle. Can he now build it? He's made noise. They know exactly where he is. And Brute Monster puts the nail in the coffin. Zero Tenacity. They've been looking rough on their signature map, but here they excel. Anubis 13-8 goes in favor of the Balkans. Vertigo up next. Can ECSTATIC redeem themselves?
Are you sick of just opening cases? Join the events! At each event you can find special cases from which tokens fall. Tokens are your ticket into a world of unique awards. For tokens, you can buy a skin, premium, or special balance. Try your luck in the skin generator. Also, you can leave your tokens at the token vault. And the more tokens you keep, the better skin you'll get. Add variety to opening cases with Hellcase.
Do you have any unnecessary skins or want to sell them? Try Skin Place. Visit the website, select the skins you want to use. Easily fill your Steam trade link. Make sure we offer good prices and choose a payment method. Hit the button and boom! Instant cash. Safety. Low commissions. Instant payouts. Skin Place.
Skin Place launching an event with a total prize pool of $10,000 in honor of our first anniversary. Just sell skins, claim daily bonuses, complete missions, visit the shop, and participate in the main giveaway with popular skins and a powerful PC. Follow our social media to not miss.
Second map of the second game of the day about to get underway. It is the pick of ECSTATIC, it's Vertigo, Fredwood, and we're hoping to see some better form out of them. I mean, there were moments and glimpses on Anubis, but never really any serious passages of play there from ECSTATIC where they were able to get going on the map. Now they have to get the job done on Vertigo. I suppose there's still a life on the line, right? You can come back and fight again tomorrow, but with a team like Metizport already waiting in the wings, it's not like there's going to be any guarantee you do qualify from that 2-2 bracket, so yeah, tough job ahead here for ECSTATIC.
Yeah, like sure, you do have another life, but that's when it's like backs against the wall. Like, that's not what you want to be fighting for. You want to be fighting for the victory here cleanly. You know, on paper, 3-1, that's a clean victory into playoffs. So that's easy peasy lemon squeezy. Both of these teams should be making the round of 16 at a minimum, and it seems like Zero Tenacity are looking to be that team. Vertigo is an interesting one because they don't play it much. They were quite good on it. However, ECSTATIC started off this this theme of negativity on Vertigo for Zero Tenacity. ECSTATIC beat them, and then Monte Gen, and then 3D Max twice. So they have had some difficulty here on Vertigo. They haven't played it for a wee while. It's been about 2 weeks. So let's see if they've come back. They haven't played this map recently. ECSTATIC, they've been a bit up and down on it. If we've got anything to show off by what we saw on Anubis, Zero Tenacity are in better form. However, does this map change our thought process for it?
Well, let's see. We're going to be getting into the pistol round. Nemanja, I was going to say, that's a really impressive kill at range with the Julies, but he just gets completely overwhelmed straight afterwards. It's going to force the rotations out of the CT side here as well. We've got the names swapped. We'll get that sorted for you at the end of this round, no doubt. I was going to say, I don't think ECSTATIC have to continue taking missions per se. Bomb side after they get that first frag as early as they do, but they will continue to try and get their way forward. Smoke grenade separating a couple of the players right now. Everybody over towards the A bomb site. Nixon gets a big frag back. Joffo is on trade duty. And those smokes are going to start to fade, and that's going to expose a few players. Really sharp shooting.
And yeah, I think I agree. ECSTATIC didn't have to necessarily go straight for it, but they tried to sow the seeds of doubt in Zero Tenacity's head by slowing down slightly. Now, Nutnut, a very tall order with the 1 versus 2, and he just gets double swung. But Joffo, he's the man of the hour. That's a really clean 3k from him, and the Balkan side off to a good start on their opponent's map pick, keeping that trend from Anubis.
What was the scoreline when they played against each other on Vertigo last time?
It was 13-7.
Okay.
It's not great.
Close. Yeah, ECSTATIC started T side and went up 8-4 on that occasion, so pretty much got the job done on their T side. Not entirely, but for the most part. So Zero Tenacity going to be looking for an improved performance this time around on their defensive half. You'd imagine they watched that game, they watched the demo, kind of had an idea of what went wrong. Like you said, Vertigo's been a bit of a rough map for Zero Tenacity in general. It's probably the best map you could pick if you played against Z10. You know, they almost always ban it in the second phase of the veto. So if you can pick it into them, it's a good option. Let's see if ECSTATIC can make it work.
I firmly agree. This so far is exactly what happened over in the first time they played. 1 pistol, kind of converted a few. I think they actually have 4 spice. They went 3-0 up. This time will only be 2-0 if they're able to deal with the eco. Nemanja, unfortunately, actually doesn't get anything more than the first. It was really quite clean trade from Nixon with the Glock. Mission, don't allow bomb down, don't lose anyone else. Nixon, 2 kills with the Glock for him is... they'll take that.
Oh yeah, for sure. No investment into the round at all. 2 frags found. It's a decent return. Now we get into the gun round. It's going to be a bonus round here for the most part for... I say that, actually, this is not a bonus round at all for Zero Tenacity. $1,400 coming their way if they lose this round. That'll be 4 spy territory in the next. So, ECSTATIC have got a pretty good opportunity here to get the ball rolling, playing against a weaker buy. And an economic reset is the reward if they can win this. So, a lot up for grabs coming into this third round for the Danes.
Nut. We were praising his extremity and anchor play towards the B side of the map on the T side. He's going to be once again on Vertigo. He's going to be poking and prodding with Analele, but in the meantime, it's Joffo who was getting a little bit freaky around Gap. I was cautious watching him there. I felt like he was overplaying his cards a little bit, and yeah, ECSTATIC come out trumps on that interaction, and then swiftly maneuver over towards B to join up with Nut and Analele.
There's a couple players there for the CT side. Simcare up close with the MP9. Good for one. He needs AVN to get on the act as well, and he will. And he avoids the trade. Nemanja has not moved a muscle over towards the A bomb site, and I think he's going to have to get a little skedaddle on over towards B. It's going to be a very difficult retake here. 4-0 Tenacity. A couple kits and a little bit of utility between them, but it's going to be one-dimensional. Smoke is deep from ECSTATIC. Oh, the second one though, is that enough to just end proceedings? Or is it what kicks off the retake? BritMonster leaps into Nixon, and now it's all on Cristo to clutch. He opened up the round and he has to close it out as well, and unfortunately, Nemanja will be the difference maker.
Ironically, the one player who didn't have a kit going into that retake, but Zero Tenacity do that with so much vigor and swiftness that it doesn't matter. Time is not of the essence in this round. And wow, I rarely see that work where you just go balls to the wall, throw the kitchen sink at the retake and just dive in. But there for Zero Tenacity, they go through two different smokes, and I guess the flashbang, which was perfect for Nemanja. Really good utility usage. And ECSTATIC sat there dazed and confused.
Yeah, I love that from BritMonster, just throwing caution to the wind, playing by his own rules. ECSTATIC probably feel like they drop the ball in that round after getting an opening frag that goes unconverted. Last time these two teams faced on Vertigo, Zero Tenacity managed 4 rounds on the CT side. Just going to highlight that once again. Monster has his AWP now as well. Got such quick reaction speeds, does BritMonster. Certainly one of the fastest AWPers at this level.
Fastest fingers in the west. I guess east actually it would be. Maybe some Europe. Faster fingers in east. He was hitting some, like, he didn't have phenomenal stats coming out of Anubis, but there was just a few rounds where you were like, oh okay, that was just insane. So I guess it's just about refining that, to be honest. But having the Zorp out early to side is really important. And he's in a cool position where he can pivot towards mid. Oh my god! So yeah, BritMonster pivots towards mid because AVN goes towards B, and you know, there's a one piece moves, the other piece moves for Zero Tenacity, very in tandem. But the highlight of all of that is AVN just annihilating. That was a dirty, dirty kill. Bad boy, you're not allowed to be doing that.
Not inside. Well, I guess it is outside in the building, but you know what I mean.
Keep that to private. It's
3.
illegal.
How did they even try and get back into the round is the question.
Pray
Time
to
ticking
God.
away. Yeah, 15 seconds on the clock now. Nixon, I was going to say, Crosshair is probably deeper than what it needed to be there, but he's still able to adjust to get the frag on Nemanja. There's no way for the bomb carrier to actually find the space to activate the bomb here. Cristo, last man left alive, is going to have to try and save his gun, and he should be able to do exactly that. No doubt AVN, let's say a little burst through the smoke might come through from him, but it is going to be 4-0 here. Zero Tenacity have now matched their return last time out on the CT side against ECSTATIC on this map.
Not bad. Good start. And that was a kind of perfect, like, so going back to what I was saying, I think what I was talking about with the color and the rotations was a bit clouded because of the, you know, great shot from AVN, but it's like, you took a ramp for Zero Tenacity. You have a player mid, you have a player holding mid, and a player on B. AVN leaves middle, and that's when you have him peeking B, but then BritMonster picking up that slack. So it's like one player moves and someone else responds, and it's just perfect counter-strike for Zero Tenacity in that round. Very simple, and it definitely helps that they hit some really cool shots. Cristo just made noise. They are holding for him. Head's been spotted. Simka's has already naded him, so he's already softened up. Sure, one nade does come back, and Simka's a little bit damaged. I was going to say, but they have the advantage. For how long, though? Not long enough, because the B bomb site has caved open momentarily. Nut won't be able to take the space off it because he has no one else with him. But because of that distortion towards B, we've got a gap opened in A where Nixon is starting to abuse it.
Yeah, he slips the nets. At least Yofor's able to spot him out. Yofor's got to be careful he doesn't just get wrapped on here. He's not expecting
That's
this
worrying.
from Nixon. Yeah, I am not at all sure how he doesn't anticipate that. At least Nemanja will be able to adjust to take down Unlele. Brings it back into an even numbers game. Nut is low. So that's going to make his life a lot more difficult here in the post plant. Nixon continues to go deeper and deeper, but Monster hits the key shot. And now it's on Nut. Very difficult 1v2. Doesn't seem like they've got the info that he's low. Monster still has the AWP out right now. Trying to isolate these jewels. Hugging the wall right now. Great crosshair placement to dispatch of Monster. And now it's down to Mr. Nemanja himself. Nut still in the same position. Nemanja will round the corner and gets another round on the board for his team.
I mean, realistically, it doesn't matter if Brute Monster had the pistol or the AWP out. Nut hit the instant headshot, so that was a very formidable first kill. And I was almost sitting there being like, oh, that's the clutch, you know? This is written in the stars. That's the first shot. Just needs to hit the second. But you can see he just has no idea where Nemanja is, so he starts making noise, getting a bit claustrophobic in that position he was in. There was no way to fall back. He was pincered in. He basically just had to take the fight, and unfortunately for him, Nemanja turns the corner and obliterates him. 5-0 for Zero Tenacity. Some of these rounds sure are a little bit close, but they're still hanging on by a thread.
Yeah, that's the one of the things we love about this esports is the rounds could always come down to 1v1, incredibly close situations, but Zero Tenacity are leading 5-0. Close rounds don't win you rounds. And I love this from Nemanja, playing around the smoke. Yofor had taken some attention away from TMB, some tunnel vision. Simke could be in trouble though. Not going to expect them as advanced as they are right now, and that means Crystal at least gets the frag to open up the B bomb site, but the man advantage persists here for the CTs.
Oh, here we go. We're going straight for it. No respect given whatsoever. Only good for the 1-for-1. That does keep them in the advantage when Brute Monster oversteps. Now ECSTATIC can have some grace. They've evened up the scoreline. Nemanja, what is this boost coming out on Cold Zero? I don't know what that was trying to achieve, but it certainly does not have the results they would have wanted, because now both players are spotted towards CT. Christu can tap in those digits, and Lele's picked up the first kill in the game for himself in this round, and now ECSTATIC are playing on top of each other, totem pole style. Zero Tenacity are never going to expect this. The only way else is winnable is if Joffo lands a heroic flashbang. Yep, there it is. Doesn't blind them though, and as they turn the corner, Nemanja gets greeted with both of them. Joffo taps the bomb, comes around the smoke, and okay. Low HP doesn't matter because Christu hits the headshot anyways. ECSTATIC finally on the board, and they do it from a 4 versus 5.
Yeah, and based on all the damage they've been inflicting in these rounds that they're losing, it means Z10 have got no money coming into this next round, despite the fact they've won 5 in a row. So, gonna have to be a force buy now for Z10, and a very good opportunity for ECSTATIC to fight their way back and start to put some pressure on their opponents. Scoreboard pressure, at least. I actually think that I don't know if you can remember back to AVN pushing through with the FAMAS there.
Yeah.
The nade clears out the smoke, which actually exposes him more than what he would have liked. I think if that smoke remains in play, he's a lot less tradable.
That's a cool point.
Smoke as well.
Yeah, that's actually... Okay, we'll pick up that in a second, because I think you're onto something there, actually. Probably hoping that there wasn't just 2 players there, right? Exactly. If there was 1, it would have worked perfectly.
Sure.
I mean, the issue is Brute Monster just dying with the AWP. That, like, you know, everyone did their work. Simca, AVN, they get their one. But Brute Monster's the reason why it kind of all goes higgledy-piggledy for them. Force by Zero Tenacity. We saw a cool little boost early on. Got them the opening kill, but swiftly gets traded, and ECSTATIC now resetting. They hit the steps of 1. Joffo's picked up the AK. What? He hits 2 headshots. That's magnificent. Christu, though, he's flourishing in these close range interactions with the AWP. Is Simca anticipated? Snake in the grass, he's being held for. They turn away at the worst moment. The Deagle whiffs his lines, but Simca just about hits the final shot. Again, not hitting the headshot, but he puts Christu down. Slivers of HP,
Ooh.
18 hit points. Simca
check the
saw
time.
his feet. He has to go towards A. He has to find this kill, but Simca, it's not clean, it's not pretty, it's not nice to the eyes, but a clutch is certainly a clutch.
It's effective, he gets the job done, the points on the board, and you can't tell how the round was won. All you can tell is that the round was won. Perfectly played by Simke, slipping into position, and he timed his peak so well. And Lele was considering that eventuality when he was backpedaling up ramp in towards A, but he turns away just as the peak comes through from Simke, by design out of Simke, who was monumental on Anubis, and he's carried that form across here into Vertigo as well. 6-1 Z10 with a 4-spy win, another round back, and that right there could be where this map really starts to get out of control for ECSTATIC. Loved the timing on the peak from him, really did.
And again, guys, just because it's not pretty doesn't mean it doesn't matter. That was a really important clutch. It's one of those ones where you're like, oh my god, whew. Like you're like shaking your head a little bit, like, whew, that was close. But it's still fine because you win that round, boom, Brute Monster has the AWP. Sure, you have no primary rifles out, but look at ECSTATIC's buy. They got Deagle, Tech 9, 3 AK, so they're equally in a awkward position. And for Zero Tenacity, look at this stage, any round is amazing. They struggled immensely the first time these teams played up against each other on Vertigo, or the last time rather, and this is a way better result. However, it might come crashing down a little bit in round 8, because TMB, what an opener. Sorry, no, it's Christu. What an opener on his opposition. And then TMB spams a smoke. Simka has somehow...
He's just basically sprayed around his opponent's body.
That was one of the most unfortunate missprays I've seen in my life.
It was like one of those cartoons where you basically like cut the person's outline out.
Yeah. Like it's... What's the... Have you seen Ali G in the House, the movie?
No, sir.
Oh, the opening where he like someone shoots him and it's like all around his like outline, and he's got a donga bonker. If you pick up what I'm putting down.
Yeah, I think I do. I think I got you.
It's a cool little.
I'll have to give it a watch.
Early 2000. Oh, if you haven't watched, it's definitely. I know a producer definitely knows about Ali G.
Though.
I don't know how that doesn't connect. That is actually criminal, that sim. He just doesn't pull down. Like, he shoots too high up. Like, he literally just doesn't pull down.
Alright, well, now it's decision-making time for Z10. Looks like they're going to empty their pockets here for the most part. Yeah, there we go. Just Nemanja keep a little bit of extra residual cash. Probably drop an AWP for a teammate later on. This has to be the moment, ECSTATIC. Can't afford to lose to another 4-spy.
Did incredible work in the previous.
That's
stepping on each other's toes a little bit. And Lily's like, I don't know what happened, guys, but they're dead.
Can't afford to slip up from here, though. 4 versus 3 man advantage. We've seen these rounds get spilled in the past. AVN has rotated back, and if he could actually take the bait away from his captain, that would be fantastic. But Nemanja decides to peek out as soon as AVN takes contact. ECSTATIC have their wits about them. They were constantly waiting before they actually committed to the bomb side for some sort of a swing, for some sort of a play from the CT side. Eventually it gets offered up to them. They win those vital gunfights, take control of B, and that's going to be their 3rd on the board. First time they've won consecutive rounds here on Vertigo. I think that Zero Tenacity are going to be a lot better on the T side of this map than they would the CT side. So even if this does end 6-all, they'll still fancy their chances.
That's what I mean when they lost that, like, when they lost the previous, it was kind of like, sure, this is kind of a necessity. Wait, Brute Monster has a kit in smoke. TMB spotted him. TMB's been owned. Oh, you gotta move. Wait, does he have time? Does he? Oh, he doesn't get across in time. That was legitimately winnable. If TMB hadn't spotted him, and if he hadn't hung around, ECSTATIC lose that round. But luckily for the Danes, crisis averted. But regardless, back to my original point. Zero Tenacity, no matter what happens, They're gonna be way happier with 6 rounds because it's a way better improvement than the previous showing. And also, they're gonna have another gun round to try and extend their lead even further. This is just the eco. This is the round that we forget about and we ignore. Let's not nade each other though, guys.
This is a bit of a handicap. Never hurt anybody.
How many boosts are there right now? None. Oh, they're just all there. Oh, ka-chow! Oh, I thought that nade was going to do loads.
You really oversold that one, Freddy. Oh,
Damn,
okay.
son.
And there, that is keen on the taps coming through from him. 3 frags found, TMB. I mean, this view model, I feel like this is just one of those quirky things that a player does that really just doesn't make a huge difference to their game. But he thinks it probably does more than it actually does, kind of thing, if you catch my drift. He's not old enough to have like a Quake view model. I mean, come on guys, TMB's 22 years old. Quake was out before he was born. Like, there's no reason, TMB. It's just silly. Silly goose.
Everyone has a backstory to possibly a different game. So like, I have some of my keybinds from Call of Duty, like I have shift and... So basically, like, the crouch and shift button is the reverse. So crouch is
Control.
on... So crouch, which is on control standard, is now on shift for me. And the shifting movement...
Shift walk for you.
Shift walk is on control. And that comes from Call of Duty. And I know some players have, like, was it DDK is... inverted stuff,
yeah,
because of science.
Mouse button 1. Yada yada. I get it, Freddy. You don't have to be like the guardian of the galaxy right now and protect everybody to just come up with some sort of explanation. But you know,
Guardian of the galaxy.
TMB. I hope TMB sees this, Freddy.
Oh, like TMB, if you're seeing this, what's your backstory? What's your original story? Where do you?
Classic. I hope she
how
sees
does this
it, bro,
happen?
kind of thing.
Huh?
You know the classic. I hope she sees it. I hope she sees this,
dude. Post an Instagram story. I hope she sees this.
It's you with TMB right now. Either way.
Yeah, TMB. Hey, my DMs are open, by the way.
Okay, 6-4.
You can teach me about Counter-Strike.
You can indeed. There is a lot to be taught to Freddy. We love him.
Hey. What? Sorry, I've coached in international land.
You're probably just a hype man, aren't you?
No, I was talking about you.
Oh, right.
I'm making fun of you.
Alright, buddy. Okay, TMB, good position. Told you the view model worked out perfectly for that peak there in particular. That was by design. First monster gets a frag back, and the kill will continue to come through. Kills continue to come through. ECSTATIC just steamrolling the defense right now. It's taken them a while to get going, but they pitched up on their T side of Vertigo, and it's looking pretty good.
And Lely was 0-6, if I'm not mistaken. He was also 0-6 on
He was like
maneuvers.
he was like 1-8 or 9 on maneuvers. So
Yeah,
good to see he's been able to get going here.
Yeah, I mean, that round was kind of perfect, where you have, like, the AWP being set up perfectly on a ramp, and what that does is it leaves a chasm available for ECSTATIC towards middle and B. So you get the kill on one side of the map, and normally on Vertigo, when you see either the player on B or player A fall, it ends up meaning that Zero Tenacity relinquish, or just CT size in general, relinquish control towards middle. That's exactly what happens. So you have this perfect heads-up reactionary play of like, okay, we get the kill here, we start moving here, and we also put pressure towards B. So we pincer this bomb site and utilize our effectiveness towards middle. And then on top of that, we don't allow anybody to save. So we go into this final round and a half, and ECSTATIC, they are steamrolling ahead. Also, I've just thought of a new thing. The reason why TMB's view model is so amazing, it's, you know, sometimes people are like, oh, I couldn't see him because my view model's on the left and he picked me left side. TMB never has that issue. He sees everything. He is the all-seeing eye.
But what if they peek out from underneath you? Your view model will still end up blocking them if they're directly under you. It just ends up blocking a different part of your screen.
I don't know how to respond to that.
Yeah, stop using logical and reasonable arguments in terms of the response here. That's not what we're after. Should have just let Freddy have his moments. I'm sorry, mate. Retract my statement. Redacted. There we go. Looking like Zero Tenacity are now trying to get into the faces of their opponents because the standard defense hasn't really worked out for them, but just with the SMGs at their disposal, it doesn't look fantastic. 5v3. And if this is the form we're going to be seeing from ECSTATIC going into the rest of the map, then we should really start to think about Inferno at that point.
You might be right, my son.
Won't lie, Freddy does some pretty banging impressions.
I don't
Sometimes
think
he even
I
acts
do.
like he knows what he's talking about.
Yeah, that's the best impression of all, right? Yeah, my like 8k hours in CS doesn't mean anything. Anyways.
Sticks all.
Oh, wait, no. I'm gonna hold you because I'm gonna call you a fibber. I'm gonna call you a turncoat because
Oh, no.
you were saying zero tenacity like 6 is enough, right? It's they're
Yeah.
gonna be happy with 6, but then all of a sudden you start talking about how we should be looking at Inferno. Like, what's this about?
Yeah, you got me
Make a
there.
decision.
I'm
Make a
trying to play
decision.
both sides of the coin here. I want everybody in Twitch chat to love me. So
No.
I just try and
I am here to keep
calling
you on
me
check.
out, holding me accountable. Yes,
Checks and
okay.
balances. I am your check and balance. I am your
Okay,
Supreme
so-
Court to Donald Trump.
I'm gonna still back my initial statement that 6 is enough here for Z10. Let's see if that'll.
I
prove to be the
agree.
case.
Okay, I just wanted to hear you say it. I just wanted to
Fair
hear.
enough. I have to
yeah.
stick my neck out there. It's only fair enough. But ECSTATIC did start to find some momentum towards the end of that first half. Can they carry
did.
it here
They did.
into the CT side? If
question
ECSTATIC
we
get to
all ask
13, they
ourselves.
win the map, Freddy.
Damn. What about overtime? Okay, wait. This pistol round's important, and it's gonna have to be an Emmanuel 1 versus 2.
Plenty time to play with. Bomb on his back as well. Could really try and sell these audio cues, sell some fakes. Plenty options available. He's even got utility. So, everything the Manya could hope for. A bomb plant, that's probably the first objective here. Back to the scene of the crime. ECSTATIC have not had a lead yet throughout the entirety of the series, by the way.
Oh
This will be the
damn!
first time.
This could be it. Boys, we're making history. Nemanja, though, he doesn't want any of that. Do you know how to tell who's a psychopath? The person who stays at the scene of the crime and pretends to be shocked. Nemanja goes back to the scene of the crime, but he ain't no psychopath. He realizes it's better to go towards the B-bomb site. That's exactly what he's going to do.
Oh, they've
Starts
heard
to
him.
give away some sound cues, and yeah, guess what? Nut, his ears prick up. He goes, "What's up, dudes? Christu, come and help me." Nemanja, how does he get himself out of this one? One smoke, puts it next to him, tries to give him some cover. That's the first. Great headshot onto Christu. 1 versus 1. 10 seconds. Bomb tapped. Elevating his position. Runs out of bullets, but with the final bullet in his magazine, he puts down Nut, sends him to the grave, and Zero Tenacity do not allow ECSTATIC to take their first lead in the series.
I really just appreciate how Nemanja went about that clutch as well, because he tried multiple different ways of actually getting into the 1 versus 2. You know, the first little gimmick of faking the rotate back towards B, goes back to A, gets spotted out, then commits to the B push, goes all in, and the way he isolates the jewels was really good. I mean, I thought he was just going to try and plant the bomb when he gets onto the B bomb site, but still has his wits about him and keeps his composure in the 1 versus 2. He never really gets panicked. And that was a phenomenal clutch coming through from the captain. Nemanja just continues to have an incredible 2024. By far and wide the best year of his career, and it's not even close.
Mate, it's the best year for any of these guys in their career.
Yeah,
Without
fair
a
enough.
shadow of a
But I
doubt.
just mean, Nemanja as an individual has just gone off the charts this year.
The wazoo, as one would say.
Out of the wazoo. There we go. And ECSTATIC denied the taste of that sweet nectar, Freddy. Yum yum. Believe.
I want
They would
some.
have loved it.
I want some milk and honey. Real ones
Raw
will know
milk.
that reference. Land
Good beer.
flowing of milk and honey. I'm not talking about no beer. That's satanic.
Oh. Okay. Eco round here for ECSTATIC. Been able to find a couple kills already. Shouldn't be anything else after that. Just with the USP.
That's-
Bull has his bell rung and well, is his bell dismantled. No more ring ding a ding coming through from him, Fred.
No more.
Oh,
Ooh.
how do they get so much
Ooh.
economic damage? 4 kills?
4 kills. and a kill with a Mac 10 as well, so Nixon's sitting pretty when it comes to the economy. Do you know what the alpha move there is for Nixon? Is to drop Christu and Orb and play Glass Cannon A1S. That would show he's a real trooper. That would show he's a real teammate.
I'm not sure I can get behind that, in all honesty.
Trust me, like, we did it, yes, it works. You just need to trust your AWPer, you need to have faith. Where's the trust?
Then why doesn't he just drop you an M4 and you can get Kevlar M4? Or does he just not?
He drops an AWP with 5k.
Oh, alright. Yeah, fair enough, I guess. Either way, not going to be any sniper in the server here this time. It's rifles across the board. Simka looking for a timing as he swings out of middle. Christo's out in the open. It's a 5v3 off the batch and it's all important round. Nixon at least will get the frag back onto the captain of the other team. Nemanya's going to have to call this round from the sidelines. AVN will play peekaboo and Nut shuts him out of the round. There's two players in advanced positions for ECSTATIC right now, and I don't think Z10 are going to anticipate that. They're going to be hunting for Nut, but not Unlele. And Nut is actually the one who's gone searching, and he does find them. And that means Unlele is forced to coop himself back into the corner. Still got their wits about them, though.
Yeah. I don't know how much they're going to expect this, but they're definitely... It's in the back of their mind.
Oh.
And there it is. Okay, shut down.
That smoke worked perfectly for Yoffo to cross to the pillar there, and that was the smoke thrown by Christo, if I'm not mistaken. T's end up using it against ECSTATIC.
Yeah. Okay, well, Nixon, this isn't unwinnable. However, he doesn't anticipate the player to be close.
Bad timing, though, bro.
Yeah, bad timing on it all. That's the first gun round, pistol, and even though they didn't convert the eco cleanly, it's still, like, you know, flawless on the T side. And this is what you said. You said they'd have a much better time on their T side. And you know what, Hayes? You are very glad I called you out on your sitting on the fenceness, because now you're on the winning side of history with me.
I am for now, but let's see how
keep
things
the
go in a
pride.
few rounds from now. Yeah, just
But like that first gun round, apart from it getting a little bit scary on the extremities, like okay, AVN maybe could have played his life a little bit more, waited for the mid wrap. Sure, Nemanja didn't have to force the issue on the A bomb site in a 5 versus 3, but it's like overall the way that round was shaped up was perfect. Maybe apart from the bomb being dropped as well, and if things had gone wrong, they would have had a very slow reaction to the plant, getting, like, even if they got the plant. But regardless, ECSTATIC on a force buy. Let's see if they can do as much damage as they did on the eco.
I feel like ECSTATIC have actually been incredibly deadly in their eco rounds today on both Anubis and Vertigo. They continue to just find a ridiculous number of kills, but they've struggled a lot more in their gun rounds to complement and capitalize on that economic damage that's been dealt.
Ooh, ECSTATIC have the right idea. And they're ready to pounce. They're all playing around Crane. There's no utility, so they're going to be doing this dry. Unluckily for them, though, Nemanja is crisp and clean. Those kills, you know, people might be looking, it's like, oh, it's just a force buy. Why are you, like, even giving this a look in? And it's like, well, 3 players close Crane and a guy gap. Like, dude, I've seen that round go wrong millions of times. More than I can count. And it's the fact that it's so clean is really valuable for Tenacity, especially considering that they only kept 1 alive against the anti-eco. So when they go keep 3 alive against the gun round, 4 alive against the force buy, it's good for the economy. It means we have another purchase in if things go south, but Zero Tenacity are not looking to have things go south, as they have hit double digits. It's 4 in a row on their T side. They haven't lost one yet. ECSTATIC back on the rifles though, and Christu has the AWP out.
Must win round for ECSTATIC. No two ways about it. Zero Tenacity have been very good throughout the entirety of the series. They've been in complete control, in fact, I'd say. Right up at their best. Everybody contributing, everybody chiming in, everybody chipping in. A well-rounded team performance. And they need 3 more rounds here in regulation on Vertigo to get the job done. And like I said, that means ECSTATIC have to win this gun round here to just stave Zero Tenacity off for a little bit longer. Keep them at bay. And they're going to keep it direct. They're just going to be grouping up at the bottom of ramp with 5 players. ECSTATIC, they've got 3 of their own at the top of ramp right now. And Christo's looking for an angle.
Flashbang ineffective. Christo though, missed shot. That's really brutal. That was the opening kill for eXtatic right there. However, the rifles re-peek in. Unfortunately, they trade out. TMB, they know he's here, and he's being hunted down like prey. Zero Tenacity are the predators, and they smell blood in the water. They are looking to speed up onto this A bomb site. eXtatic have rotated everybody in.
Yeah, and I don't think Zero Tenacity are actually thinking about a decision to pivot away from the safe bomb site. They're more just pausing and pumping the brakes to sow the seed of doubt that eXtatic either have to try and play for info or they're going to have to rotate somebody off the safe bomb site. But Zero Tenacity continues to apply the pressure. That's a fantastic flash. Joffo unfortunately can't make good of it, and then Lele will join in with Nut, but I was going to say can't fall back with his life intact. He will be able to. AVN now last player left alive, and Christo finishes off the job. That gets a hell of a lot closer than it probably ever should have, but eXtatic will win the round. That has to be the start of something, though.
It has to be. I'm not
And
gonna
on that
lie,
occasion-
I'm really... Yeah, hit me.
I was going to say, on that occasion, eXtatic had their numbers on the correct side of the map, so they were very well poised and well prepared for what came their way. Not like you can rely on that every time, and it was a read. It's not like they had the info, you know, someone at the big flank or a push that allowed for them to realize what was going on. Kind of rolled the dice, worked out for them. Christo rolls the dice to try and force that early fight once again, but he comes off second best.
Very slippery slope for Christo in this game. That last round, he kind of gets away with his maybe incompetence of missing that first shot, but in this round, does not. Zero Tenacity grouping up towards A. In this round, it's going to be looking a lot cleaner. eXtatic need to be taking some control elsewhere. We've got one player mid and two in B, and they are stagnant. They might start to move now, but it's going to be a little bit too late. Zero Tenacity have a timing. They need to go now. Zero Tenacity, they cannot wait any longer. And here comes utility. Nixon by himself, isolated on the back of the bomb site, falls within a split second. eXtatic, sure, they do retake some control towards B. However, they get the information far too late, and I'd be surprised if we even see them going for this.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. TMB's actually hung around for too long already with the AWP because he can get double swung smartly, will backpedal. You shouldn't even be hanging around here. And he will continue to fade away. Zero Tenacity, do they hunt here? Probably not necessary with them not having any residual cash. I think eXtatic are just making their decision based off the fact that Zero Tenacity tried to go A in the previous bomb site and it didn't work out at all for them. So they're thinking, okay, well, Z10 probably going to try the opposite bomb site here this time around. Let's stack up the defense. Because remember, like I said, they stacked up A in that previous round without any info. And they try to go for the gamble stack over towards B. And I really like, as you say, Zero Tenacity, they don't wait for the round to dwindle before they commit to their push, and it meant that they actually got their execute going before eXtatic realized what was going on. And they catch just Nixon alone on that A bomb site, and Zero Tenacity take a big step in the direction of winning the series 2-0 after winning that round.
Yeah, there's definitely a point of conversation as well of Nixon just really misplays the situation there.
Yeah, agreed.
He's definitely going to have head in hands after that being like, yeah, that's my fault that round. Like, even though it was going to be hard fought if he even survived, but the fact that in a 5 versus 4 that they're able to isolate that kill, like, pretty much instantly. They come around the corner, they get the kill. Like, that shouldn't be the case. There was no resistance, no rebuttal. And Christo, he has had a very hard time at things here on Vertigo. He's been double naded, mollowed. He's on 12 HP before the round even begins. TMB in the same sentiment, barely alive. How on God's green earth has Zero Tenacity not come away with the advantage? They had 3 players on 20 HP or below, and now they have to do a last-ditch effort towards mid and B. AVN smites the only player who was full HP. Anilele rotates in and gets a dink through the smoke, but Chopo sends one right back. Zero Tenacity in a 3 versus 2. Everybody on the server is now low, but Zero Tenacity, they have that tenacity and they are fighting their way through. Christo with only 12 HP and the AWP. He's been bombarded with utility, but Simka cannot land the fatal blow. Does 6 damage with the AK. I didn't even know that was possible. Has potentially Christo got an opening into this clutch?
AVN's been able to cross back towards Elevate, so that's going to make life so much more difficult for Christo. He's not going to expect this play to be made. Time ticking away, he's got a smoke and he has a kit, but he doesn't have the health to just stick the defuse in the smoke right now and hope that a single bullet doesn't connect. AVN comes around the corner, frag found for free. That round is so close, and ECSTATIC can feel pretty aggrieved that it doesn't really work out for them. You know, even Lele, super unfortunate, just has a little burst through the edge of the smoke, which then gives his position up. So like you say, there's a response from the T's. Theirs is works out perfectly. Kill comes through, 12-7, 5 map and series points for Zero Tenacity. They're on the brink. This is the Zero Tenacity we came to know and love, right? The team we've seen in the server throughout this whole series. Just very well-rounded. A lot of depth in terms of their fragging power, all 5 players popping off and having their moments. Very good synergy, coordination, communication. It's just everything has hit the nail on the head today for Zero Tenacity in this series. They've been bang on for.
Yeah.
Very impressed.
I think ECSTATIC are a team that I've always praised for their... I've always praised them for their system, and in this game it feels like Zero Tenacity have just dismembered that system. But realistically, Zero Tenacity should be getting ECSTATIC. As much as I loved ECSTATIC, Zero Tenacity should be winning this game.
Yeah, but it should be competitive.
It should be competitive. However, it might still be. Nut gives them the old bam bam. And with the FAMAS, he just gets 2 kills in the exact same position. That is really poor from Zero Tenacity. They get the opening kill within like 10 seconds, and they force the issue way too heavily on the extremities. Maybe with the mentality of, oh, let's just end this game now. There's no point, you know, let's quickly just finish it off, and that can sometimes be the bane of a team's existence. However, Brute Monster and Nemanja, it's the dastardly duo that has caused so many teams havoc, and look at this, Nemanja behind enemy lines. No, he doesn't catch Nixon! Oh, he doesn't look far enough around the corner, and that was shaped up for success, but Nemanja overlooks just slightly, and because of that, ECSTATIC should go to an 8th and take their 2nd of the half.
I'm not looking to lock Britmonster in here. They both spot each other out. Britmonster's going to continue to just try and wrap around. I'm surprised that Nutnut's not actually hunting for this right now. Anyway, Britmonster will eventually come out with the kill.
I don't think Nutnut spotted him.
You don't think so? I guess not based off the movements there, yeah.
I 100% would say he wasn't, yeah.
Alright, well, 12-8. ECSTATIC live to fight for another day. Need to win 4 in a row from here to force overtime. Big round out of Nutnut there in the previous, getting that multi by himself on the B-bomb site with the FAMAS. Just a great angle there, playing on the edge of the smoke. Good confidence in the gunfights. He's had a very tough time so far on Vertigo, but we need more of that of him. Oh my. Great flash is great util, but this has got to give you a clue that there's something going on from the CT's perspective. Nemanja's looking to make moves of his own right now. TMB in the corner, Britmonster's going searching, he's going to tick to the molly, that baits TMB out though. Nemanja makes good of his forward position, and now it is panic stations for ECSTATIC.
Look at this, Zero Tenacity of 3 players patrolling on the B-bomb site. Not again! A double! Tech 9 finally puts him to rest at range, but Zero Tenacity give Nut the way back into this game. This round though still has a tool order for Annalele and Christu. Zero Tenacity group up towards the B-bomb site. They look to boost Simka up and then activate from his forward position. There's only one player here, Annalele in the hot seat, Molotov coming on his position. He has a smoke to deal with it, but instead just swings for the first kill. It's effective, but Simka, remember that advanced position I was talking about? It comes into use. Christu now, can he deny the bomb being planted? He actually can. Wait, he could have, but unfortunately doesn't realize he has the angle. Regardless though, still will get the kill eventually, but the bomb has been planted. There's a kit on default. Annalele had a kit, so Simka, he doesn't have all the time in the world, and he knows this as well. He can see it. Christu jumping down. He hasn't spotted Simka.
I think, do you not think so? It looks like Christo has his position locked in right now. I think he has. They've seen each other now for sure. Time ticking away. As you said, there's a kit on the floor. Some kid just desperately not giving up the gunfight. Christo will recover the kit. The fuse will come through in time, and ECSTATIC continue to fight. That was a 5 versus 3 they just rescued.
Very poor indeed. That's back-to-back rounds where you've had advantages, this one more severe than the previous, and you've lackadaisically given Nut a double in both of those rounds. That's unforgivable.
What I want to know is why have they decided to just push into B after they've gotten those 2 kills ramp and there's nobody left on the A bomb side from ECSTATIC? That felt a little bit lazy in the calling department, because it's like, alright, well, I'm expecting them to have rotated away from B after we got 2 kills A, just go up into the free bomb side, but they could have just kept it simple.
They had a clear game plan of what they wanted to do at the start of the round, and they just commit to it regardless of what happened on the other side of the map, which is not the best. It's just farming season now. There was one Galil in the mixture for Nemanja. He gets nothing. It's Nut who's been a rock towards his B bomb site in the last few rounds. And this should be double digits for ECSTATIC. Starting to get a little bit tense now, are we, Zero Tenacity? Because you have 1 gun round before we go to overtime. You said 13. Whoever hits 13 wins the game. What about an overtime? What about that, Hayes?
Then it's got to be 16. And you know what? There's basically only 1 full gun round between ECSTATIC and overtime right now. And it's this round right here, right now. Pressure ramping up for Zero Tenacity. They had a lot of breathing room at one point, but the walls are now closing in on them to get the job done. Running out of time. Nemanja's got a Mac 10.
The issue when you force buy a Galil on an eco round and get nothing with it. A's been working for Zero Tenacity. They've been consistently getting the opening kills there. Brute Monster has the AWP. It's worked out in both of the last 2 gun rounds. But instead, the majority of the pressure in this round is going to be leaning in a mid to B move.
Right, it looks like there's a very clear plan. This is no default. This is, as you say, a B split being crafted up right now by the T side. Util combo to start to find some space in the middle. Christo is there with the AWP right now, and he has been phenomenal on this map so far. Nut and Unlele have also proven to be a dominant force over on this B bomb side.
Good smoke. Great smoke, actually. Forced them ahead of it. Maybe a little bit quicker than they wanted to. Molotov, oh, it forces Nut out. And Simka nails 2 rotations, bleeding in very quickly, may I add. So even though ECSTATIC are in a man's advantage, look how quickly we're here. Brute Monster over peaks, gives the jewel to Christo, who's acutely holding the angle. Look at Joffo, though. In middle, he's being held for by TMB, but for how long?
So smart.
Ooh, Joffo, he has the round in the palm of his hands, peeks in, and even though he's being held for, he still excels. Bomb, already half gone. Christo has a kit, taps the bomb. Joffo still in the back lines, initiates, and Simka, who opened up with a double on the B-bomb side, sends Zero Tenacity to playoffs, joining Monte, who have already put themselves in the mixture, and ECSTATIC have to go down to the 2-2 bracket to try and face the music tomorrow.
Well, Simka had a relatively quiet Vertigo, I'd say, especially compared to the shift we saw of him on Anubis, but what a round for him to come alive. The double kill on the entry, beautiful first frag found, an open gunfight, and then the molly forces Nut out into the open. I think he must have missed his smoke, because I think he tried to extinguish the flames, but they weren't completely extinguished. I'm not entirely sure. Either way, Simka with that second entry was basically the kill that should have won the round. Still gets a little bit close from there. I thought Chorford timed his activation in middle to perfection as well, because you don't want to give up that fight. You want to try and leave it as late as you possibly can, wait for the CTs to commit to the retake on the B bomb side, and then you come in on the action as well. So just very good decision making there in that moment from Zero Tenacity as they get the job done.
To add on to that as well, not only does he get that first kill and, you know, start sowing the seeds of just despair in ECSTATIC's head, he also just waits. He stands in middle, and he just doesn't allow for the duo to progress up onto that bomb site and get the defuse, and then swings in at that kind of the perfect time to then get that final kill of the round alongside Simka. But a great round from Zero Tenacity. It got a little bit close at the end. I think there definitely was a kind of sense of we're just trying to get this game done, and we overextend after getting opening
complacency.
kills. Yeah, definitely complacency on the server, but nonetheless, Zero Tenacity put us back on schedule, and they book their spot in playoffs. So still one more team that will be looking to make it through to playoffs today, and that is going to be GUN5 Alternate Attacks, your favorite German squad, up against the CIS team, who have recently, made roster changes. That's going to be on your screens in about 50 minutes for the pre-show. It's going to be a different duo taking that over. So for me and Hayes today, we bid you farewell. We hope you have a lovely rest of your day. Go get a snack, get hydrated before the next game, and make sure to tune in to this CCT Series 14 group stage to decide who will be the last team through to playoffs for today and which teams will be in 2 and 2 for tomorrow. So for that, bye-bye.
You look into your inventory and there's only... It's time to forget about this garbage. Here you will find everything to play with really cool skins. Open top cases. Upgrade dropped skins and turn your junk into a cool gun using the contract system. Every day, thousands of people upgrade their inventory with us. Hellcase.com. Look at yourself in a new way.
Do you have any unnecessary skins or want to sell them? Try SkinPlace. Visit the website, select the skins you want to use. Easily fill your Steam trade link. Make sure we offer good prices and choose a payment method. Hit the button and boom! Instant cash. Safety. Low commissions. Instant payouts. SkinPlace.
SkinPlace launching an event with a total prize pool of $10,000 in honor of our first anniversary. Just sell skins, claim daily bonuses, complete missions, visit the shop, and participate in the main giveaway with popular skins and a powerful PC. Follow our social media to not miss.
Trying to get the skin of your dream for a long time but can't get it in any way? On our website you have a unique opportunity to get your favorite knife. Users on our site can hand out skins themselves, and participants need to fulfill some simple conditions. For example, watch a video or buy a case on our website. After that, you automatically become a member of the distribution. Go to the user giveaways tab and do what you like. Hellcase.
Do you have any unnecessary skins or want to sell them? Try Skin Place. Visit the website, select the skins you want to use. Easily fill your Steam trade link. Make sure we offer good prices and choose a payment method. Hit the button and boom! Instant cash. Safety. Low commissions. Instant payouts. Skin Place.
Skin Place launching an event with a total prize pool of $10,000 in honor of our first anniversary. Just sell skins, claim daily bonuses, complete missions, visit the shop, and participate in the main giveaway with popular skins and a powerful PC. Follow our social media to not miss.
Welcome back, everybody, to the final matchup of the day. We're about to go live with GUN5 versus Alternate Attacks very, very soon. It's MNJ on the mic with me, while dating me, of course. Here we go, shameless plug, trying to get the Twitter followers up, boys. This is how bad it's getting here, Josh. But yeah, we're about to go live with the third game very soon, and it's actually the 2-1 record game, so it's not exactly super duper high stakes right now. Obviously, if you make it into the playoffs, it's like a very nice buffer to be having, but if you don't end up winning that game, it can get a little bit worrying. Uh-oh, Josh. I'm good. Are you good out here? Yeah, because I can't hear you. I think your audio might be not right. Oh, we're doing live tech support, guys. Let's switch over to the schedule for a moment, Mr. Producer, so we can quickly. I can't believe I'm watching this. Josh, Yeah, okay, I think we're going to need a quick technical break to try and sort out Josh's microphone, but we'll be back in just a bit. Draw the... Oh, Josh, that was a little bit awkward, but is it working now? Or are you still?
I think we're good. I think we're good.
Okay, you're not banished to the mime realm anymore. There.
You know what's wild? I didn't even do anything to fix it. I literally just, refresh the page, refresh that, and now it works. So I don't even know. Nothing was even broken. It was just
this is all that CCT is about, right? We're giving people a peek behind the curtain. We're telling you the inner workings of everything, right? We're doing live tech support. If anyone else has issues like this, well, you can always hire Josh. He got just that fixed.
Refresh the page.
20 seconds time. Have you tried turning it on and off again? Well, that's generally a strategy that ends up working. But I do want to start focusing on the game now. GUN5 and Alternate Attacks. Well, thankfully, it's kind of weird to say thankfully about this, but there's also some technical issues on the side of the server as well. So, while that's being sorted, we got some time to sort out the audio. But yeah, GUN5, Alternate Attacks, two teams that I've had my eyes on, especially GUN5, because man, they have really been on the come up recently. If you sort of look at their individual pieces, right? I've really loved watching GUN5. Sadaim's been really popping off. You can look at someone like Zelo. He's been absolutely great. You can't ever really point out one player and think, damn, that is a particularly weak lane, because every single player is contributing on the server in one way or the other. And obviously, I think the sort of highlight player that we generally look at is going to be Tenir, just an absolutely fantastic rifler, popping heads, making it look like nobody's business. And if you look at sort of their recent victories as well, they have been really good out here, Josh. Their most recent win was against ECSTATIC, and the reason I put a lot of credit into that ECSTATIC win, even though it's a lower rated team than GUN5, is because this is the same ECSTATIC that has recently toppled a giant that is NIP.
Yes, I mean, if you watched that game, it was a little bit of a wild one, but yeah, they've looked very, very good. GUN5, especially as you say, highlighting Tenir was an absolute. It has to be done. This guy has been unbelievable recently in. Even our recent matches. I mean, we covered these guys just a couple of days ago, didn't we? We covered their match against Favbet, and they looked fantastic. They took map 1, 13-1. They took map 2, 13-9. It was one of the quicker games that we've covered in a while. Now, Tenir on map 2 was pretty nuts. He went 18-10. He was absolutely fantastic. He was a little bit absent from the first. That was made up for by Sadaim, who ended up, sort of having a decent performance himself. But generally speaking, everybody on that team was firing on all cylinders. I think neither of us were expecting it to be that one-sided against Favbet. And I think that we could definitely see like a similar result here, but alternate attacks have been very strong recently. They've had quite a mixed bag of results. Every now and again they beat a really good team and you think, oh yeah, here we go, here's the alternate attacks we used to, and then they'll just sort of lose to some guys that they absolutely shouldn't, and you start maybe scratching your head a little bit. But they are still within the top 60. They've been on definitely an upwards trajectory, and generally they've been looking okay. So yeah, I couldn't think of a better opponent right now. I think we're actually going to have quite a close game here.
Yeah, I mean, looking at alternate attacks, right? They have actually been performing quite well. It's weird because alternate attacks is the type of team that will get like some really good victories. They're going to win against some really strong opposition, right? Like obviously if you look at some of their recent wins, like their win against TSM, right? These are some really solid wins to be having, but then they're also going to drop against teams where I really don't think that they should be, especially if you look at teams like Team Drillas. Now obviously Drillas is also a pretty strong stack, right? But I just felt like alternate as a team would be able to be a much more cohesive unit and just shut down any sort of challenges of that sort, which is why it is a little bit concerning. I like seeing alternate attacks when they're playing really well, you know, but the likes of Perks, the likes of Hype really popping off, but sorry, but when they really drop off, it's pretty sharp, and that's what really concerns me.
Yes, yeah, exactly. Pretty much what I was just saying there, right? Like every now and again they would just lose to a team and you think, oh, that was bad, right? They lost to Drillers last week, a couple of losses against like Illuminar and Apogee, sides that these guys shouldn't be toppling to, and honestly they've just been smashing out so much Counter-Strike that I think sometimes you've got to factor in that they'll have like 2 or 3 games in a day. I covered them last week, right? Start of last week, and they were balancing 3 best-of-3s that day, right? They had their first game at like 1 p.m. and then they had our game that was then at like 4 p.m. I think it was, and we had to wait for them to finish that match. And then as soon as they finished the match in the tournament that I was covering, they had another game at 7. So sometimes these guys are just like kind of overloading their calendar a little bit. They're smashing out matches, and I think sometimes you can discount some of these losses a little bit purely down to the fact that it's like their 9th map of the day and they're just exhausted, and you know, you do get those inconsistencies when you have situations like that.
Of course, you're looking at a team that's grinding Counter-Strike to the bone, and there are going to be inconsistencies, right? But then you also have to consider, like, okay, if you want to look at the long-term development of a team, you also have to start prioritizing tournaments, right? You cannot just be grinding yourself to a dust and then having those inconsistent days when it really matters. So if you look at this particular game, right, like it's a 2-1 record matchup. Now, if they had other matches today, if that was sort of the position that they were in, then it will be a tricky spot to be in, of course. Like, you cannot just you cannot just be losing games because there's simply too much gaming to be done, right? It's strange to say, but that does seem to be the case. Now, we are going to quickly look at the veto, of course. I want to see sort of where we might be seeing silver linings for any of the teams. Nuke being banned out first generally is the alternate attacks ban. Both teams ending up going for their permaban, so Vertigo and Nuke out of the picture. GUN5, of course. I love you guys because you guys never play Vertigo. Good stuff. Never want to watch that map again in my life, but I will have to begrudgingly commentate it sometimes. Inferno being the first one. That's interesting because it is a map that is pretty much even for both teams. And then you look at Dust2 coming in, that's also about even grounds, and that's what I think is going to make this a particularly good game. Like, when you have teams that have such an overlapping Venn diagram, like it's basically a circle when it comes to the maps that they like playing outside of maybe Nuke, you'll have a match that is just packed through and through.
Well, I mean, I don't disagree with the veto there. It actually ends up sort of tying up quite nicely. Ancient definitely leans in GUN5's favour, so if it does come down to that decider, then I think they do have that advantage there, but it is one that alternate attacks have been playing a lot of. It's kind of a shame because they've tried to float Nuke a few times just to kind of keep it as this scary map that, even though they don't play it very often, you know, if you can play it a couple of times and log a couple of decent wins there, then it all of a sudden becomes a map that people are like a little bit scared of you on, and you can use it as leverage in a veto. And I think that like there's a lot of mind games and deeper stuff that goes on here. When you're a team, if you're playing against another side and you're like the hot favourite, it almost makes sense to sometimes like float a map that is normally your permaban, just so that then you can get a couple of wins on it, and it looks a little bit threatening, it looks scarier than it is, and sort of deter people from picking into it, and therefore you can then sort of float it as your second ban and things like that. But anyway, they've played it 4 times recently, they lost all 4 of them. It definitely wasn't a map that they were going to risk GUN5 picking into. So yeah, in terms of the Inferno pick, GUN5 are good on it. They've been playing a lot of it recently as well. It absolutely could go either way, especially with GUN5 having the choice of the sides as well. We're just going to have to wait and see. These guys have been very, very good recently. Sounds like we're ready to get into game though, so Inferno underway. GUN5 starting off on their CT half, of course, alternate attacks, then on their defense. A bit of util from Perks.
I love the camera angle that we start Inferno with. It's like a guy stepping out of the truck like, oh, what? There's a fight going on here? Was I supposed to be on the team? I forgot my uniform.
Why are you guys standing still?
Well, GUN5, of course, CT side, as you mentioned. Utility, a little bit lackluster. Selter is the one that has a flashbang and an 8, and that's about it. 3 sets of Kevlar on the T as well, so have to be a little bit more heavy on the util if you have the orange uniform on, because you do have to try and take space. Oh, Arrow sees both, and that is 2 heads on the chopping block. Make that 3. Sadime the only one that gets a positive outcome, but Ozic should be able to keep things clean. Maybe a little bit sloppy, but that's okay. You do have a Glock after all. Alternate attacks, very solid way to be starting things off, and that comes off the back of Arrow just single-handedly demolishing everything in apartments.
Wow, okay, alrighty. Well, you can sit there all day long and talk about the fact that, you know, GUN5 are good on this map, and maybe in my head it leans towards them a little bit, but with a start like that, alternate attacks, the world's their oyster. Smashing heads. No, in fact, sorry, just the 1 casualty. That was hyped. They go into this round pretty firepower heavy as well for Galils. And that MAC-10, they've done their homework. They know that GUN5 like to buy in these scenarios, even if they really get nothing out of the pistol round. Their CT side, a 5 MP9 setup, no util, raw firepower. Stacked up with a 3-2 setup in the corner, elevated angles. It is going to be the B hit here for alternate attacks, and the MP9's just too hot to handle.
Yeah, that second player, I'm not sure if he gets checked yet. Okay, so they're aware of the little discrepancy in their Molotov, so they
heard him burn. They heard him burning.
Did they? Did they? Yeah. Okay. My bad.
He was definitely cooked. I mean, literally and metaphorically.
Yeah, you say something like he was literally cooked, and then I just see like any graying hairs on your head just start to become blonde again. De-aging yourself with Gen Z lingo.
Uh-huh. It's because I'm a Sigma, bro.
Mm-hmm. I mean, technically I'm like Generation Z, right? But like in spirit, like, it's really hard to make an argument for that.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yep.
I'm like just on the edge of it. Look, guys, he said edge. Well, alternate attacks. 2-0. Good way to be starting things off, and GUN5 now, they're going to have to take a chill for a bit. Because the buy is, in fact, not bussing.
Oh my god.
I'm sorry, dude. It's horrible. I hope we get to keep our jobs after this.
I hope so too. If we lost our jobs, that would be so Ohio.
Right. Need to put out an ad for a new co-commentator.
It is just going to be that MP9 save, though. Pistols on the rest. As you say, having to bite down on this eco because they need money for the guns moving forward. It was a mistake, I think, is really the only way of putting it, going for that force in the last B-bomb site just completely crumbled, and they were playing for a retake for the sake of playing for the retake, but it was a bit of a superficial retake. They knew that there was no way that they were actually going to make that happen, especially without the kits or utils. So they were just trying to do some damage. It didn't really work out too well. Tapped it away, easy picks, and if they can let this MAC-10 sort of take the lion's share of the prize here as well. Then a bit of money to come his way. Spotting the boost, knows there's got to be another down below. Another easy round for the German squad. The MP9 arrives at the party. It's good for one, but that's all.
Pretty great start to be having if you're alternate attacks. Just start to sort of nestle into the T side a little bit more. GUN5, of course, now weaponry will be brought out.
Can I just point out a little micro thing there, right?
Yeah.
The one kill that the MP9 found was onto one of the Galil players, and it was really retrievable. It was right by barbecue, and Freeze didn't go and get the Galil. He kept the MAC-10. He was basically next to it.
That just means they want to prioritize some kind of very early aggression from the MAC-10. Not going to happen, of course. But it still does make sense to have a MAC-10 in your hands, just to have that one player that can swing out. He's essentially like a super-powered piece of bait. Tenir losing so much HP. Oh my goodness, it is getting very naughty here in Banana. Lots of HP being lost out. Zelo spots one around the corner just in the nick of time. Enough bullets will land into Freeze and Arrow's body to get them a pretty significant advantage. Perks and Hyped, a 2-on-4. But this pretty advanced position of Perks does make him a threat to behold. Information available for the library player as well. Now that he knows of Perks' position, but Perks also had the audio cue. Needs to be careful. Balcony player contested. And Perks is being extra careful. Knows that there's a player trying to wrap around, but with the smoke setup, he's isolated it down to just one angle. And if he gets the right timing, Josh, he's getting it all done by himself. All the marbles and more. Hyped and Perks, now down to the 2 versus 1. Despite a very difficult 2v4 position to be in. Smoke trying to permeate through it. They know his position. He's being watched like a hawk, and Hyped will put his head on a pike. Alternate attacks, a 4th.
That's good work. And that's good work at a time that it really counts as well. Should be comfortable for a 5th hit. GUN5 do have the max loss bonus. They will go for a half buy. This is finally the time that you can maybe justify pulling out a few MP9s. Seltzer going in a little deep, but that's okay. $900 will just about suffice moving forward. But the big hitters. Tenir, the man who normally is putting up the numbers, is going 0-4. His lack of presence really being felt here across the server. Util, fantastic here towards Banana. Freeze burn into a crisp, and what's happened? He dropped a smoke and it did nothing. We trade into a 3-on-3.
It definitely shouldn't have happened. The Deagle does have a chance to pop off, though. Oh, that's a shot into Arrow's ear. Hyped responds. And now an entrance into the B-bomb site, but they need to make it quick because there's a player on the flank. There's a player waiting to pop shots through the smoke. He knows where they're coming through. And Easy, he's going to let them cross. Oh, he's so naughty for this. Wants to get both. The AK-47... The Fire Serpent on that barrel, wanting to chomp at them. There it is, the spray down. One more to go. Shots on the fadeaway. Hype tries to isolate, but Sadime will quickly put him down. GUN5, the first.
That's a good round back. I'm not wrong there, am I? That was a Counter-Strike moment. He was burning. Yeah, here we go. No, did he just not... He just didn't deploy it? He pulled it out.
What the hell I just watched.
And then... switch back to his gun, I think. He pulled the pin on it, and then switched back to his gun. Brutal. Absolutely brutal. If he puts out that molly, it's not so chaotic there towards Banana. They get out of those trades with the man advantage. I think we have a very different round there. But not to take away from how good that util usage was, and the fact that he was fully blind meant he was none the wiser to what was going on.
Yeah, and something like that definitely does sort of shake you up a little bit, right? There was a chance for them to just comfortably get to the 5th, but GUN5 now, they've got a chance to have a resurgence. Weapons, of course, all across the board. Sadime with his recovered AK-47. And the AWP as well that he picked up from Hyped earlier, so lots of chances to build up the economy now. You can see $4,000 in his wallet. But I want to see if the CTs can look a little bit more potent now. One round isn't all she wrote. Or it shouldn't be. Alternate, wanting to scale into apartments. A 2-man setup. That does allow them to be very potent if they have to encounter something in apartments, but the timing is so good here from Arrow. He knows there's a second player there. He spotted the barrel. Quick no-scope from Easy. Switches over to the Deagle, and he's getting all the work done by himself. Another shot to the torso of Hyped, and he isolates the short player. Oh my goodness, that is ridiculous from Easy.
Could have been the ace when he was spamming with the Deagle. The third man was there, low HP, almost caught a straight. But look at this. I don't blame Arrow for actually pressing the way that he did before that smoke bloomed, wanting to play in front of it and get rid of that sniper at that kind of range. He should be dead to rights, but uses it like a shotgun, hits the no-scope, follows up for everybody else. GUN5 snatch a second off of the back of Easy's heroics. And here once again, looking to do the damage. Alternate attacks on a force, of course, but 3 Tech 9s, a Mac 10, freeze on a Galil. This is far from a good investment.
Alternate attacks now wanting to quicken up their pace a little bit, going straight through shorties. He's been so good on the AWP, and he continues to not disappoint. Eventually overwhelmed by the Tech 9. Hyped has brought it down to a 1 versus 3. Does need to isolate Sadime very soon. Quick, good adjustment. But Selter has gotten it across the line. GUN5. This is some really good CT holes right here. Josh had their presence on A, Easy being able to hit all the important shots. He's honestly just keeping them alive so many times. And, you know, it doesn't reflect on the scoreboard, obviously, just yet, but the kills he's gotten, they have been infinite impact, right? 2 of those 3 rounds have just come off the back of Easy being able to hit some very difficult, threading the needle style shots.
The worry for me is once Hyped gets his sniper back out, he's having a damn good start to the game as well. He's 11-4, could be a real point of contention. However, this is a nice little freebie. Just up against the pistols, MP9 charging it down. Easy cash grab. There's an Eagle. Sees the legs, knows that Tanier, the second he gets to the point where he has to crouch, he's kind of stuck.
Maybe another kill, perhaps? No, that's denied. It's a dime. Does line up as well very nicely. And GUN5 now with 4. So I really appreciate that they take matters into their own hands and they actually send aggression down middle, because if you just wait for the Desert Eagles to come to you, they get a chance to play to their own pace, you know, like sort of shift your buttocks to the left and right, make a good adjustment, grip the Deagle, and then fire. Nah, you shouldn't be allowing all that. Just run straight into them. Make it tough for the Deagles to make any real collections there. Now, scoreline tied up, and alternate attacks now are starting to feel the heat. Obviously, only one of their rounds coming off the back of guns. 3 build off the back of buffers. Ooh, that is really good damage done. Needs to essentially take out 2 players. I mean, they are a sneeze worth of damage away from certain death, especially Tanier. That's 1 point of health, Josh.
That's kind of nuts. Brilliant U2 damage early on. They'll be shaking in their boots. Thinking, damn, we haven't even seen anybody yet. We haven't even done anything. Alternate attacks with the guns and just sort of showing how powerful they can be when they've got the money to pull out that util. Zadime aware that Arrow could be in this corner, catches brilliant timing. Is able to deploy a HG as well. That's going to do great damage onto Perks. Gave him a good advantage in the fight, but couldn't win it. 4v4, and whilst it's not evens because, you know, GUN5 have got 2 boys low, it is a little bit close. Zero, good movement, knows exactly the bomb site on the back of his hand. Here comes the execute.
Kilo, first man to hold it down. Ooh, very sloppy spray, but they're all ready. They're getting ready to pop through the smoke. Molotov doesn't quite dissuade them just yet. It's a botched nade, which doesn't allow them to have good vision. Ozik, blinded, still finds a kill, quickly tucks himself to the corner. Easy to near. They have all the work to do, but that is work that they'll be procrastinating upon. Alternate attacks before the tie can be escalated into a lead for GUN5, they will instantly put their foot down. You know, I want to draw it back to like some of the details that GUN5 had going. They lose a bunch of their HP. Yes, that's a bit unfortunate, and obviously a very good play by alternate attacks to line up the utility in the way they did. But Sadime had a really good adjustment. Knows that his teammates are so low that he needs to get something done on middle. So he goes for it. He does the wager, gets a kill, gets a nade, damage done. But he just had to do a little bit more for them to really be able to cement the round. Now, alternate, realistically speaking, all they want is just one more round maybe to really drive the point home, but GUN5, they have a little bit more to do because they are, in fact, on the side that they have picked into.
Yeah, it's such slim margins, and really, when you break it down, it's one bullet. It's one bullet that makes the difference. If he lands one more shot with that M4, gets that second kill, then all of a sudden, they've got a two-man advantage. He's still alive. It would be the 5-on-3. He can start to rotate over or even maybe push down mid and put a bit of pressure on. I think we see a different round outcome. That's just the way Counter-Strike goes sometimes. Easy, still on his sniper. That was saved from the last. Rest of the boys with enough money to buy around him. But pressure piled on here to Banana. Orzek wins that duel. Gets out of there with a slither of health. It's been a bit of a recurring theme. First 15, 20 seconds of all of these rounds. A lot of damage being inflicted there towards that B Banana portion of the map. Slow down a little bit. Minute 10 on this clock. Alternate attacks have now got options, and GUN5 have gone for the full commitment, a full stack on A. The Germans seem none the wiser.
Oh, this is going to be so chaotic. I love this. What's about to brew is going to be so amazing to watch. Arrow freeze, kill a piece, another head collected. You think the stack would be helpful, but now Selter is looking to seek shelter as he's got players coming. Ooh, doesn't quite fire off just yet, but they're going to check for him. Maybe he got a little too greedy, and Arrow will be putting him down.
Look at the health,
to at least get one collection. Yeah, I mean one good spray down would have been all it needed, right? But they're just all over the place. I think the reason he gets checked is because one of the players was just like frantically moving their mouse around trying to get the bomb down. And that might have showed up on one of the players' radars.
Ah, possibly. Good point.
Like, I think it was barely in the vision of the side player, and that's just what's like a little bit annoying sometimes if you're the one that's trying to go for the ninja play, but it happens. Can't do anything about it. Alternate attacks, 6 rounds on the board now, and you've got 4 for GUN5 that, you know, admittedly, they fought for really hard, and they were some of the more difficult rounds, but this is where we need to see Easy start to step up again. He had 2 brilliant rounds, but that AWP, it needs to be activated once more. Right now, Hyped, as a challenging opper, is doing a really good job to match his freak, and we'll see whether or not Easy can start to turn up the heat as well. Looking for a head here. I'm pretty sure he saw something. He knows that they're trying to use the verticality of the logs to try and find something over Banana. Just a matter of waiting for the smoke to stop obscuring his vision, and we're about to see something here, Josh.
Now that it fades, though, Easy a little worried. That Molly will isolate these duels. I mean, the AWP gets off the angle. They spot the sandbags player, but the gun gets taken away. Tanit still 1 for 1. Now Easy has to step up, and he steps up big. Hits the shot, back to the site. 3v3. Hype's on the angle with his AWP. The Battle of the Titans won't be taking place here. The bomb's going to go back towards A. Hype sticks around, though. Wants to keep him busy.
Oh, problem is Hype not being part of the contest on A does completely leave him out in the open, and he'd have to go all the way back to get the bomb, and he's missed his shot. Yeah, this should pretty much be a lid being put on the round. Zelo, 15 seconds. Yeah. Hyped, all he can really hope for is to tuck away. Zelo does not have to move a muscle to win this round anymore. But he does it anyway. It's good activity. Daily recommended step allowance being fulfilled.
Yeah, stairs are good for it as well. there's a gym near me and there's stairs you got to go up, and on each step it says how many calories you've burnt by going up that step. So 0.1 calorie.
Like,
blah, blah,
yeah,
blah.
I was just gonna say, is it like in decimals? Because
Yeah.
wouldn't make sense otherwise.
Just gaslighting you. You've just burnt 6 calories walking up one step.
Yeah, like you go to the gym 200 times and then you burn off like a small Toblerone. But yeah, one more round needed for GUN5 to at least equalize the numbers, and they might be able to do it. Tenir, oh, he's getting so aggressive, but his push is telegraphed. AK collected, my goodness, running it down middle, taking it into his own hands, and Hyped does start to stop the madness. Arrow, good recovery, or Zelo would have found 2. But Arrow and Perks, now they've got a 2 versus 3 on their hands. They want to make it convert on the A bomb site, but they'd have to do it against 2. Selter, as far as he is into Banana, he can provide all the information that Banana is 100% clear. Arrow is going to be checking the corner, and it's a really clean check from him. He'll start to come back around, about to walk into an M4 that's waiting for him, but it doesn't matter. The spray is outstanding. Selter, is the 1v2 going to come through, Josh?
It's such a shame that Tenir doesn't find that 3rd kill. When he was pushing, it felt like he was seeing red, right? He was just unstoppable. I think Selter sort of gave up this bottom banana control, thinking they were taking the bomb.
That's a godsend coming his way. Hang on.
He already knew it was there before it. Oh no, because it was smoked. Okay, now he knows.
Oh no, that's a disaster. Bomb spotted. He's anticipating the second player to be there, and Selter just had a miracle come his way. GUN5 are able to tie things up.
I kind of assumed that he knew that the bomb was there, but yeah, in hindsight, with the smoke down, maybe he didn't. I mean, Tenir was the one that dropped it, right? He pushed through, he killed the ramp player that had the bomb. I'd have thought that would be information that he relayed, but bearing in mind how chaotic it was, maybe he didn't even clock it. Maybe he didn't even notice. Or maybe, right, it was something that he didn't think about until it was the 2 versus 1, and then he said, hang on a minute, I think that guy at Code Ramp might have had the bomb, and maybe that's why Selter re-aggressed Banana. Because you start scratching your head going, why haven't they planted A yet?
Yep. GUN5, they've done well enough to now make this a very contestable T-side half, and alternate attacks will have to now deal with the woes of, or, well, the advantages of the CT side. It's not really 100% cut and dry anymore what side people want to preferably play on, just because of the nature of Inferno, but we've seen different preferences from teams. Alternate, he's got only 1 defender on B. He's got 2 guns, though, so does he count as 2 players? We're about to find out.
I'm not sure that's how it works, but we'll see.
I think it does.
This guy can be a bit of a menace with the cowboy pistols. Around the corner, there's 3 waiting for him.
Maybe if you could fire both of them at once, that would be cool. And overpowered.
Yeah, that would be cool. You could spin them and do crazy tricks with them. Oh,
that's full info. He knows exactly where they're coming, and look at what it's incentivizing from alternate. They're sending a player down middle to make sure that they can be very hands-on with the action. The full rotation's coming in from CT as well. It's a time, first man in, the dualies. Oh, how do they get so much time and still get nothing done? Ozic fast track into Banana, the bomb out of the way, and now we've got a round on our hands, Josh. He's got support, 2 more players coming in from Banana, 2 CT, 2 Banana. It's very difficult to try and get the plan down, but they do it anyway. They're very quick with it, but Hyped is as well with his bullets. Zelo down. Double commitment from 2 of the T's into construction. But the USPs, they're waiting. Hyped, first kill found. A 4v2. They're surely just going to barrel down into the bomb site. There's barely any HP remaining on Selter and Tenir, but they still want to make this a hard fight. Oh, you can't afford to be missing shots, but Selter makes the recovery, and now this is doable. Freeze, though, full stick on the bomb, simply disallows it.
yeah, the fact he has a kit's just the big problem there. Selter banking on the fact that he doesn't. If he steps, then they hear him coming from a mile away. They can go bodyguard mode. If he does, then, you know, they can't, then there's not this element of surprise. 7-6 though. Alternate attacks winning that pistol round. Let's go for a couple of rifles, a few SMGs here on the other side. GUN5. Of course, they get the plant, they get 3 frags. Why not? They'll play him for this. and stay present, stay relevant in this game. Their opponent's pick, so the fact that it's as close as it is pretty successful in itself. He's trying to cap. Brilliant flashbang! Brilliant trade transfer! And that's it. That's B open for business.
Brilliant stuff to get straight into the round. And obviously, alternate with that information in mind, they just simply do not want to go for anything. All you gotta do is hold it down, make sure these M4s make it into the next round, but Sadime has other ideas. He wants to write them a letter.
That's sweet.
In their blood.
Ah.
Reddit 2-sentence horror type shit. Those are always really horrible, aren't they? I don't know if you know what I'm waffling about. Well,
Not really. I was about to say, I don't want to like...
It's a messy attempt at trying to save the weapons, and it will be largely unsuccessful. GUN5, instant resurgence as soon as they get through with the Pistera. Maybe that was a bit of a bump in the road, but they have actually quickly gotten back on the horse, and they've also kicked alternate off of that particular horse in the process. Barely any money remaining on them. Now, with how bad the money situation is, they actually have to go for the full investment because they need two wads of cash to roll in anyway, so they have to treat this round as a bit of a foregone conclusion as far as the economy is concerned. I want to see if they can make something work with the 5-7, however. Got Kevlar, you've got Util. I mean, definitely some chances here.
Just a bad round to lose, that last, isn't it? Especially on their CT side. Puts you in this horrible position. If this force doesn't pay off, it's an eco in the next. This CT economy just so cruel. Got a 5-7 in the smoke, sort of waiting for someone to give him a flashbang to play through. Instead, it'll fade completely. He's caught with his pants down, so 2-man advantage, not a single point of damage taken for the T's. And they're going to keep pressing for this. This MP9's hungry.
GUN5 are actually making a really solid argument for themselves, and because they've completely thrown the economy under a bus for alternate, we're probably looking at a position where alternate, if they end up losing their own map pick, they're in a huge amount of trouble. Always really rough to be dealt such a difficult hand in the second round, but obviously the T side does enable it a bit with how easy it is to get the money rolling in once more. But this is one of the rounds where they just have to chill out. Bring out the Uno cards. Get the coach involved. Monopoly money and all.
Yeah, a little cash injection. Nobody look. I had a friend years ago that was
speaking
like...
of, hey, you were saying?
Oh, go on.
Okay, so like, very recently, someone sent me like an Instagram reel of like someone promoting like some dumb drop shipping scam or something, right? And the guy was like flexing like he was flexing like a profit of like $300, right? Yeah. and like he was actually like unironically like there was like money sort of flying into the camera as if you're like shooting it with the Supreme cash gun, like you know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah.
But it was Monopoly money. Like he was like it wasn't satire. And
Jeez.
it's like he's just like selling a course and he's flexing like $300. Like, congrats, dude, you made a decent wage, I guess. At the risk of also losing your life savings.
That's what for the month as well, for the day?
I don't know. I think it was like a weekly thing.
Jesus.
I feel like my hair would just turn gray if I have to worry about like $300 a week with having like a stake in it as well. Like you could lose all your money.
the logistics of a dropshipping business. Ah, get me out of here. Get me out of here.
Yeah, I'm good. I'd rather just run like some kind of hustling scam. I mean, if I am going to be a scammer, right? Speaking of scams, though, Tanir has stolen the life of Hyped. Arrow, though, does try and keep things honest. Very quick progression from GUN5 is a little bit disjointed, which leaves a lot to be desired. However, a headshot from Sadime, very desirable. Quickly should be able to get the bomb down. They're still waiting for their third prong to start to join them in this fight, but before they actually start to materialize onto the site, there will already be a flank starting to brew, and that's what makes it really worrying. They're not going to have a lot of wiggle room by the time the bomb does go down. Arrow, did he get spotted there? I'm not 100% sure, but if he does walk into apartments, things are going to get tricky. Arrow,
Ooh.
If he makes a single footstep, then that's where the boiler player starts to activate.
See that molly? Took like a really weird bounce, popped in the air. It's not going to land on short where they want it, but it doesn't matter. It's on the drive-by, the headshot's hit, but Orzek claws it back. 1v3 becomes a 1v1, but he hasn't got a kit, and he's running out of time. He cannot find this bomb. He's just completely lost. What is he doing? So much time has passed now. He sees it. The molly's on the bomb, and that's it. He was looking for a kit. He finds the kit. Doesn't matter. Sadime gets it over the line. GUN5 keep the pressure applied, and hey, that was kind of chaos. A good attempt from Orzek, but messy at the end.
I really appreciate that Sadime was just like true to his vision from the start. Like, he realized that he doesn't actually need to do anything much from apartments. As long as he can stay alive and just have that Molotov cocked and ready, he should be just fine. Especially because like the rotators are very unlikely to have smokes in that instance.
So you're going to go down your scam path. You're going to start invoicing in Google Play gift cards.
I mean,
that's
like,
that's what the real ones do.
Like on one hand, like, you know, it's like a who would win meme, like a carefully constructed business with thousands of dollars in revenue because you're doing a good job versus some ma'am do not redeem. Like, come on. I mean, I feel like one's like a pretty clear winner.
Obviously the second.
Mm-hmm. My friend
I don't know why
told
she
me
redeemed it.
I mean, I was just gonna say something, but then I just decided not to, like, just for the sake of the broadcast. Sometimes, like, I forget this isn't just a casual Discord call and that has real viewers. But 10-7. GUN5, they should be able to add a bit more onto the tally, considering that money isn't exactly all hunky-dory if you're alternate.
MP9.
A bit more deliberate of a style of play from GUN5. Just look at this. They're not exactly progressing into middle as fast as they were before. Nothing too haphazard. In fact, even their banana player, like, as soon as he nestles into the top of banana, that's it. That's like the only risk they've realistically taken, and that's the only risk they have to take. A little bit worried for that for that B prong, however. Alone against 3. Ooh, the fight's getting messy. Zelo, I think that's good enough. He's done his job. He's gained so much space. Now the A player should start to activate. You've got a player in apartments. There's 2 coming in from long. It'll be really difficult for these B players to rotate over as well. So with 3 versus 2, I think they'll be more than happy with this, Josh.
There's a problem here, though. Firstly, Celta absolutely should have found that trade. Secondly, look at where the bomb is, right? Okay, Tanir's found both kills. He gets kind of lucky that he finds both kills there, because if he doesn't, then that C4 becomes a big issue. They take a major risk here in splitting this attack and then, you know, having that success on the A site. But let's say that they don't have success down on B. They then have to split. They have to give up the control that they've lost. Imagine if, like, they go 1-for-1 on A and then Celta dies on B when he's trying to pursue those kills. Then all of a sudden you have to give up that A control, or you leave one player there. The other player then has to run all the way down down second mid through the apartments to get that bomb. And all of a sudden you completely isolate yourself. You give the CTs an opportunity not only to find those kills without the trades, but actually, if they have got aggressive elsewhere and, you know, they have pushed into second middle or something, potentially just cut that off. And yeah, it felt like there was a big risk there and sort of maybe not losing control of the bomb, but not keeping it a little closer. Could have been an issue, but either way, they get it over the line against the pistols. They're now on to 11. They face up against the rifles. Zelo continues to press forward here. Consistently, he's been given this gap in the smoke, and he's going to abuse it again. Fully blind. That's sick. 1-for-1's fine.
Oh, that's brutal. GUN5 having a lot work out for them. Easy, continuing to bloody up the scoreboard. And Freeze and Ozek on the back foot. They're trying to pedal back into the round, but they're pedaling on a unicycle. Very unstable position to be in. Honey not good. 2 versus 3. And they know that it might actually be worth it to just save, just have at least 2 rifles going into the next one, and it seems like that's the call they've made.
Has to be. It's going to be 12. It's going to be 5 map points in a row needed to pull this back. Ozek. Let's catch one as a hunt, but it just doesn't matter, right? For him, that's great. He upgrades into an AK if he's allowed to hold on to it. Tonight wants to challenge that fact, and there you go. Punished. So only the 1 rifle save. They'll have a little bit less to work with to contest this map point, and this is on their own map pick. GUN5 have just looked so much better since they've moved over to their T side. And as I say, they can absolutely justify hunting there. They had 5 figures on several players, so there was just no reason not to. 5 in a row, or bust. Then they've got to win their opponent's map pick to stay alive in this series.
Oh, easy. Good kill on to Freeze. If he gets 1 more, that is going to be a lid being put on this particular round. An attempt from the solitary defender on the B bomb site to keep his feet wet here. GUN5 are going to stagger their pace. Keep him thinking about some things. GUN5, remember, they still have a player over towards Boiler. They still have players in middle. So this is... The way this round is going to unfold is still very much an enigma. You can start to see the B players start to creep over. Arrow's got a lot of responsibility on his shoulders. I'm not sure if he's going to realize that we already have Zelo this far into the ranks, and if he peeks from the right side, it's going to be a little unprecedented for Arrow. All to do, but simply can't do it. That's an empty site. I think that might be it, Josh.
Oh, wow. Tanir, that is cruel. Pokes was focused on Sedan there and Boiler. Just ridiculous. An absolute shutdown. All 5 players stand alive at the end there too. GUN5 get it done with just raw conviction. That is gorgeous.
Brilliant stuff from GUN5, and they've done it on alternate attacks map pick. It's obviously going into this game, we know that the veto was pretty much even Steven as far as things are concerned, the percentages, the types of teams they've been beating. So it's obviously not like the hugest advantage in the world or anything, but the fact that they've been able to do it in such a convincing fashion, that is very, very confidence-inspiring. And GUN5, generally speaking, in recent times, they have really looked like they've been on the come-up. They've been beating some good teams, and they want to add alternate attacks to that tally. However, they still have another couple of maps to try and get it over the line. Alternate attacks now on the back foot, fighting for playoffs qualification, of course. So this is a very important game to either team. But we're going to be back with the action in just a moment because we'll be taking a short break before we head into Dust 2. We'll see you then.
Are you sick of just opening cases? Join the events. At each event, you can find special cases from which tokens fall. Tokens are your ticket into a world of unique awards. For tokens, you can buy a skin, premium, or special balance. Try your luck in the skin generator. Also, you can leave your tokens at the token vault. And the more tokens you keep, the better skin you'll get. Add variety to opening cases with Hellcase.
Do you have any unnecessary skins or want to sell them? Try Skin Place. Visit the website, select the skins you want to use. Easily fill your Steam trade link. Make sure we offer good prices and choose a payment method. Hit the button and boom! Instant cash. Safety. Low commissions. Instant payouts. Skin Place.
Skin Place launching an event with a total prize pool of $10,000 in honor of our first anniversary. Just sell skins, claim daily bonuses, complete missions, visit the shop, and participate in the main giveaway with popular skins and a powerful PC. Follow our social media to not miss.
Welcome back, everybody. That was an incredible showing from GUN5 on map number 1. Fantastic stuff to be watching, but now alternate attacks, they're feeling a little bit threatened now. Obviously, not exactly the worst position to be in, but this is, it's still pretty worrying.
Yeah, it is. Especially considering we've got Dust 2 next. It's a map that's very good for GUN5. Don't get me wrong, it's one that alternate attacks play. It's one that they're good on. But GUN5 being able to start off on their T side with that kind of force that we saw from them on their T side of Inferno as well, I think's worrying. These guys are just mechanically just unbelievable, especially Tenir. We saw that at its best, at its absolute finest there in that second half of Inferno. We watched these guys on Dust 2 the other day. It was against Favbet. They beat him 13-1, right? So I am a little bit worried for alternate attacks here on this map. I think that they're a very good team, but against a very specific kind of opponent. And I think when they play against a side like GUN5 that do just have this like very flary mechanical playstyle, I think alternate attacks struggle. I think that's exactly what we saw on Inferno, and I think we'll see the same on Dust 2.
And you have to consider where this like fiery gun like gameplay is coming from, right? Like you look at the likes of Tenir, they are doing a fantastic job. And not really sure why it looks like Thanos just snapped his finger and I'm about to disappear, but GUN5, they're doing their pieces are fantastic, right? Like you look at anyone, you sort of just put anyone under a microscope. Zelo, Tenir, Sadime, anyone. They will look fantastic. And unfortunately, we're not exactly seeing the same from alternate just yet. There were a couple moments where, you know, we sort of saw that being matched, but maybe not to the same degree.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think that anybody on alternate attacks really stepped up in that same way. It felt like, you know, they didn't have like some terrible performance or anything. You had certain moments where certain individuals stepped up. Generally, Hyped was pretty good. Hyped was pretty good at the start more than the finish, though. I feel like he found a lot of early kills that sort of inflated his numbers a little bit. I pointed him out after only like 6 or 7 rounds, and he had 11 or 12. I think he had 11 kills. So the fact that he finishes on 19 is no major surprise. He was the only one that was really going positive that game. But yeah, little flashes in the pan of moments from certain individuals, but as you say, no one stepping up to that same sort of level of consistent brilliance there on GUN5. Easy was hitting some amazing shots. Tenir, actually, considering how much we said his name in that second half and how many moments that he sort of flew up and found a multi-kill and found those entries, he actually didn't finish with any kind of standout rating. He literally went 12 and 11. He was pretty middle of the road. He was actually second from bottom on the scoreboard, but everyone was just having a great performance, and he wasn't doing all too much in that first half. It was that second half that he really sprung to life.
Yeah, of course, we're going to get a chance to see whether or not those performances from GUN5 are going to be replicated, however, or if alternate attacks will be able to bite back as we head straight into Dust 2. The match is about to go live. And alternate attacks on the CT. GUN5 on the T. This is where alternate, at least they have the silver lining of being able to start on their preferred side, but Dust2, honestly, it's still a little bit undecided in my mind. Like, obviously it's been a little while since they've added the short box, right? But it does feel like both sides have their inherent advantages, so it is really difficult to get something too decisive done here. GUN5 a bit not very utility heavy. It's one man that has sacrificed it all to be able to let everybody else fly.
Bro, my brain just fried. When you said added the short box, I was like, you talking about Xbox? Bro, they added that like 25 years ago. But no, you're talking about, talking about the one on the other side. It's fine. I know what you mean. I know what you mean. Yeah, everyone's sort of come accustomed to it now. But it does weirdly really change timings and how they work on mid and how you can really approach, confidently approach on that T side. Nice opening shot from Arrow. Oh. That is unbelievable. We saw him hitting a couple of nice shots in the pistol round last map as well.
I like that from Arrow. Thinking very carefully, tucks himself into a corner, and could actually be on for the ace. I like to see it when teams just go for the confidence play, right? They're like, yeah, we want our boy to get the ace. Unfortunately, Freeze is going to be stealing it away all the way from the comfort of middle. An alternate, they've managed to get a very solid first round. Barely any casualties. This is some very good stuff being done. That being said, a lack of a bomb plan for GUN5 also doesn't allow them to get up to the shenanigans that they did in the previous map in the second half, where they're instantly able to turn around because they can just bring out the Galils, bring out the MAC-10. So some breathing room will be afforded for alternate. And, you know, Josh, I wanted to sort of talk to you about the timing that you mentioned, right? Yes, it does change the timings on middle for the CTs, but more so than that, I think it really bolsters the long defense because you don't have to have that second player come in just to try and get there early.
Yeah. There's a couple of things there, right? Firstly, yeah, you don't have to waste that man boosting the short player and then coming late on long, you're right. And secondly, it actually means, like what we just saw here from Freeze, you can throw the long utility and then jump up short by yourself. It's no trouble. So, yeah, it does actually help out long a lot as well. I think that it's a really positive change, and I'm surprised it's taken them so long to do it. Nice little clean up. Freeze just falls. That's the one casualty taken. MP9 should be looking to upgrade into the rifle, but a little bit of blocking, and they won't actually get it, so they do lose a gun.
The waters, of course, aren't going to stay still, and some turbulence will be afforded. GUN5 now bringing out the big weapons. AK-47s across the board, and I want to see how they play this. Just playing a relatively slower style of default where they try and take early space into tunnels, with mid being a little bit more abandoned, I guess. It's not going to be any... Ooh, it's about to get very chaotic on short. Two-man commitment here. However, the disjointed approach from Easy, where he tries to run out alone, gets instantly punished. The Molotov doesn't allow the flashbang to be useful for the second player to push in for the refrag. After a staggered push, we will eventually be seeing GUN5 now scale up short.
Minute 5 on this clock, and a man down. It's been a very good start from alternate attacks, but this was the round that GUN5 was supposed to bite back with the bite. So far, they're falling a little bit short. Bomb routing around to long. Brilliant position taken up it by Arrow. Just tucked behind the door. They're going to have to do quite a lot to clear him. He has got the MP9. Said I'm check it. The answer is yes. He pulls the trigger. He's still good for one. That's fine. And even trade in a scenario like that with not a lot of time on the clock, this works nicely for alternate attacks.
But they still need to take care of Hype, but Hype will be putting them to bed. Enough damage done for the USB to get this over the line, and alternate. This is a very monstrous showing here on Dust2, straight out of the gates. Alternate. They even get some extra comfort. The 4th round should essentially be a guaranteed one unless the Tech-9s can really pop off. Honestly, can't really count them out just yet.
So another force, obviously with a max loss bonus. It's a no-brainer to go for the pistols and armor here, but as I said before, it's a very good start from alternate attacks. Jumping up onto Xbox, contact made on short. Forcing Freeze back to deploy the incendiary. He won't fall back to the site. He actually wants to stick around and take this fight. The second firebomb going down. Now we'll start to reaggress. Waiting for the support flash. There it is. They're both playing anti, and that'll be his demise. Punished big time. And they get a rifle out of it.
GUN5 once again short on the agenda. It's not been a particularly fruitful agenda because they're always met with sheer force. Hyped finds one for pretty much free. I guess outside of Freeze having fallen, this is still a relatively comfortable round for alternate attacks. A dime as low as he is, he can also not be a very potent force on this push. His biggest use right now is just to chuck out that utility. There's 2 players waiting, ready to defend, but with this potent push here from short, it will actually be quite pressuring for 2 of these players, but no, that was the wrong move to make. Selter and Easy, they drop into the alligator den of 2 players just waiting for them. Is it called a den if there's alligators in there? I think it's a swamp. Where do alligators live? What's the word for it? I feel like I need to go back to, like, I don't know, like 5th grade zoology.
Yeah, swamps, rivers. I think they live in lakes in America, don't they? I always get, like, confused between... I don't get confused between alligators and crocodiles. I know the difference. I'm a bit of a crocodile expert, mate. But I do get confused with where they live, because they do live in different places. Zelta.
Fair.
Bit of aggression. Surprised at the second flash. He can't convert that second kill, but... Bit of over-aggression here from alternate attacks, and it's been punished. That's what happens when you try and walk up short. Met with resistance.
The bottle hits him in the face, and that might have actually given up the audio cue for that player. Now, Perks is going to have a keen eye on this B push that's about to happen. He's got the right weapon to deal with it. And this 90-degree angle is generally just very difficult to find. No flashbangs available, so he's just got to do it the old-fashioned way. Elbow grease and a dream. That's what he's got. They're not going to focus on him, but a good flick from Sadime. Hyped, wanted to be part of the conversation earlier, even manufactured as a distraction, but he simply doesn't have the right weapon to stay engaged. Good smoke from them as well to isolate the duel onto just the first player. An alternate will finally be dropping around against GUN5. That still could have gotten a bit messy though, Josh.
It could have. They've done well to keep it clean. Especially how it started. As I say, alternate attacks just maybe getting a little too big for their boots here, as I say. Getting aggro into short. Taking those fights on long. Taking the fights on long is fine. Just met by the flashbangs this round. I think they got a little too used to GUN5 not having a lot of money, not bombarding long with the flashbangs. This round, of course, everything to work with, and they do. A good read to head back towards B as well. So Hype to hold on to that AWP. The rest will have enough money to buy rifles around it. And it'll be sort of back-to-back. It'll be the same as what we saw in the last. GUN5 have to get it done against the full investment.
Oh, that's brutal. Perks. Never want to be on the receiving end of that, but Arrow, unfortunately, can't make up for it. A 1-for-1 would have been good on paper if it wasn't for Easy already having, for Arrow already having fallen. conversion from long is not what's on the menu. Instead, they'll be taking it slow. All they needed was some long control. They tuck a player right behind the dumpster. And they will now start taking their efforts all the way towards B. Obviously, with the one player being tucked in as far as he is, like they really have nothing to worry about at the moment. Not gonna lie, King, I have no idea how he actually got there.
Yeah, this has been a bizarre round, to be perfectly honest. Alternate attack's just giving up a little too much. They're playing these massively passive angles. They've lost all control of the map. Managed to allow one into CT spawn, one into pit, and eventually they'll sort of be alerted to it with that B plant. They don't want to go for it. They're playing for the save, but they won't even be allowed it. They have literally no map control. And the crunch is already coming in. They don't have to worry about the site. They've got the info of where the last three reside. And as Freeze finds that kill, Easy's going to hear him running down long. Realizes that this is a free kill, I guess. Again, knife out, unaware. There it is. No idea what Freeze is doing. Absolutely no idea what Freeze is doing. Didn't seem like he wanted to save that weapon. So 4-2, and a big round from GUN5. Why is he not just sat Goose? Or Pit? Or anywhere else? Why has he run back up to the site, crossed CT with his knife out, and then just kind of jumped around? Has he just had like some really bad info or something?
It's called having a good time, Josh. You wouldn't understand.
Doesn't make sense to me.
Vibes-based gaming is where we're at these days. It's a new development in esports.
I'm all for vibes-based gaming. That didn't seem very vibes-based. That seemed foolish.
Vibes-based gaming implies the existence of vibes cringe gaming. Food for thought.
I thought we were past this.
Not yet, we're not. Well, alternate attacks still want to get past this round with more than just losing players left and right. aTTaX gets a little awkward, yes, but Perks is the only man standing after all that chaos in a 1-versus-4 scenario.
I think Sadine putting a few bullets into the back of his teammate probably did some favors there, made it a little bit easier for aTTaX, but
sometimes
that's good
you
stuff.
Just have to hold mouse 1. You can't let go.
Easy finishing off the job. So 4-3. GUN5 back in the picture. Not a lot of money here for the CT side. Enough that they'll go for a buy, but no AWP available, that's for sure. I thought they'd be lacking on the util a little bit more, but they're not. They do only have one kit, so there's a couple of contingencies they need to be careful of. They do end up in a retake scenario. Ready to get back into the action.
A chance for GUN5 to now equalize the scoreline. Molotov comes through from ramp. That is going to bait out the one player that can waste the most time on the CT side. It's a time. It's very difficult to watch these perspectives with all the flashbangs, all the util. When a 3-versus-4 emerges at the end of it all, the light at the end of the tunnel is simply darkness for GUN5. Near and easy, wanting to double book it back to B, but there's a player waiting in tunnels and he's got all the information in the world. They try and take a different route. With easy 1-versus-3 in 50 seconds to boot. Yeah, doesn't really have much of a chance. An alternate, they're going to extend lead.
That's a good bite back. That's a nice little free AWP for Arrow as well. They'll be happy with that one. It's a good outcome and a good start to a second map in the series that's their opponent's pick as well, you've got to remember. I thought that GUN5 starting on their T side here would look a lot better than what we're seeing, to be honest. When we saw their T side on Inferno, I had very, very high hopes, high expectations, and they aren't really being met right now. It's still fairly early days, but even if they win the next 4 rounds, it's best case scenario a 7-5 half. Nowhere near the kind of dominance that we saw in the second half of Inferno. A map that they should be less confident with. Lovely stuff from Sadime, even when he falls. That's ridiculous.
Yeah. Thought Sadime would get punished for it. There's simply not enough bullets exiting the barrel from an M4. But a second kill does mean that GUN5 have a whole lot of comfort in the B-bomb site. Comfortably nestle in and actually force out the save. I think Zelo spotting the back of the backpack does make him realize that they're going for the full save. It'd be a comfortable round for them. Obviously, a fair chunk of time being elapsed just for the sake of getting this bomb down. And look at this adjustment they're making. They are putting all of their marbles into the A site because they know that the bomb plant is free. They want to already preemptively set up to hunt these players down. That is brilliant CS being played.
Yeah, they know they're not going to run out of time if everyone is ready and in position. They've got a full belt of util on a lot of these boys as well. They were so easily able to take that B site without it. Now they can use it to find the kills instead. Spray transfer from Tania is brilliant. He doesn't even need to finish off the first. He goes back to him later. Saves it for dessert.
That's brutal.
It's nuts.
I really appreciate this, though. It's the fact that Zelo initially spots a player turning the corner and going towards pit, which makes them realize that this is going to be the full save. And then they can just recline in their gaming chairs, comfortably bring the bomb over, and that's pretty much all she wrote. They set up for the exits, and this is going to work wonders, because now where alternate attacks would have actually still had one foot in the door as far as this next round would have been concerned, now they have to completely set themselves out of it. They didn't get a chance at the retake, they didn't get to save, nothing. So he's got some Kate coming his way. Nice and easy. Wait, hang on. Is that the bomb? That could be problematic.
That's the bomb.
That's also the AWP being recovered. No! Perks and Ozic. They can still be a dastardly duo. They smoked the only thing that might be able to save them, but Perks is playing far forward. He's trying to find a pixel in the angle. There it is. Doesn't quite find the kill just yet. He's delaying their progression because he wants to find a vertical angle to try and find something off the back of. Needs to worry, though. There's Selter coming in from T-Spawn, and the recovery is perfectly played by GUN5. That got scary.
Yeah, it did. Selter plays a key role there. If he doesn't find that kill, then they're in a bit of trouble. The bomb was dropped in such an awkward position. It wasn't just the fact that, yeah, they pressed and found him rotating from the T-spawn, but actually, it was dropped around the corner. And it's so much harder. 5-5, though. GUN5 with an important round win. As you say, it almost went sour there, but a great recovery. Only taking the one casualty as a result. Rifles all round. They don't want this AWP. They are happy to run it down with the AKs. Easy. Not bothered about that sniper for now. So it goes down. Arrow. Big pick. Looking to isolate, but not going to happen. Trades are pretty fantastic. A 3v3.
Oh, he's going to be so difficult to deal with, but Easy does keep things honest. Even HP hyped. He's playing around the smoke. He's going to be spotted soon, though. Sadime, that's one. Looking for the second now. Perks coming through from long. He has information that there's a player on car, but he still needs to find that second one. Sadime, is he going to expect it? I don't like that. Perks is going all the way towards the right side. Brought it down to just the one. Perhaps an AK recovered? No, he'll stick to the M4. Stay honest to the first weapon that got him here. Molotov towards the short box does at least confirm his suspicion.
Okay.
Yeah, easy. Comfortable duel for him, and GUN5, they continue to do it.
Yeah, the lack of defuse kit there just becomes a really big problem as well, doesn't it? He doesn't really have time.
They take the lead after, well, a pretty question mark half with alternate attacks being able to find the first four. That's some good progression right there.
Yeah, it really is.
And they get to play the better side after this, because GUN5, like, they picked into this map. The T is not the one that they picked, so It'll be fun to see if they can do anything about it. Oh, these nades are going to be
nade.
brutal. MP9, what a meat grinder waiting for them. Alternate attacks, they've been handed this round on a platter. Of course, you still have to bite down and digest it, but they've done all that and more. Kinnear and Seltzer, one of them already drops. Kinnear potentially getting some consolation frags, but that should pretty much be it. Don't expect more than that, and Perks will make sure of it. Alternate, at least they'll be able to tie up the scoreline as we head into half two.
It's a great round. I love the initiative on that. It's just say, you know what, like, we don't have a load of money. Let's stack up a little bit on this B site. Let's set the MP9 up close. Works brilliantly well. And the util's fantastic as well. So, all things considered, not a bad half from GUN5. Not a bad half at all. It started off very poorly from them. I was pleasantly surprised with alternate attacks and how they started this map. Now, the door wide open, though. Opportunities galore. For both teams, but especially for the CTs now. Julie's out on Zadai. Seltzer with a single flashbang. He's dropped a HE over to Tenacity. A bit of aggression into lower. I quite like this from Zadai. He doesn't stick around. Let's get out of there. As soon as he doesn't take early contacts, he wants to go and be useful on A instead.
Good shot. Can't believe he gets to back away off of that. Zadai, he's got the perfect weapon to deal with this as well. Can't run into the dualies, man. Every single time, just a complete mowdown. GUN5. The fact that they're getting to build up a lead like this, Josh, does mean that alternate, they're in for a bit of a treat. How many kills are we wagering on, Josh? From the Glock?
None. Yeah, I was about to say none before Zelo peaked anyway. I was looking at the HP though and going, hang on a minute, Zadai 5, Tenacity 1, Seltzer on 11. I was trying to work out where they were on the map and whether or not they were in sort of the firing line potentially, but yeah, does not go in alternate attacks' favour at all, and no real justification to go for a buy here. The scout investment's kind of bold. Freeze dropping it over to Hyped. I'm not sure how I feel about it. I mean, anytime I sort of say stuff like this, it always ends up finding a couple of kills, and I need to eat my words, but just feels like Freeze is not going to have any money next round. And for what? The opportunity at maybe a kill or two in an eco round? That's not going to happen. There you go. It's just a big old waste. A big old waste. It's GUN5 shut him down. There you go. Everyone else has money and Freeze doesn't. He'll have to be on a Mac 10. Maybe that's all part of the plan.
Nope. He's just doubled down.
Doubled down with his own scout. Hype hasn't returned the favour and said, okay, yeah, I'll take the scout again. There you go. There's an AK. Thanks for dropping me last round. He's like, yeah, no, you can have it.
Yeah, like, get out of here.
He's even going to lose the scout duel.
Oh. I thought that he actually got the connection there. That was the worst part.
This is ridiculous. Ah, there we go.
Honestly, I just love it when scouts just go at it on middle. It's just like this dumb pissing contest every time, and both parties involved lose. Ozik is able to find a kill. There's just so much damage that has been dealt before we even get to see the majority of the round. By the time the meat and potatoes are served on the table, it does feel like GUN5 or rather alternate attacks are already going to be full. Types in Ozik. Activate HP. Should come back to bite them eventually. With 55 seconds on the clock and realistically no space outside of some short presence being gained, it's a bit worrying. Now though, they'll try and add a bit more space to that. Smoke goes into CT. Attention about to come in on Panada, and this is it. Seltzer, he needs to isolate the tunnel player if he wants to be useful on B, and he needs to do it fast. As soon as the window player activates, it's gonna be all she wrote. Tenir trying to keep things honest. Perks, though, expecting it, waiting for that one player. And he comes down to the 3-on-3. But the HP's not doing them any favors, Josh.
They need to hurry up and get this kill onto Hype. There you go. The fact that he actually stays alive for as long as he does makes this now really plausible, right? If they'd have killed him 15 seconds ago, they'd have been in place. They maybe even would have stopped the plant here on B. Instead, they're playing for a retake. The bomb's already halfway gone. Now, you're right. Orzek's health's a problem. There's no util on either of these players either. Whilst the flashes are raining over, Easy's got a kit, so a longer fuse on this, but Orzek lands the first hit. Perks is there as well, and Tenir's called upon. Finishes off the low HP man, but has the info on Perks, doesn't have the aim. Tagged down to 8 HP. Perks will finish off the job. An alternate attacks. A round that really they had no business in winning. Perks will even get out of there alive. And a 7th on the board. It was such a mess, but it kind of doesn't matter.
Honestly, with how little HP they had going into things, I really didn't think they'd be able to convert. A sloppy round, yes, but it doesn't matter. As long as you're bringing something to the scoreboard, that is all that should matter at the end of the day. Now, obviously, money is still very difficult to come by, and surprisingly enough, GUN5 actually still have a much more potent buy. Easy on the AWP could potentially be the difference maker as well. He stepped up a lot at the start of Inferno, but then he wasn't able to do much, but, you know, it was still a pretty convincing game, so it's not like it mattered too much. Oh, Ozik! Oh, that's rough. Easy gets on the angle instantly, and Ozik doesn't chase after him. GUN5 have so much information right now on what's going on.
They absolutely do. Easy in position, but Molly reigns over, and yeah, he knows he's just going to burn to a crisp, but he's just got to try and take one down with him. He does exactly that, but with Freeze finding the entry onto his teammate as well, this is a bit of a problem. It's dime up from heaven.
Go for this. It's a checkmate right here. There's absolutely no reason for them to even be wagering their lives with how little money they've got. They can maybe get some damage done. If Freeze had fallen, courtesy of the nade, then maybe. This is it. This is where you start holding S.
I don't know. I think they're playing for this. With that smoke into car, Tenir taking that jewel. Now that he's fallen, they'll fall away, but yeah, they were still entertaining that right up until that point.
I really dislike the fact that Tenir sticks around for as long as he does. Like, I mean, I get it. Like, maybe if you get some kind of lineup, but the remote chance of that happening just doesn't justify the squeeze.
Terrorists win.
Tied up at 8 apiece. Couple of weapons saved in the last, but it surely won't be enough for GUN5 to get it over the line. This is where we'll see alternate attacks more than likely pull away and take this lead.
Oh, good flashbang, but it's quickly punished by Arrow, who's waiting preemptively for the anti-flash. GUN5 trying to stop this entrance into the A-bomb site, but they simply can't. Okay. That catches Seltzer. Very chaotic affair to be involved in. Perks shut one down, but Tenir is very remote as far as the action's considered.
Doesn't actually have a gun, does he? Oh, he does, okay.
Yeah.
I know what, it wasn't showing up on the thing in the bottom left. I was like, does he even have a gun?
Does a USB qualify as a gun now? Like
I don't
in this
know,
position, yeah, it's a bit much. Oh, he can actually get the
okay,
M4
maybe
as well.
it does.
Oh, maybe?
He hasn't got time on this bomb. He'll tap it, try and force the fight. There you go, sees him. Trying to work out whether or not it makes more sense to fall away and save the M4 or try and find the kill and get rid of the AWP. It's going to be the former. I think that's the right call. Doubles back a little bit in case Arrow wants to have a scrap with him, but Yeah, 9 to 8. It's actually very good damage dealt there by GUN5, keeping this alternate attacks economy honest and actually very fragile. So if they do turn it around now and win this round, and we've got a real game on our hands once again.
Sloppy, but that's okay. 1 for 1. Consistently, Alternate have just been able to find this B bomb site with barely any issues. They always lock GUN5 out of it, and this is where you start to wonder, like, do GUN5 need to start going for a little bit more information? Do they need to take matters into their own hands, play a bit more aggressively so the B site presence cannot be set up? At least they're now opting for the early exit out of this round, and they will actually have the resources to go all the way back. Damn. So you never do that for me, Josh.
Sorry, man. We need to play together more. I don't even have that graffiti, but I'll buy it just for you. You can have a green one because Pakistan.
The other one because I like ducks. Or maybe both. Like, come on. I'm sure you can afford 2 pieces of graffiti. Are you gonna cheap out on our relationship, Josh? Come on.
I don't know, man. Times are kind of tough. Rent here is expensive.
The 20 cents really making a big dent in the economy.
Double digits hit either way. Alternate attacks. So well on their way here. Obviously, GUN5 have been able to hold on to the finances. They've still got these rifles because the last couple of rounds they've played for these saves, but they need to get better at holding on to the B site. I think is really the big issue. The right call to make when you're in that 5v4 and you're playing for the retake. You need to prevent yourself from being in that situation in the first place. First flash whiff, second connects, but the smokes are there, so I'm going to play off of it anyway. It's just to try and sell a bit of a fake, draw the rotates over. They'll head back over towards A. Tanier's been heard. Freeze is going to try and catch a timing. Needs to be careful. Zelo's flash anticipated. Up close. Yeah, this is so much better from alternate attacks.
And this has been a consistent theme from them. Just being able to overwhelm GUN5, and you're starting to wonder, where has it all gone wrong? Selter, oh, he had to stop this spray down for a moment. The staggered push from the second player completely overwhelmed him. And Sadime, he's at least kept the numbers honest. He's kept them still reeling, but Sadime and Tanier, they realize that once again, these weapons have to be forked over to the armory so that they can be used in the next round. But Alternate, they've slowly been working up a good sweat here. They have really managed to work out this game. Only going to be a couple rounds away from the finish line, and it's a little bit unprecedented because, you know, GUN5's map pick, a very solid performance on the opponent map pick as well, and now GUN5 are struggling. Like, I honestly don't get it.
Yeah, me neither. And remember the round that we actually saw them sort of take it back the other way as well was this really awkward 1v1 that probably they shouldn't have won. Since then, they've just looked so much better. Now, yeah, we did hear some clicks in the chat, so perhaps a pause. Yeah, it's a technical pause. You know, the game I was covering earlier, player DC'd right at the start of the round. I won't name the teams, just in case, but yeah, player DC'd right at the start of the round. 1 point of damage had been dealt to the enemy team, right? And they refused the round restart and had to play it out. It's like literally seconds into the round, the disconnect. Someone was 99 health. They were like, no. Play on. Damage dealt. Rules are rules.
Well, it does seem like GUN5 are the ones that are going to have to bend some rules if they want to get this done. aTTaX, brilliant start again and again. The individuals just popping off. Everyone stepping up to the plate. He's going to actually have a kill coming his way. Oh, aTTaX. Nasty shot to be hitting. And that pretty much puts GUN5 out of commission once more. This advanced position from him over towards the A bomb site now incentivizes the CT player to back off. They probably just need to save rifles again. And that's it. Round done. Dusted. Sealed.
It doesn't even look like they're going to get the opportunity to save either, right? Like, nowhere is safe. Sadime's walked up through the smoke in mid. Yellow. I think that's a free kill. There you go. Now they'll know where he is. Maybe we won't hunt too hard, but to be honest, they could justify doing so. They've got the money. This is going to be 12 rounds now. Jump over. I don't think he's going to expect the close player. It doesn't matter. Arrow tears his head off. Alternate attacks. This is just so much better. And I'm surprised. I'm really surprised, to be honest. They've pulled out all the stops in the last few rounds here on their T half. About to convert GUN5's map pick and bring us to a third. It's all or nothing here for the CIS squad. 4 rounds in a row to take us to overtime. Otherwise, they will be staring down the barrel of that decider. They may be thinking, how did we get here?
Largely absent on the second half. I'm not even sure what I want to see from them. It does seem like any aggression they've put out has also been met with sheer force, and you really can't do anything about someone like aTTaX just running in and hanging you out to dry in like 5 seconds time. Brilliant damage early on as well. It does seem like GUN5 are about to run out of options. Abandoning long also does allow Alternate to have free reign over most of this map. The mid aggression, if this gets punished, Josh, I think we might be going to a third map immediately.
Oh. Desperately trying to hold on, Sadime. Traded.
Oh, that's info. Perks knows. Never mind.
Yeah, I don't know.
For GUN5.
They're too far committed up long as well for him to really be able to like give this information, say B's free. I don't think they just pull the plug, but yeah, GUN5 have got the rotations in the right places. Easy's in a pretty wild position here, and I'm surprised he's not pressed up a little further. Arrow's duel is everything.
What?
What a spray from Sadime.
Sadime should never have gotten away with that. That was a freebie, but it doesn't seem like alternate attacks are going to map 3 just yet. GUN5, they have a bit more fight left in them. Parts on for the 1 versus 3, but with 35 seconds to go and nothing to his name outside of his weapon. Doesn't seem very likely. I mean, if he had the bomb, if he had something like that, sure, maybe we could make the argument, but... Gippity tap. Fortunately, hasn't DM today. Of course, that's just me engaging in some BM, because that's just a very difficult shot to hit, regardless of whether or not you're warmed up. Now... I'm trying to see how much longevity this resurgence from GUN5 has, because honestly I think it has 0. Because even that round comes off the back of Sadime finding a flick spray down into 2 players where he didn't even know where they were up until they started firing at him. So can that be replicated? I don't think so.
We'll see. A fair few of these rounds have been pretty convincing for alternate attacks, but still, the money isn't quite in a position where they can actually keep the buy going on until the 24th. So there's an investment here. If they lose it, they'll have another buy in the next. but it might not be the best. It's an important pick from Sadime. It's a little bit messy, but he does find it. And yeah, we could honestly be seeing alternate attacks playing into round number 24 potentially. With not a lot of money in the bank. They would have the loss bonus. So they create a bit of an infinite money glitch, but it wouldn't be all the bells and whistles. Bullets flying past. Seltzer. Oh, dangerous timing on the aggression, but still hits the shot. Brilliant entry out of short from Orzek. But the rotations are already coming in, and still a man advantage here for the CTs. All or nothing for alternate attacks, and Orzek traded.
Oh my goodness, GUN5, they might actually be able to do it now. Hyped. On 4, and he knows that chances are looking very slim. Molotov is perfect. Kill, yes, but that's pretty much all he gets for his troubles. And with double digits now found for GUN5, matching alternate on the finish line isn't exactly out of reach. Obviously, you could see Hyped wagering the AWP because they have enough money still in the bank to be risky with it, but they lose another round. Suddenly, their money's not going to be all that great, Josh. So realistically speaking, GUN5 only have to get past one really good buy unless alternate attacks manage to get a bunch of damage and a bomb plant as well.
Oh, nice shot, Hyped. That is a much needed pick. I said the buy wouldn't be perfect in this one. It's not far from it, but the only contingency being that Mag 10. Hyped pulling the numbers in their favour, though. Will do a lot for them here. She blows the smoke open. Zelo on the angle. There are 3 coming. He needs to be careful. Worried about them aggressing up short, so sort of leaves Tanier high and dry for a second. The smoke goes down. He will reroute his attention to the mid doors once again. There were 3 on the other side of it. Now it's just freeze and a good opportunity. Perhaps isolate and win a duel onto him. They're hearing the steps going around. Zelo, peek above. Oh, how does he get away with that? A freebie. They think he's going to flash and reaggress. He slips around the corner. This is ridiculous.
Oh, they're going to think that they're in the clear. Flashbang is good. There it is. Zelo, once again, pops through. 2 kills for him on top of the madness we already saw. He uses his borrowed life to get 2 more. Orzek, Arrow now. They know that this bomb plant is very important for their longevity in this game. For them to try and stop overtime, at least the bomb plant is going to be guaranteed, so the next round is going to be competitive. But a 2v4 still in the cards, Josh. Are we going to see it materialize? The nade definitely tipping the odds further in the scale of GUN5, which is already heavily being weighed down by the fact that they've got 4 players alive. We'll see if these 2 players can tango, though. That's 1. Zelo, though, responds. Orzek knows he's got no stake in this matter, and he'll simply be backing off.
Love that. What a ridiculous round. A brilliant entry from the AWP of Hype. Do you think, all right, step in the right direction. They're playing their cards right. They almost had the timing. Zelo was sort of bouncing between the angles. They left A very under-defended. And then bang, just like that. A bit of a mistake made. They're not able to capitalize off of Zelo peeking, looking on the wrong angle. The re-aggression with the flashbang's perfect. Now, actually, alternate attacks, not only getting that bomb plant, but saving an AWP and allowing it to drop over. Remember, they still get the loss bonus because they planted that bomb. So it allows the AWP to be dropped over, and he can still buy a gun, Orzek. It's a much better buy than we would have seen otherwise. If they'd all fallen, Hyped wouldn't be on that sniper. We'd maybe see a scout instead. More likely a Desert Eagle or a Tech 9, something of the likes. Still a scrappy investment to get it over the line here in the 24th. They've struggled with the big guns in the last couple. I don't see any reason why GUN5 couldn't win this one too. Take us to further rounds. 4 in a row it would have been. The Dust 2's really acted in bursts. This is just another one of them.
Easy needs to go
Easy's
big here,
molly's
though.
extinguished. Oh, what a shot.
Good kill to be finding. Barely any visibility, but Easy, he needs to delay their progression further. He cannot fall just yet, not now. He needs to be the Titan. He needs to be the glue that holds the team together.
What is
And
going
he's
on?
got
Man?
a
Nobody
teammate to
else has
protect him.
rotated, man. He's seen the bomb. He knows the bomb's Gandalf, and nobody else has rotated.
Oh no, hyped. He might just finally make them crumble. Arrow comes in from long, and GUN5, their resurgence might just be short-lived. And this time, there's no running away. There's no backing off. GUN5, their final member, Selter, switching over to the AK-47 to give himself a solid gander at this once again. Slowly peeking into the angles. He needs to hit every single one of his shots with no fail, but even the first one will not be a luxury that is granted. Alternate attacks. They're taking us to map number 3, gentlemen.
Wow, wow, wow. Okay, a bizarre one. Well played from them, and honestly, it felt like they should have won it a little bit sooner. So I'm not going to sort of say, oh, they shouldn't have that, blah, 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 blah. But yeah, when you pull off, you have 4 rounds to come back. You pull off the hard bit, which is 3 back-to-back buy rounds. You'd expect them to get it over the line against the easier one, but they're not able to do so. We're going to go to a third decider.
Oh yeah, and I can't wait to see how this Ancient is going to play out, because we've seen both teams trade map picks, and it's been competitive enough on Dust 2 where I really think that Ancient is going to be a banger. That being said, of course, we're going to be taking a short break before we take you into map number 3, ladies and gentlemen, because this is going to be a really fun one to watch. You don't want to miss it. Stay tuned. We'll be back.
boring case openings? Do you always get only cheap skins? The Hellcase website has tons of options to upgrade your inventory. It's up to you to participate in giveaways, events, or compete with other players in opening cases. Hellcase, your world of expensive skins.
Do you have any unnecessary skins or want to sell them? Try Skin Place. Visit the website, select the skins you want to use. Easily fill your Steam trade link. Make sure we offer good prices and choose a payment method. Hit the button and boom! Instant cash. Safety. Low commissions. Instant payouts. Skin Place.
Skin Place launching an event with a total prize pool of $10,000 in honor of our first anniversary. Just sell skins, claim daily bonuses, complete missions, visit the shop, and participate in the main giveaway with popular skins and a powerful PC. Follow our social media to not miss.
Welcome back, everybody. We're about to go live with map number 3 in a game where I really thought GUN5 were going to be able to get it done in 2. They looked super confident of their opponent's map pick, but then it really started to all break down in Dust 2. That second half, it wasn't very forgiving, Josh.
It was not at all, was it? Especially sort of the tail end of it. I don't think it started off too bad at all when they sort of got things going with the pistol and things looking pretty good in their opening buy rounds. But yeah, the second that it got into that sort of closing territory, that final quarter, they lost control completely. And as I said before, it all went off of the back of that awkward B site loss, where then they had the man advantage, they lost on the retake in the 4-on-3, and then I think it became a 2-on-3. It all sort of fell apart from there. They ended up losing a string of rounds. They allowed alternate attacks onto that point. They then were 12-8 down. They started pulling off this comeback. And as I was saying before, for those of you joining us, they did the hard bit, right? They won 3 back-to-back rounds against full buys. And you think, okay, right, now they have this little break. Yeah, we're going into the 24th. This one should be a little bit easier, and they completely crumble. It was almost hard to watch, to be honest. I think, as I said at the time as well, the fact that they were able to save that warp in the round prior did mean a much better buy than they would have otherwise had. And yeah, I think that was very winnable for GUN5. I think is the point I'm trying to make here. Very, very winnable. And I think they fumbled it a little bit, not closing it out.
Yeah, I don't even feel like it was much of a fumble, like on just like a strategic level, because, okay, so I feel like they shouldn't have been in the position that they were in at all. Like, their strategy had already completely broken down. The fact that they even get to 11 is because their individuals just pop off, right? And I think the biggest example of that was like when Sadime was on the A bomb site and he has no idea what's going on. 2 players creep up on him from ramp, and he somehow manages to just flick his mouse and hold down the first key and just spray them both down, right? And that was the narrative that the rest of the rounds also had. Like, it looked horrible through and through, but they were still somehow managing to just get every single round done in as crappy of a fashion as it was. And alternate, realistically speaking, they were still just tactically the better team. Like, I guess you could say, like, yeah, GUN5 fumbled strategically because they were falling apart, but the thing that saved them, the only reason we saw this close of a scoreline was because of the individuals. Now, of course, the Ancient, the Decider, it's not exactly all hunky-dory for alternate attacks, because, you know, they've actually been grinding the hell out of it, right? They've played it 31 times in the past 3 months, but they've only been winning like 40% of the time. Good thing is, the teams that they have won against, they've been pretty decent victories, right? Like, they've won against, like, Into the Breach, they've gotten a really close game against Drillas, they've beaten TSM, so it does inspire a fair bit of confidence, but then you look at some of their losses that they've had on it, like, about a month ago, like, you're just getting completely dominated by, like, Copenhagen Wolves, Monte Gen. So, I'm not really sure what we were supposed to expect here from alternate attacks. GUN5, of course, being a little bit more favored in the map that we're heading straight into. GUN5 on the terrorist side, alternate attacks on the CT. Full sets of Kevlar with the exception of Freeze, who's going to opt into a smoke and a kit. On the T side, a pretty similar story. Selter being the one that has to have the short end of the stick. The man with responsibility. Puts a couple of years on him now.
Yeah. It ages you. It's true. USP. Oh, what a shot from Freeze.
Ouchie.
On the jump as well, he'll see another head. Expects it to aggress up the re-peak. It was the right idea. It was almost perfect. He just couldn't land the head. But still a man advantage. He gets out of there alive. He conveys this information to his team, who are stacked up all towards B. I'm surprised that no one started this rotation yet. Nara starts to join the party, but fashionably late and punished for being so. Freeze in this corner. How have they not killed him? This is ridiculous.
Oh, no.
They've stopped spamming as well. They're still thinking he's here. There you go, Sadai. I love that.
Yeah, it gets a bit tricky now for alternate aTTaX. The full commitment on the bomb. Sadai, a third kill. And that's it. Surely, nothing that Ozzy can do. They're going to chase him down. They're even going for the knife attempt, and he'll finally get hit with it. First time I'm actually seeing the little wing next to the knife.
Yeah, it's wild.
Go on, then.
No, just, I love the fact, right, that they spam loads of bullets in that smoke. Everybody else seems to kind of give up the idea and concede the fact that he's not in that smoke. Because, you know, enough time had passed, he could be anywhere. He could have been in the corner in Temple, he could have wrapped main, something like that. And I love the fact that Sadai just gives it another couple of shots, yeah? Says, hold on, let's just double check, because if we try and commit to a plant here, or we focus on Donut, we might get shot in the back. And, yeah, it works. It works, and it was the right call to make. Zelta could be in for either a bit of a payday or a nasty surprise. There's 4 waiting around the corner for him. A bit of both.
Of course, still pretty comfortable here for GUN5. All they've got to do is just hold W, get the bomb down, and it should be just another day in the office. Still being a bit more deliberate with it, though. Easy. Takes a sweet time to check. Because they do only have information on 2 players. I'm not sure where that third is. Appreciate the fact that he expects it, has a little bit of help from Easy, and GUN5 now on 2. So, good start, not too messy. Extra money also being allowed to be built up. Alternate aTTaX now, of course. The arsenal being brought to the conversation.
I mean, it's not the arsenal to the fullest extent. They don't have that AWP, but M4s are alright. 4 players without the helmets, so they do need to be careful, because Zelta's still rocking a Mac 10. No kits, not a lot of util. Prioritise the firepower over just about everything else, so alternate aTTaX need to make sure this works and that they get it done, preferably before that bomb goes down. Also trying to make damn sure of it. It's a big pick. Guns in a little too deep as well. Zelta would be able to retrieve it. It's just sat on the other side of this Mac 10. Orzek playing through for the timing. Perhaps he'll definitely get it when Zelta's preoccupied. Him and Freeze work in tandem. It's a great start for the Germans. Re-aggression.
The fact that Red Room is as abandoned as it is was a bit of a concern. You start to see the players start to go back. Oh, yeah. The bomb. And beyond this point, nothing really matters. Zelo falls as well. From here, we'll see the last one on the Butcher's agenda, but I guess some damage done before that's going to happen. Flick unsuccessful, and alternate will bounce back as soon as the weapons are brought in. So I think this really nicely sets up this game to be much more competitive now, Josh, because like, I think at the start of both games, the first 2 maps, we did see less of a back and forth, but I appreciate the fact that we're getting to see more action. Now, with Money being in the position that it is for GUN5, they are going to have to, a very scrappy vibe, hastily put together with a couple of AK-47s, a Galil in the mix, perhaps. Yes, that's the silhouette. Starting to go blind.
I don't blame you. On the white jersey as well, it's kind of stressful, but both sides too.
I just have I just have these studio lights blasting in my face as well. Things hard to make out anything white. Oh, Ozek though, he's in a great position, unchecked. 2 kills, he's got support, and that's Alternate getting a pretty clean round right there. Ozek's life not being lost in vain. Zero and easy. Surely they can still get some damage done, but that is probably the only thing they're allowed to do. Obviously, Freeze coming in from the back lines as well does throw a bit of a spanner in the works. The expectation that somebody might have scaled them to B is not there, simply because they already took care of any of the threats that were coming their way. But surprisingly enough, Cave is largely uncontested. In fact, GUN5 might even be able to get a comfortable bomb plant. Such an interesting play from Alternate. They're prioritizing the round over denying the bomb plant.
And GUN5 aren't even committing to this plant and getting that extra money because they're also prioritizing the round over the bomb plant. And so far, so good. Easy has found a double, and he's got a bit of time to work with here too. If he deploys this molly, he can dance around. He hears the ticket damage. Oh, that should have been a free kill. It's got a bit messy. He's run out of bullets.
And I would have probably started to think that GUN5 have this round in the bag. They played it to perfection, nearly. Obviously, the flank coming in does make it a little bit harder, but it was definitely a very good attempt from GUN5. They prioritized the round, yes. Not being able to get the bomb plant is a bit of a sore spot because now they don't have much money, but it's okay. I really appreciate the effort there. 2 and 2 Alternate. Breathing room is on the cards. Not really seeing much of an upgrade here from the T's. A couple Deagles thrown into the mix, maybe a P250 there, but that's about it.
Freeze. Didn't even need to read it once the boost was over. Firing the shots, he's able to just spam. Good for the one though. He's down the bottom of the totem pole, not the top of it, so not falling into the bullets. Ozek will take another. This is just an eco for GUN5. You're not expecting much out of them. Around they want something out of. They bought some Desert Eagles. They don't want to come up completely empty-handed.
Being a bit more economical with his bullets because he doesn't want to be run down by 2 more Glocks coming his way, and with the exception of Hype, it is a pretty clean round. Now, obviously, Hype having a bit of a rough start here, 0-4, in a game that they're starting to win quite comfortably. The GUN5, they might be able to stop these players in their tracks right here. AK-47's locked and loaded as we head into the 6th round. I want to see how they want to play this. Look at this. Alternate, lots of utility, lots of nades, and mid will be quite heavily contested, but it's mostly just a false act. Sending out all of your resources without actually sending the men there. GUN5 now are going to change that with a second player coming in from heaven. Easy. Forced out of his position courtesy of the Molotov. Just waiting for the lineup to happen. There it is. 1, 2. Ooh, that's rough.
AWP, what a shot from height. Arrow follows up. This had already started well for alternate attacks, but if there was any doubt, surely put to bed now. Tonight taps the bomb, wants to flush them, and it's so bizarre in some of these scenarios, right, where you're dead to rights. It's a 1v4. There's absolutely no way you're winning it. And they're prioritizing actually sort of faking the plant and trying to play for the round over just, you know, trying to get that little bit of extra cash that comes with the bomb plant itself. Right there, I don't think he'd have been allowed it anyway, but a couple of other situations where they have gone for that exact play, and you know, it's almost worked out in their favor. It does just show that confidence in their abilities to even win some of those really unlikely situations. Here we go. He's into mid, GUN5. Stacked up with the pistols here on the B slope.
A little bit scary, but I still might get a chance to. Tanir ruling all over the bomb site. Sadime comes in as well, but Freeze is on cleanup duties. This janitor is simply not letting you make a mess. Zelo, this comes down to the one man who's got a deagle, and he can still make a dent if he wants to.
Again, it's another scenario where could have just planted the bomb. Like, could have planted the bomb. 3v2. Worst case, they lose it. They still get the money. Instead, he's trying to jump across the long with the bomb in hand. Maybe for a rifle upgrade, maybe for a better sightline onto Freeze. Either way, it's not going to work. Alternate attacks, keep the rounds coming. Extend this lead further. It's now 5-2. GUN5 have struggled with the money, and they've again struggled with the bomb plants. So no sort of extra cash coming their way. The max loss bonus doesn't cut it unless you can get that bomb planted. So you fall into this sort of force buy, full buy cycle that we're seeing right now. Easy gets the AWP out, rest on the rifles, a lot of util to work with. The finance is building nicely here for alternate attacks, and we're only 7 rounds in.
Such a great showing from alternate already, and at the same time it does feel like GUN5 are letting so many of these rounds slip past just in terms of value that they can bring to the table, like not getting the bomb plants, not making conversions happen. Of course, he's very quickly history and easy, now starting to make this game look a bit more competitive. Sadime catches Ozic looking away on a pixel perfect timing. That's Perks and Arrow just being left in a 2 versus 5. Even that's going to be brought down to just 1 in a moment, with Easy having the right idea with his AWP. A resurgence from GUN5 or a bump in the road for alternate attacks. Only time will tell.
It's one hell of a way of doing it, though, isn't it? Keeping everybody alive. Even if it is just a little hiccup, a bump in the road here for alternate attacks. These GUN5 keep all the weapons alive. They keep that money going. I love the fact they don't hunt too hard here either. I say that whilst, you know, Zadime's on the A site. Easy's here in Donut, but they've cleared out these positions. They're not sort of pressing any harder. Eventually, they will find Perks. And everybody going into that next round, as I say, just so important. A little bit of an economic buffer becomes incredibly important in their pursuit of closing this gap. And it's only a small gap. It's very, very recoverable. You should see it do so if they can win this round here.
Alternate. Their bread and butter has just been a relatively passive style on A, with most of their attention coming in from Donut. But now they're going to have to defend the bomb site that they've been so readily been sticking to. Freeze and Hype, each a kill on the scoreboard. And GUN5, most of their push has just been dismantled before they can even get the bomb down. A need to try and fade away the smoke. Perks wants to deny, wants to make it even more expensive. Nothing will come out of the round as Perks start to rip them apart. Switches over to the pistol, but it doesn't even have to come to him bringing it all together. Alternate, they're getting it all done here. 6 rounds already on the board. I don't know how GUN5 are going to recover from this with how sparse their rounds have been, Josh.
Yeah, you were bang on with this. It was just that little moment. For GUN5, they won in the last. Now, back down. I mean, they fall back onto that cushion, that reserve cash that they had in the bank. on keeping everybody alive last time round. It's a good start from Zelo as well. Around the edge of the smoke, wallbang. Into Cheetah, pulls the rotations away, keeps them very busy here on the B site while space is taken elsewhere. And Hyped, not expecting this close angle, so trigger discipline played to perfection here. Zelo's going to go for the knife kill, that is criminal.
Might be good enough to add some confidence, but we'll see if it converts into a real round. Parks and Freeze still responsible for trying to solidify this half, but GUN5, it seems like they want to put a stop to the madness. Selter disallows Freeze from pushing forward, and that is GUN5 finally making this look a bit more symmetrical as far as the board's concerned. Now, obviously, alternates still have a chance to continue to double down, potentially even bring it to an 8-4 half, but I don't think GUN5 is going to allow that. No one's really having a lights out performance just yet, but even if they can just sprinkle kills on the board as more of a cohesive effort rather than having one-star performance, that would be just fine. I think that could also be said for alternate, who haven't largely had any single player step up. It's been a team effort.
I'll find a couple of rounds of the half. Worth a lot here. Decent early trade, but Freeze caught in a reload tonight. No mercy. Full W. Does not let go of Mouse 1. And now he's on the flank. Arrow needs to be careful. He has managed to go. Oh my god, he's walked past both of them in the smoke. They have no idea where he's gone. They could start to suspect it, but I think they're going to be more focused on Cave first. Arrow, unfortunately, still has his back turned. It's a good read from Selter.
Yeah, I think
that
Selter doesn't. So they're worried that he slipped the net, right? But Arrow himself doesn't realize that there is a net to be slipping.
Yeah, literally. They've gone dead silent throughout all of it.
Oh. The crusty feeling of playing CS2 sometimes will also plague Selter. Bomb not instantly recovered, and alternate, they're just playing the full gamble. It's either going to be a chance to stop an A plant, or they just go for the full save. I respect it. GUN5 obviously not feeling too hot about some kind of pursuit. I mean, with Zelo and Sadime having the money they do and the bomb plant, like, I'd really like it if they try to go for something a bit more, just maybe take these weapons away from the hands of the CTs, because alternate, they don't exactly have the full bankroll to be banking on.
Yeah, for the final round of the half, I'm not sure what alternate attacks they're actually going to have in hand. Assuming both of these rifles can survive, they can both drop over. They still get that loss bonus, but not too much of it. It's literally 1900. Molly into the corner. Yeah, it's not going to do enough damage in enough time. So they will get away with both, but there's not going to be too much invested around it. For GUN5, obviously all the bells and whistles. And into number 12. Arrow on an MP9, as is Orzek. He's down to a FAMAS, and a bit of a last hurrah for saving what started as a very good half. Still will end as a decent one. 6-6 is nothing to grumble about, but yeah, given how it kicked off, I don't think they're going to be too happy with that as an outcome. A good start from Perks. Great flash. MP9 should have found the kill there, but he whiffs it. And punished as a result. They waste no time getting this bomb planted.
I like this. GUN5 now finally putting themselves in a position where the second half will actually be a conversation to have. Sadime just adding more salt to the wounds. Has been ruling all over Cave. 2 kills for him. And Hype actually still does have a chance, trying to isolate the duel. Zelo evades the pre-fire and will quickly find Hype's head. GUN5, in a very unlikely scenario, do make it 6 and a tie-up on the first half.
Right, well, kind of the best recovery you can hope for. It does feel a little reminiscent of Dust 2, doesn't it? Where, you know, they had like this big hiccup, they clawed it back, they got to a point where it was like, alright, yeah, this is decent, maybe now they keep this going. And then they didn't. But I don't want to be too doom and gloom. It's been positive here from GUN5, that's for sure. Sadime and Zelo have had a good map here as well. And it is nice. It's always nice when, like, you know, the star player is the star player. But it's also really nice when, you know, somebody else steps up and Tania can just have, like, a middle-of-the-road performance and that slack is picked up by somebody else and they still end up sort of converting a win. This hasn't been one of these kind of crazy rating games that we have seen from him recently, but perhaps the pistol round is a chance to change that. Really spam it. Bang in, no trouble. Zelo's still just going to keep firing. This is just a shutdown. See you later. He's going for the knife kill. Tania says, no, don't be foolish. Snatch it away, but yeah, that is just two players getting an ace between them and shutting down a cave push.
Pretty ridiculous stuff, and now this is such a good mental recovery for GUN5 as well to just drive the point home in the first round of the second half as they're making a recovery all the way from half number 1. Alternate, they're going to be locked out of this game until the 8 strikes for GUN5. Obviously a total lack of bomb plant or any damage at all, realistically, just means that nothing to do in this round. Full 5-man push about to come through, though, and you could maybe see Sadime get overwhelmed. He's got the A4, though. He's got the right weapon to deal with the madness. Here it comes. He's going to spray them all down, and that is 5 kills for him single-handedly.
Nice and easy. Of course, it is just an eco round, but it'll be one that goes on the HLTV stats, and he's kind of been toying with them. I love that we get this little recap of sort of how troll this game has been. 2 knife kills from GUN5, a 3rd attempted in the pistol round. An ace there in the last. The scoreline doesn't reflect it, but these guys seem to be having fun. Poke onto elbow, pressure up on shelf. Celta's actually going to play inside this.
Kind of feels like they're getting the form back from map number 1, where, you know, they kind of ran out of steam on Dust 2. They just looked like a completely different team, but now they've really woken up. Nothing a coffee and a cigar can't do for you. Zelo, though. Ooh, perfect timing with the MP9. That's 2 with barely any investments. And this is just, oh, it's such a face bomb, right? That's not an investment. Like, I need to remind you of that. That's not an investment from GUN5. That's MP9s that are now converted into AK-47s.
It's kind of unreal, isn't it? It's always like a real telling sign of a dominant CT side. And they're stacked up on the AKs. Unfortunately, Tania's not in position to swap out his M4, but it doesn't really matter. It's a round that just materialized into nothing for alternate attacks, and it will just be the pistols into this one. Orzik down to 750, needs to be careful, but everybody else is absolutely fine. They've got 3400 in the next, so it's not really a big problem. He'll have 4150, just needs to be sort of careful util-wise. There's rain over though. Spams through, not connecting for anybody just yet.
Utility popping through, alternate attacks, just running into the chainsaw. That is Tania. I can't believe this goes from a game that was just like, had alternate attacks written all over it to just GUN5. Quickly looking like they had all 5 players just wake up at the same time. I'd like to think, like, I mean, it would make it a lot simpler, right, if the comeback only happened on the second half, because I would say, oh, okay, alternate attacks don't have a good T side, right? But no, GUN5, they've been driving the point home since the latter stages of the first half, so it's never really quieted down from them. Now, of course, the big boy guns are once again out. Alternate attacks, very few options remaining, but Free still wants to keep this very competitive. 2 kills found middle, single-handedly. And alternate, not quite walked out of it just yet. What is that miss from Zelo? Doesn't quite get punished for it, but a loss of HP does make him an easy pickup for Parks. Oh wow, oh no.
Easy, where does that come from? That's the bomb as well. The bomb is stuck on the B site, and Perks has got to go around the world to grab it. Enough timers on this clock.
Oh no, this is a disaster. Parks, he's hoping to dear God that he finds an audio cue, something, anything, because he's coming into this bomb site with zero information. The only one with any real info is the fact that Easy knows where the bomb is and where it needs to be recovered from. Parks, taking his time, expecting there to be the full wraparound. Easy, though, position. Just going to want to watch the cross. Is he going to be found by Parks, however? Oh, no, Easy has a kill coming his way, but it's an uncharacteristic miss from him. And Parks grants alternate attacks a lifeline. That got really scary.
Wow, wow, wow. Okay, well, that should have been 11-6. Now, the fact that Easy puts it into that position in the first place is pretty crazy. But yeah, definitely a shot that he should have been hitting. And it's not like, you know, it's another random player that's picked up that AWP in the situation. He is the primary AWPer, and it really is an uncharacteristic miss. It's one that we've grown very accustomed to him connecting. Sniper, bang. Huge stuff from Easy. Galil follows up. Under a lot of pressure here. Easy still sticking around. He's got support from Sadaim. And this looking much better, but the Galil once again, what is this? Rounds that seem clear-cut, turning into these last-second scraps, and now another 1v1. And there's still a minute 20 on the clock again. Back-to-back rounds when this has happened.
We're going to have to wait like 15 more seconds before the action happens, though, because Zelo is in no man's land all the way back in T-spawn. He also doesn't really have much of a luxury to be elaborate with his play here. The fact that he's walking is already a bit of a surprise. Hyped. We'll see whether or not he can put that AWP to good use. Zelo knows that he needs to quicken up his pace soon. He's got a smoke, though. If he pops it on the bomb, things get very scary, and Hyped is going to hit the shot that Easy missed. Alternate attacks. Can't believe they're keeping themselves alive in these.
Yeah, me neither. Back-to-back rounds, as I say, that could have, and you know, really should have gone either way. Complete 50-50s. Alternate attacks couldn't afford to lose either of them, and they haven't. Still very expensive rounds, so for GUN5, they'll continue to force up. They do have the finances here to do it, but maybe not in the next if they can't convert it. 2 MP9s, the MAC-10. What is this? There's one close to it. And Celtics just let him pass. Expecting a second to come out, but he needs to keep tabs on this. Breeze's pushed all the way up. It's been relayed to the AWP, who will be ready for the fight. Okay. Dealt with. Love it.
Seltzer, he's playing this to perfection. Comes in from behind. He's going to try to delay his death here because he needs to buy time for his teammates. Why are they taking their attention away from him? They don't have the budget for that. Zelo comes in as well, and that just breaks the round down completely. Easy does it as Ozic falls in GUN5. They're now bringing back some of that dominance. No way you can deal with that issue there, Josh. The two-man flank, that is done and dusted.
Yeah, that is perfect. I got a little bit worried when he let the MAC-10 slip through, but it was all part of the master plan. Now with the big guns back, and I said alternate attacks with those 2 rounds that come right down to the 1v1s. Things were so expensive, those reinvestments were costly, and now they have to buy back, and there's just such little behind it. It's a great HE. They will start to walk up, but they've definitely been spotted. Oh, misses again. But here you go. Crunch in. Crossfire, brilliant. And Tanir's molly will do further damage. The AWP missing another shot, though. I can't help but feel Easy deserved to go down there. It's okay. His teammates pick it back up.
Let's look at the HP situation on Sadaim and Salter. This is very doable for Hyped, and he actually has the right weapon for this. This is effectively an AK-47 with 5 extra bullets when they're just that low. You're waiting for Hyped to make a move. What is this? What am I even watching here, Josh? Hyped might be getting a free chance to isolate 2 here, but Selter will quickly find space between his eyebrows. I think that might be it, Josh. I think GUN5, they're inches away from closing it out.
I think so too. I mean, remember, this was a bit of a crossroads that we hit on Dust 2. Alternate attacks with 12-8 up, and GUN5 really gave them a run for their money. I don't know if we'll see the same here. There really isn't a lot in terms of firepower for alternate attacks. Couple of AKs. 2 Galils come out, a MAC-10 on Arrow. And really, a last hurrah hit. Leaning over towards the A-bomb site, giving it everything they've got. It's only easy on the other side with the AWP. He gets overwhelmed. They're in a bit of trouble. He's calling for the support from Seltzer. He's done. Finished. Flashed. Out of commission. Seltzer's in the smoke. Zealous found another. Get the bomb down. Look at Seltzer's position. There you go. Bang. No block for you.
Yeah, very awkward here for the CTs to try and get back into the bomb site, of course, but the bomb being in no man's land or being in the middle of the bomb site does mean that it is open to potential spam. Of course, we see Sadaim trying to be a bit more deliberate with this retake as well. Instead, goes all the way around in an attempt to potentially stop their efforts to take the bomb all the way back. Arrow, a second chance. Sadaim, not sure if he'll expect this advanced position. Of course he doesn't. This is such a good anti-Sadaim by Parks. I think that Air might just have to let this round be forked over. GUN5 not being able to sort of lace up their shoes and exit the venue just yet. Still have to play for more. And they're at the risk for taking this game into overtime. Kinnear prioritizing this M4 rather than a snowball's chance in hell at getting this round. Does have a kid, so... Kill right there. Oh, you're taking too long! What? No! That's... Oh, that's ugly. That's ugly. He gets that kill. You know he's got an honest shot at just, like, sticking the defense.
Yeah. I don't know where all of the rest of the bullets go, right? When he hits the first 3, it does beg the question. I know that he's, like, running and they're kind of going all over the place, but how a stray bullet hasn't just connected there is beyond me. And okay, well, I was saying, like, there wasn't much chance of alternate attacks getting that done, but that was GUN5's by far and away easiest chance to close it. Now they're on a force, but there isn't much around it. Couple of pistols, couple of M4s, that MP9. They can't get it over the line. It'll be 10 for alternate attacks. It'll be an eco for GUN5. We'll be playing for the full 24 rounds.
Air. Only good for the first, but that does leave this B bomb site largely exposed. Obviously the positions here from GUN5 are very interesting. It's been a full push. Oh, with Hype falling and a weapon there to be recovered. This is going to look very ugly here soon. Josh Selter, not on a round like this, come on. Aaron Perks with everything to do, but not everyone to do it with. Look at this. They're still hesitating to go for the bomb plant. Eventually does happen, but this is a very important kill for Perks to be finding. A 2 versus 4 could actually come through here, Josh. Both players prioritizing going over from ramp. As this last prong comes in from CT, this is not an easy retake to be defending from, but at least they've got the first nail done through the coffin. Arrow and Perks. Let's see if you're made of something. CCT player responsible for making the distraction happen. Tap on the bomb, Parks and Arrow! They've just defended Alternate from having to fork over an anti-eco. 12 to 10. I can't believe we extend play beyond that, Josh.
Wow, wow, wow. Okay. Wasn't around that GUN5 necessarily should have been winning, but yeah, that opportunity was there. Don't like this. Zelo jumping straight into the buy here. It's the hero rifle. He needs to be saving money for next round. I don't like this. I don't like this. He either goes absolutely crazy, which to be fair, he's been having a very good match. So if there is anyone to take the rifle, I guess it would be him. If it just falls flat on its face and he dies here, then that's it. And the problem is it isn't even all on him here. If his teammates all die, then there's a problem. Was Celta going for a knife kill, or was he just sort of caught off guard there? It felt like the former, I'm going to be honest.
Jiggy going for time, but that's pretty much all he's going to be getting. Not gonna lie, Josh, I never thought we'd come to this point. This has been such an eventful game throughout, like, especially just knowing that the narrative was sort of already cooking up to be a pretty back and forth game because of how the veto just kind of works out for both teams. It's a really nice finish to a game, regardless of which way this goes now. 13-11 victory for Alternate Attacks on map number 2. Is GUN5 going to be able to respond in kind?
Okay. And 4 pressing up, Arrow. That's a Diamond Celta on the other side of it. It's not just a must-win round, but it's kind of a must-win crossfire here. If these two topple, the A site goes, and I don't fancy their chances at retaking it. Then for the contact, but a little late. Okay, Molly's still deployed. Celta finds Arrow, no trouble. Just continuing to jiggle, smoked off. Are they going to try and play through this? Starts to get wary that maybe there's one creeping up Red Room. That is the case. It's Freeze, and even anticipating it, loses the fight. Good trade from Tanit. And a man advantage, minute left. An Alternate Attack starts to reaggress through this smoke, but it's been re-smoked. They have to play through it.
Oh, Saddam finally taken care of by High Perks. Has brought it to an even standpoint. Easy and Zelo. They can end it right now. We're Alternate. They're gonna get to ride the high of taking it all the way to overtime, ladies and gentlemen. Perks needs to start sticking to the bomb. They're trying to deny it. What am I watching? How does the bomb even go down? Hype missing a shot, but he eventually connects the second, and Easy cannot get it done. Alternate Attacks. We're going to overtime.
Tags him down to 2 HP, by the way. Just unbelievable chaos. The fact that the bomb was being planted on the other side of the boxes as well, instead of swinging to deny it, they think it's on the corner in the smoke, and they're spamming the smoke. It's just chaos. It's absolute madness. And Alternate Attacks, I was sort of joking a little bit before when it was 12-8, and I was saying, well, GUN5 almost did it to him on Dust 2. Like, now it's time for a bit of revenge. Unbelievable. I wasn't actually expecting them to do it, I'll be honest. I didn't have faith. Maybe I should have.
GUN5, though, coming into half number 2 with a force. A force like no other so far. Arrow and Perks. We've seen this duo at it before, but Easy isn't going to lose this time. Very hot way to start off this first overtime. And I say first because this is definitely cooking up to maybe even go to 2. Brilliant. Brilliant stuff from GUN5 taking over.
Kind of, again, just bizarre, right? That after all of this, they then take the first round of OT. Wasn't like money was really the problem. Not at least in those initial rounds. Maybe in the last one, perhaps. But Zelo, volley through, knife out. He's gonna walk in, and they seem none the wiser. He'll get a freebie kill here. The Orp's thinking, where's he gone? I heard him close a second ago. And how has nobody punished this? This is ridiculous. Re-smoke into elbow. Now they'll play through. He's expecting the flashbang. Zelo, what is going on? This guy's unstoppable.
It almost seems like revenge for bringing us to this point. At GUN5, they're actually looking like a different team now. Up against the gun rounds, they're just playing up in your face, going for all these difficult duels, winning them out. Alternate, I don't think they've experienced this heat before. Not in this series. Maybe towards map number 1, but even then, there was like this aura of like joking around from GUN5, or they're trying to go for knives, they're trying to go for something a little silly. No jesting anymore. What? So dying on someone's head for a moment, I'm not sure.
Hands away, Holzek takes a lot of damage.
This level of aggression from GUN5 unprecedented throughout this half. A little bait and switch setup. But Zelo actually wants to maybe go for something a little bit extra.
Zelo's wanted to go for something a little bit extra the whole game, Frank.
Yeah.
Like, he has been a menace.
Well, this is so nicely set up over in Cave. Like, you run into that AWP, if the op misses, then you just have that extra bit of insurance on Zelo. Zadaim, in the meantime, is making sure that A's not going to get awkward, hyped. In hot pursuit of A. Ooh, good shot. Hard to hit that when you're walking around looking for something. And he's just going straight through the smoke. Interesting. He's going to get so much pressure here on the A side. Player Salter, though, continues to spray. It's freeze and arrow, however. We're overruling. A 2 versus 3 once again, and alternate aren't going to bow out of this half with nothing to their name. Hype, perfect awareness, ease. Or easy, rather. The 1v3 does have information on one of these players. Not sure why. There's a player burning up. A chance at the 1v3. Seem a bit unlikely, yes. But not out of the realm of possibility.
Last round of the half as well. Of course, he'll have a crack at it.
I think the timer might be just a little too dry now there, Josh.
It's a nice shot. Yeah. Too far gone. No way gets away with this. I mean, a third kill would go nicely in a highlight reel, but can't connect it. Arrow will go down with the ship. Ragdoll slams him into the wall, but that means that the bell rings for a 13th round. Alternate attacks. They did such great work to take it to overtime in the first place. They couldn't do much to swing that overtime in their favor. Still an opportunity here. It's not done just yet. GUN5 take the advantage, and they've now got a good chance of just closing this in their favor.
GUN5 now, they've got the burden of the T side. Perts, just make sure that it doesn't turn into anything more than a 1-for-1 trade, but I love this initiative from Zelo. He's been extra aggressive this entire game, it's been paying off, hyped. In the meantime, though, he's supposed to be the guardian of this A bomb site, expecting someone to be all the way in the back line, but look at how far Zelo's been able to slip the net. He's already halfway into the bomb site A. Ooh, I think he saw something through the flames! Zelo! A little too overeager, which gets him caught by Hype's barrel. And Ozek, not going to fall victim to Easy's flank either. Even though he's checked, it doesn't matter. Just one man remaining to try and stop this madness. The AWP locked in on his position. Flashbang to go with it, but with the first kill, it's going to get awkward here, Josh. This is actually kind of doable. Molotov won't be stopping him. He finds Hype's body. And this is it. The full commitment. The audio cue to bait him off the bomb. And Selter knows he's done everything. A 1 versus 3 where he doesn't get the luxury of the final kill. But who the hell cares?
Just again, thriving under chaos. It's GUN5. And now they've got 2 chances to close this out. A round that absolutely could have gone either way, and had aTTaX just committed to the defuse, I think he would have had it. The spams are pretty off. I'm going to call a pause before going into this as well. This is interesting. Aware that the strategy just about works last round, but perhaps not so repeatable. 2 chances to get it over the line. They definitely don't want to fumble it. They have had 4 map and series points here on Ancient so far, and they're about to have another 2.
I don't know about you, but it does kind of feel like GUN5 are winning the psychological battle at the very least. It's so crazy to see that we're all the way in the first overtime, and the kills on the CT side are like 12, 18, 17, right? Like, Arrow's really the only one getting away with big numbers. And 3 of the players on GUN5 are above 20. Selter, the man responsible for the brilliant clutch in the previous round, is also going to pop off in this one. It's still 1 for 1 though, so not a foregone conclusion just yet. B-bomb site under wraps though. The bomb still needs to join them very soon. Aggression intercepted by Arrow. Selter needs to slow down a little bit, but Arrow simply refuses to. 2-on-4 as Zelo and Easy could still stop it. But alternate attacks heavily favored, Josh.
Certainly. Retake on its way. The ramp pincer could be the big problem here, and it absolutely will be. They're both looking the wrong way. Hearing all the steps coming up from CT, the world is looking a little bit made of clay. Like a Roblox map there on the B side.
I saw that and I thought I was tripping balls.
I noticed it in the T-spawn at the start of the round, actually. The water was just flat. I was like, but...
I felt like I shouldn't say it in case there was something wrong with me.
Your eyes? Your brain?
Yeah, I was like, hang on, am I hallucinating? Like, mid-CS game? Alternate attacks, though. An honest shot at taking us into overtime number 2. It's been good efforts throughout. aTTaX, ooh, this is so much damage being exchanged. Zelo as well. He gets a kill on a fully healthy player. aTTaX trying to respond to this madness, but aTTaX being low is information that Easy already has. So we'll catch him with the Glock. A re-aggression about to come through.
An advantage here. So important. Easy being low is somewhat negated as well by the fact that he has that AWP. And a minute 15, red room control taken. A 2-man setup on the B site and 1 in Donut. If GUN5 play their cards right, this is their round for the taking. Clock's still ticking. Smoke's up. Onto short and long. It's a very deep smoke. Actually, it allows Zelo a bit of space to maneuver here. In fact, it's just outright a terrible smoke. But either way, Zelo's going to work with it. He's been spotted. A nice shot from Perks.
This needs to be a good defense. So, oh no, Perks nearly gets caught out. The cave players are simply not activating quick enough. Quickly caught by Perks. Tamir. He's trying to add some more elaboration to this game plan, expecting the player to be in the back lines, but Hype is too fast on the AWP. Selter down to the 1 versus 2. He's been responsible for clutches before, but he needs to run in because there's no time, and Hype will burn him to a crisp. Alternate attacks taking us to overtime 2.
Yikes. Okay, well, That's 6 map points. That's 6 series points now choked by GUN5. And I don't know what to say for them here, right? When you get to that point, I don't know how you sort of continue to play on the front foot and then choke those map points. It's only a matter of time before alternate attacks sort of get those rounds out that little bit earlier. It's very clear they've not been crumbling under the pressure. They've had all the pressure of losing the game right in front of them. They've dealt with it just fine. They managed to get it over the line in regulation on Dust 2 despite the hiccups. Here comes a fast play onto the A site. All the flashes raining over. Sedime just taking the space. He's been given it though. Playing behind the smoke in CT. There's one in Donut. He's being pincered in from both sides. So Freeze knows he has to be careful. Bounce between the angles. Zelo says good night. Man advantage. They to blow the smoke open. Does a whole load of damage to his teammate, but they're still finding all the kills. Wow.
How does GUN5...
Why didn't they do this last round?
Yeah. It seems like they always have a resurgence when they have to kick up again, not when they should be, right? Alternate attacks, on the other hand, you really also have to pat them on the back. Even though they've looked so shaky at times, the fact that they've brought it into overtime number 2 is honestly a very commendable effort. It kind of looked like this game was slipping between their fingers, and it's slowly coming back. Also, can we get an explanation on why this game is so low poly?
No, I'm not sure. I think it's like a CSTV moment. It's like a spectator-back thing, yeah. Just the producer just confirmed it.
Not gonna lie, King, if I could do this to my game as well, but just make the water low quality, I'd love it. Because I can't believe it's been this map has been in the competitive pool for as long as it has. But everyone running through waters at the same time still gives you mega FPS drops.
I'd be cool with just making everything super low poly if it meant I had crazy FPS.
Oh yeah? Play like Quake?
Yeah, pretty much. I play like Minecraft if I have to. Just give me more FPS, please. I don't care about all these crazy ambient details.
Fair. I mean, there's a weird Roblox version of CS as well, and they ported it to a Source 2 ripoff as well, which is so insane. They spent the effort to do that.
I know people play it competitively. I knew a guy that was a big YouTuber that literally played Roblox Counter-Strike. That was his whole YouTube. Strange.
Music kits and everything. Yeah. Zelo just managed to collect the opener, however. Although Ozzik tries to provide some pushback, Easy will be happy to quickly reclaim that advantage. With how advanced this red room position is from, I believe it's Zelo, this could get really troublesome for this one A-side player that's responsible for it all. I mean, it's going to be everything, though. Avery aggression from Easy. Picks up an M4, kills him, goes back to the AWP. I like it. Tanir, really good coordination with Zelo as he comes in from CT spawn to make sure that it's a 2 versus 1. But it's still kind of doable for Perks. The 2 players being as low as they are. Oh, he's found the most healthy one. This is a clutch that's waiting to happen. Great flick from Perks. And he's brought it down to just one member. Perks doesn't have all the HP in the world. The Molotov gets Easy off the angle, but through the smoke, Easy will make quick work of him. GUN5, once again with the half advantage as we come closer to an ending.
Yeah, just another bizarre one, right? 2 in a row, and an opportunity to make it a 3rd as well, but am I confident in their ability to actually close it once they're on that point? It's starting to come into question at this point. It's been a clear sore spot for them. They have struggled in these situations. Here we go again. Orzek, good nade. Love the aggression. With an nade in hand, and Perks there to support. It's better from alternate attacks, but there is still a trade. Freeze. Holding for the smoke pushing elbow, wins that fight as well. Tanir needs to bite back, and he does. Just him and Sedime. They've got a whole lot on their plate.
Gun5. 2 versus 3 isn't out of the question. Sadime, he looks away at the wrong time. That would be all she wrote, but he's being careful. No, misses. Tanir, everything on his shoulders once again. His position being known, the AWP being trained on the angle and hyped. Lands a near perfect pixel shot. 17-16, and we keep extending play. Now, though, alternate attacks. They were struggling on the terrorist side. I'm waiting to see if Gun5 can close it out now, or if alternate are going to show us an even longer game of CS. I'm hoping for it, because it would honestly be such a big psychological win for alternate if they can be on the losing end of the stick for most of the game and then bring it all the way back when it matters.
Yeah, it would be. It really would be. It would be pretty damn nuts. And Gun5 losing that last round there puts them in a position where the door is absolutely wide open for alternate attacks here. They're not on series point just yet. Zelo's picked it up again a little bit too. He dropped off somewhat towards the end of regulation, but since moving into overtime, he's back on this crazy spree that he's been on. I love the way that he's been playing Cave and Cheetah. Constantly getting aggressive. Flashbang, sick arrow, what? That's all 3. And now I'll reiterate my point. The door is wide open for alternate attacks. And they look to walk right through it.
I'm not even sure where this game goes anymore, Josh. Every single time you think you might have a decisive winner, it never really materializes. And here we are, alternate attacks. The pushback has been fantastic. Gun5 now, though, they're not going to be pulling any stops. We've seen them get this aggressive before, and that's exactly what they're doing once more. Zelo straight out of the cave, switching weapons, looking for another head. He can smell blood in the water. Freeze will fall soon as well, and Zelo will happily add another kill to the tally. Hyped and Perks. It's a duo that has manufactured so many good resurgences before. But I think a 5 versus 2 might be a little bit of a tall order. Misflick also gives up his position. Zelo continuing to add to the madness. And Gun5, this is what I'm talking about, dude. Every time they're up against the wall, that's when we see them pluck their keyboards back in.
It's insane, and it's so convincing as well. It's not just about like, oh yeah, they just get it over the line sort of when they need to. They really step up and get it over the line when they need to. Like, all 5 players staying alive, completely domination kind of stuff.
Ouch.
There it is, okay. That's sort of broken. They do lose 1, but that is it. Just incredible work.
You and I needed a bit of a cool off as well. Timeout serves more than just the 2 teams. This could be it, Josh. We're either looking at the final round or yet another extension of what has been already been a fantastic affair of CS. Once again, the bread and butter for Gun5 has been this full aggressive style play, sending 2 players down middle, barreling. Look at these A-prongs, though. They're wanting to get activated as well, but a quick scope from Hype makes it so much harder. Perks, though, will continue to make alternate attacks relevant in this. Easy. There it is. First kill. A-prong being caught. Perks, no way he loses that duel against a dime. And this is the issue with alternate attacks, just instantly diagnosing GUN5. They realize that aggression is about to come through, so they play a much more passive style of play to immediately, directly counteract what GUN5 is bringing to the table. Now, Easy and Tenir, it's a 2 versus 4 that they have to try and get, but it doesn't seem very likely. Pretty sure that there's a play right here. Oh no, the Sound Cube has hype gripping his mouse for dear life, and there, that's it. Alternate attacks, they've done it again.
Yikes. It's so bizarre. It's so bizarre to time and time again see GUN5 sort of pull out these crazy rounds to get themselves to that map point, that series point, and then consistently fumble it in the ones that they need to close out. And it's not like, you know, there's any sort of major mistakes or anything. It's just the rounds that they're winning that they don't necessarily have to, if that makes sense. I mean, they do still have to, but you get what I mean? It's not to close out the series. Are just so convincing. And it begs this question, where is this kind of showing when it's to finish the job? They just keep playing. Overtimes, continuing. It feels like we're going to be here all day at this rate. As Tadime gets aggressive. It's a lovely pick onto Freeze. They're back to winning ways again now that the pressure's not on. So I think it definitely shows a bit of nerve. A bit of trouble closing, because once again, it's a convincing round.
We've been hyping up GUN5 as this team that is overruling, right? But the fact that they can't close it out is just a different type of nerves, right? It's the choke that comes in every time they really have to deliver. You take that pressure off for them, you're right. I'm 100% with you there, Josh. They perform way better when it's just about getting those, like, just bringing out consistent output rather than having the chance to close the game out. I don't know why, but it just seems to get to them. It's been a relatively consistent affair of going for mid control for these two squads. Alternate attacks not going for a very slow default like they were before to try and counteract what GUN5 are bringing. They're not even getting to see their assailants, but look at this brilliant stuff from Parks. An arrow. To add more. Tenir, punished. Easy Sadime, both with everything to do. Easy, great shot, and he barely opens his scope. Doesn't even need to see what he's pointing at. Left click is all it takes. Ozic, emerging from cave now. In a 1 versus 2 scenario, Easy's done so much, but will more be asked of him? Yes, and he'll deliver. GUN5, back to winning ways.
Okay, so history continues to repeat itself. Can they finally break this curse, which is this third round? It's really eluded them so far. Consistently in these overtimes, they've taken 2, they've lost the last, and alternate attacks have been able to bite back and take us to further rounds. Here we go.
GUN5, this could be it. If they can get this decisive of a CT side, I don't know if alternate attacks have it in them to continue to extend play. Brilliant stuff from Zelo. 2 victims found. This position is largely unknown. Ooh, sloppy spray, and that means at GUN5, they have gotten all the marks on the scoreboard. Perfect half from them. In alternate attacks, I don't know if 3 in a row are reasonable here. A second player from GUN5 approaching 30 kills. Zelo flirting with 40. And if you look over to the other side of the scoreboard, we don't see a singular player on 30. They're close, but no cigar.
Yeah, it is actually pretty upside down here for GUN5. So there's the man that's not putting up these crazy numbers. He's 20 and 24, while Zelo's nearly on 40 frags. And yeah, you got a couple of boys on the alternate attack squad that are just shy of 30. There you go. So there with a big step up and a misplay, a misstep from alternate attacks. They were so keen to take this round that they went for an aggressive play that did not work and punished by the one man that struggled to have the impact in this game. But frankly, it doesn't matter how he's played throughout the entire map. As long as he steps up here, and he absolutely does. 3 kills, that's surely got to be the round converted. Hypes will peak at the end, but Easy's there ready for him, and GUN5 eventually get it over the line. And it felt like it was just that sort of bigger margin for error at the end there that did it for them. Tanir's aggression as well, just fantastic. But a real theme and a real concern, I think, with how many takes that took and how many map points and series points they had, not just in regulation, but in every single overtime. They were faced with 1 or 2 chances to close it in their favour. They weren't able to do so. Hard fault from alternate attacks. That's a brutal one to lose. But at the end of the day, they're not knocked out just yet. This, of course, was a 2-on-1 matchup, so they'll go into that decider bracket.
Oh yeah, and we'll quickly look at the schedule as well to see how these games have played out all the way today. It's been a fantastic day of Counter-Strike, all things considered, and especially that final game, right? That final game, GUN5, alternate attacks, it's just crazy stuff what we ended up seeing. The 2-1 bracket is great, but of course, the fate of these teams is not decided yet. They still can battle it out. They can still recover, make it 3-2, but I think alternate attacks now know what they're in for, right? GUN5, they were such a difficult opponent, but it was still a very confidence-inspiring game. The fact that alternate are able to pressure GUN5 to the degree that they did, sort of coming back into it every single time they're up against a wall, that's still commendable regardless of how this game ended up going. However, though, all great things like this fantastic day of CS must come to an end. There's going to be more action coming up on the CCT European Series 14 broadcast, of course, as we try and figure out the fate of these teams soon, but that's not going to be today. You'll have to tune in next time. But for now, it's going to be M&J and Waldeity signing out. Thank you for tuning in for today's broadcast.
You look into your inventory and there's only... It's time to forget about this garbage. Here you will find everything to play with really cool skins. Open top cases. Upgrade dropped skins and turn your junk into a cool gun using the contract system. Every day, thousands of people upgrade their inventory with us. Hellcase.com. Look at yourself in a new way.
Do you have any unnecessary skins or want to sell them? Try SkinPlace. Visit the website, select the skins you want to use. Easily fill your Steam trade link. Make sure we offer good prices and choose a payment method. Hit the button and boom, instant cash. Safety. Low commissions. Instant payouts. SkinPlace.
SkinPlace launching an event with a total prize pool of $10,000 in honor of our first anniversary. Just sell skins, claim daily bonuses, complete missions, visit the shop, and participate in the main giveaway with popular skins and a powerful PC. Follow our social media to not miss.